Chapter 1051 Jakarta. No wonder the Emperor is so concerned about Nanyang. That's how it is. Yun's gaze fell on the Manila natives coming and going, thoughtfully. Li Kaiyuan followed Yun's gaze, and he said with a smile, "There are more and more overseas colonies, and more manpower is needed. There is no way this can be done, but the Emperor is not prepared to adopt Western slavery practices." Now Yun was taken aback. He asked, "Isn't it possible to let these natives voluntarily go to the Empire to become slaves without Western methods?" Li Kaiyuan chuckled twice and said, "This is not true. The Emperor requires strict screening of slaves who enter the Empire. All slaves who are weak, have low IQ, and are mentally abnormal are not allowed to enter the Empire." Yun nodded and continued to wait for Li Kaiyuan's explanation. "The reason for this is that the Emperor is going to ban the black slave trade in the next step, so that black slaves cannot enter the Empire, and without black slaves, the Empire can only make up for it with slaves from Southeast Asia. The black slave is physically strong and has a lot of strength to work." "Why is this?" Yun was really puzzled. Li Kaiyuan mysteriously said, "This is the next household registration issue that involves the Empire. According to the cabinet, the Empire will soon implement a new household registration system that will spread across the country. In the future, the household registration of each empire will only have one family name. This is the Han Dynasty. In addition, the Emperor wants to abolish the golden account, Tabo and other characters from the eastern part of the Guangdong, and unify the imperial characters. In this way, it is equivalent to putting the Han people in the whole world, so that there will be fewer contradictions and black slaves, Westerners, and my appearance is so different that even if this method is implemented, it is of no use. But these Nanyang slaves are different. They only need to survive for a few generations in the Empire and they will be completely assimilated." Yun's head was a little messy. He shook his head and sighed, "After all, the Emperor's work is not something I can figure out." He didn't know that Xiaoming did this to avoid following the old path of a certain contemporary power, so control should start early. The two chatted for a while. Li Kaiyuan held his stomach, and went to Manila City one step at a time, while Yun ordered the fleet to enter the preparation stage. Now that Li Kaiyuan is here, Manila doesn't need him to sit in. He has already gotten the five-nation coalition forces of the West to be assembled in India. I am afraid that an unprecedented war will happen soon. But before that, he still has a colony to be solved. This is the last Dutch colony in Asia, Indonesia. The next stop. He is about to go to Jakarta. It took 2 days to complete the handover of Manila. In the early morning of the third day, the fleet set off in Mighty. In the Battle of Manila, they did not find Eric's merchant ship. After learning about Manila's dense water network, they finally gave up looking for it because it was just a waste of time. But Yun understood that these Dutch people must have gone to Jakarta, and this was also the most important stronghold of the Dutch. He was ready to fight a naval battle here, because he believed that the Dutch would not just give up so easily. Jakarta Governor's Mansion. An unprecedented fierce quarrel is erupting here. Stephen, Simon, Eric, and Jakarta Governor Rifle are sitting on a table like an angry lion. Simon, Eric shouldn't be here. He has been relieved of the position of Governor General Jurisdiction, and now he is just a prisoner. Simon said, "Don't do that, Stephen. At least Eric is still a good commander. I believe he will do well in the next battle. If you want to try him, at least wait until he returns to the Netherlands. Put him to the Congress for trial, not to mention that he knows the Chinese Empire better than any of us. It is you who should be put in jail. If you weren't going for it, we wouldn't have suffered such a heavy loss. Now Geringer is gone, trade is gone, and Manila is gone," Eric said angrily. "This is the decision of Congress." Stephen screamed. Eiffel's face was very ugly. He had lost his patience. At this time, he patted his table again and said, "Shut up. Maybe now the Imperial fleet is coming to Jakarta. This is the most important thing now. What should we do? Withdraw to India and wait for the outcome of the battle. After losing back to the Netherlands and winning, we can get everything back," Eric persuaded. We can't fight the Chinese Empire with our strength. Believe me, Eiffel. Simon really saw the power of the Emperor team, and could not help but nodded. Eiffel was a little disappointed. He said, Jakarta is the most valuable asset of the Netherlands. We have been operating here for more than 100 years. We can't just give up to our enemies. Yes, and the preparation of the coalition forces is not yet sufficient. We need to delay the speed of the Imperial Navy. This is the order we got before we came. Like Manila, we must prepare for war, Stephen said. Eric looked desperate, and Simon lowered his head. He said, all of you have seen their continuous shooting weapons. When you see it, you will understand what a stupid decision you made today. You should feel ashamed. Although the Netherlands has declined, the spirit of the Dutch has not declined. It is our Dutch advantage to never give in, Stephen shouted. Eric just laughed sarcastically. He said, you don't need to be scared to pee your pants. Then Eiffel heard what Eric meant, and he said happily, you are willing? Did you stay here? Yes, this time I want to test the way to deal with the Emperor team. A dangerous light flashed in Eric's eyes. During this time, he has been studying how to organize the Imperial team's offense. After a pause, he said, the only way to delay the Imperial team's offense is to dig deep trenches and use fire hedgehogs to cause them a lot of casualties. In this way, they will consider the cost of offense and return to us. Come to the negotiating table instead of just choosing force to solve everything. The fire hedgehog did work. Simon testified for Eric. Eiffel nodded. He and Eric had been on the battlefield together and trusted Eric very much. I immediately organized the indigenous slaves in Jakarta to dig trenches, and Eric, let us fight together this time. Like before. Eric's expression eased a little. I hope we can tide over the difficulties this time and bring the Chinese Empire back to the negotiating table, but this hope is very slim. Chapter 1052 Cold and Expensive King Zhu. While the Nanyang War was going on, Xiaoming was also worried about the complicated government affairs. As the external enemy fell, the external contradictions disappeared, but because of this reason, the internal contradictions seemed to suddenly become prominent. Of course, he understands that this is just his illusion. In fact, internal problems have always existed, but they have been covered up by successive wars. The articles in the newspaper were mostly about the South and North wars, which made everyone's attention more focused on foreign wars. Establishing a noble school. Whose bad idea is this? Xiaoming looked at Pang Yukun with a dull look. With a look of helplessness, he said, it is reasonable to say that such trivial matters should not bother the emperor, but the conflict between the poor and the noble students in the school is getting more and more serious. From time to time, the noble children bully the poor students. Many times the newspapers are worried about offending the rich and powerful. If it weren't for the veterans to inspect the colleges and encounter the imperial court, they would not find out. The court case. Why have I never received a court case report? Xiaoming frowned. Mentioning this, Pang Yukun was even more angry. He said, the Jizu officials worry that they will be stripped of their official robes because of this incident. They have specially sent people to stare at the civilians who have filed an imperial lawsuit. There have been many conflicts accumulated by the people over the years, but the court knows a lot. It's all because of this reason. When Xiaoming heard the words, there was a burst of resentment in his heart. Since he became the throne, he has attached great importance to the management of officials, but now he is increasingly discovering that this country has fallen into the cycle of history. Thinking of this, he becomes more angry. Establishing a noble school, it is a dream of 100 days. I am now trying to blur the distinction between the powerful and the people. If this is the case, wouldn't all of this be a waste of previous efforts? And how do you say it is also the cabinet's first assistant? Can't this matter be solved? Li said in a solemn voice. Old Pang Yukun blushed. The emperor, it's just that there are too many dignitaries who support this matter now. There are rumors that some nobles are planning to run private schools. These private schools are said to reduce the pressure on education for the empire, but they are actually prepared for the children of nobles and merchants. And it is said that some people have contacted outstanding teachers from various universities and promised high salaries. After a pause, Pang Yukun said, the old minister came from a poor family, and he didn't want to see the distance between the poor family and the powerful, But the empire now has no laws that prohibit private schools. Xiaoming nodded lightly. He understood what Pang Yukan meant. What he wanted was his own decree to ban the establishment of private schools by the people in order to put an end to this bad trend of separating the rich and the poor. Xiaoming agrees with Pang Yukan's ideas. He comes from the modern age and understands that the unfair distribution of teaching resources will only accelerate the division of classes. The children of the rich and officials have abundant resources. Using their wealth and power, they took the cake. The biggest piece in the poor family can only be looked up to but not available. Just as Pang Yukan's experience was the same, the policies promulgated by the court were good, but they were broken in the hands of officials. There are policies at the top and countermeasures at the bottom. It seems that the officialdom has not changed the philosophy of life through the ages. Who are the officials who run private schools? Xiaoming's voice was chilly. He sharpened his swords for more than 10 years. Some people have forgotten that his sword can be placed on their necks. After hesitating for a while, Pang Yukan said, "It's mainly Wang Cheng'ai, Shangshu, Tang Yuogong, Xiaoyu, and it is said that Fji's brother-in-law participated in it." HMPH, a first-grade member and 2 relatives of the emperor and relatives are all important figures. In that case, I will use them this time to kill those with high tails. What does the emperor plan to do? Pang Yukan was curious. With a sneer at the corner of his mouth, he said, "I have a way to make the ban on private schools go smoothly. You can go back to the cabinet to draw up this decree." Why is this again? Sumoa is now increasingly unable to understand Li Yan's thoughts. Li stunned with a mysterious smile. "You will know when the time comes, and let the shadow guard pay attention to Guoyang. This girl is not a peaceful person." "Yes." The emperor. Pang Yukan breathed a sigh of relief, and he could reprimand the Shangshu of the Ministry of Rights, but he really had no choice but to ask for help from the emperor's relatives like Tang Yuogong. Sending away Pang Yukan and Xiaoming called Qian Defu over and ordered a few words in his ear. Qian Defu knew it and left the palace. In fact, he had also heard some rumors about the conflicts between the aristocratic children and the underprivileged children in the school, but he did not expect it to be serious enough. If this matter is not dealt with seriously now, the foundation of the empire will be shaken in the future, because the powerful and the rich can do the same. Once the gap between the rich and the poor increases in the future, the problem will only become more prominent. Therefore, he wanted to use this incident to make big news and justifiably issue a ban on running private schools. The next day, King's Senior School opened its doors on time as usual. The children of the nobles and the children of the common people all came to the same school, but it was obvious that the children of the nobles and the children of the common people were sitting in different places in the school. Ignore anyone. When the class bell rang, the students entered the school together, and a cold voice rang, "Hey, Mudlegs, you are sitting in the wrong place." With a cigarette in his mouth, Ftong squinted at the young man sitting in the east of the school. According to unwritten regulations, the position of the noble children was in the east, and the position of the Hanman children was in the west. The children of nobles have always been very sensitive to this rule, and as the son of the noble in this school, Ftong is even more taboo. So when he saw that he was sitting in his place with the poor boy who had never seen him, he was naturally very upset. Although they belonged to the same school, the children of nobles seldom paid attention to these people from common people's homes. Now that this person dares to violate the rules, he is naturally very angry. "This is what the teacher assigned me to sit here today. If you have any questions, go to the teacher, and whoever stipulates that only you can sit here." The young man he glanced at Ftong lightly, with a proud look. Ftong couldn't remember the name of the classmate in this classmate. After all, he was too lazy to remember. But no one in this class dared to talk to him like that. "Hey," Ftong sneered. He didn't expect that a mud-legged man would dare to be presumptuous with him. He raised his head and looked at the other noble children. They were looking at him with a look of watching a play. They have long been unable to tolerate sitting in the same school with the children of these people, and they have long wanted to make trouble, but their status is not enough and they have no courage. They can only count on Ftong to take the lead. After all, Ftong's grandfather is the cabinet minister. said the snail carrying home. 1 update tonight, 3 updates tomorrow. Chapter 1053. Domineering the atmosphere in the school suddenly became tense. Ftong walked towards the young man step by step, with a fierce light in his eyes. He came from the family of a large family, and his grandfather was the current cabinet minister. The most important thing is that his grandfather Fiji has only 1 daughter and no children under his knees. Therefore, according to the rules of the family, the next generation of the family's head will fall on his father's head, and he has naturally become the heir of the head of the family. With this status, who would dare to provoke him in Kingsu City? The young man faintly glanced at Ftong, who was constantly walking towards him, without fear, just sorting out the books on his desk. The students from the poor family were holding their breath, and they didn't dare to breathe. This student came to this school suddenly in the morning, and they didn't know him, but from his simple dress, he could tell that he was not from a wealthy home. Let me say one more thing, go to the west. Otherwise, you will lie down. Ftong's whole body was pressed on the table, with a rebellious arrogance on his face. Don't go, the young man said coldly. This school is set up by the emperor, it is for the benefit of the people of the world, and it is not a place for some people to run rampantly. There is no high or low here. This sentence made Ftong's face suddenly distorted, and the students who came from nobles also stood up one by one. Interesting, I didn't expect to encounter a stabbing head today. An aristocratic student sneered. Brother, today someone wants to break our rules. What can we do? That's right, it's like a bear heart and leopard guts, and the emperor gives you a little face. You don't think there is no high or low? Brother, what are you talking about? As long as you give an order, we will kill him here. Let the Kingsu Senior Middle School people see what the rules are. With so many people clamoring, Ftong's courage suddenly grew. He picked up the bench on the ground and slammed it at the young man. It was just that the boy was faster than him, and before the Fiji bench was hit, a fist hit Ftong in the face. There was a sound of fist to the flesh. Ftong fell to the ground with a scream, and the smell of blood filled his mouth. Ftong was furious when he was punched by the untouchable man in his mouth. He was about to yell at the gun, when the teeth and blood spurted out of his mouth. The other aristocratic teenagers were all dumbfounded when they saw this. In the Kingsu Senior Middle School, these poor students generally endured being bullied, and no one dared to fight back. Now someone dared to beat Ftong, the little overlord in the school, which made them never recover for a while. The poor boys were equally dumbfounded, but they felt refreshed. The punch of this young man was too much to relieve them. Knock him to death. Ftong was so wronged, he shouted hysterically. Upon hearing this, the noble students rolled up their sleeves and rushed up, and Ftong pulled out a short sword from his waist. Taking advantage of the boy being surrounded by noble students, Ftong took a short knife and stabbed the boy's abdomen. The short knife was pulled out, and blood was poured out immediately. Time seemed to stand still at this moment, and the noble students all stepped back in fear, leaving only the young man and Ftong holding a short knife in a blank area. The young man looked at Ftong's short knife in disbelief, touched his bleeding wound, and he fell down suddenly, killed. Suddenly there was a scream from the seat on the west side, and the poor students rushed out of the school to call for help. Some of them rushed to the teenager for emergency help. Brother, you murdered, what can you do? An aristocratic student asked anxiously. The laws of the empire expressly stipulated that the prince committed the same crime as the common people. Although they were tyrannical, they still dare not do murder. After all, fighting and fighting are easy to settle, but killing and killing is not so easy. What are you afraid of? Isn't it just a fate? You can settle it casually. Ftong threw angrily. Turning around, he said to the book boy who was guarding the door, you go back to my father right now and let him solve this matter. The boy was frightened, looking at the boy lying on the ground in a pool of blood. He immediately ran out. At the same time, the news of Ftong's murder spread instantly in the school. Many teachers ran over with the school's medical hall. After simple treatment, they sent the boy to the hospital. Come here, grab Ftong and send it to the guard station. The alarmed guard arrived at the school, and after a brief question, the leading guard said sharply, Dare you? Ftong said loudly, I am Ftong from the family. At that time, the cabinet minister Fiji was my grandfather. You dare to move me to try? The leading guard hesitated for a while, and he said, I am doing the law impartially. No matter who you are, you must come with us now and catch him. Upon receiving the order, the guards were no longer polite, stepped forward and threw Ftong to the ground, drew the rope from his waist and tied Ftong's 5 flowers. Ftong yelled and cursed, you guys are waiting. When my grandfather and my dad arrive, you will be killed. Without changing his face, the leading guard snorted and turned out of the school. After the guards left, the principal of King's Senior High School, who had witnessed the whole process, said sternly to the teachers in each school, don't say anything about this matter. After returning to your school, you must also ask students to go back and not talk about it, in case a reporter comes to the door. Don't accept interviews either. A teacher said, Principal, this matter is considered a big trouble and cannot be suppressed. If we let the emperor know about it, we all have to go around without eating. The emperor has everything to do with everything. There is no time to care about this stuff. But the family is full of students. Many of the officials in this court are their people, especially in this academic and political system. We offend him. Our jobs are all can't keep it, the principal said with a sigh. Everyone shook their heads, and after appeasing the students, they went back to their own school. Fu and Zheng leisurely fished in the pond at home until Ftong's book boy hurriedly found him and dragged out the news of Ftong's murder. What? Da Lang killed someone. Before Fu could speak, Fu suddenly screamed when she heard the news. She was Ftong's mother. She came to look for Ftong and heard what the book boy said clearly. Fu is more than 30 years old and has the appearance of a Confucian scholar. When he heard the news, his brows frowned tightly. This evil barrier, it's just that he is domineering on weekdays. Today he actually committed murder, which made me angry. Also, let the guards arrest him. Fu said anxiously when he heard the words. What are you talking about? Tonga is your son. No matter how wrong he is also the eldest son of the family. He is just a pariah. Are you going to ruin our son's future? What Fu said was only angry. Calm down. He immediately called the butler and said, now you should greet all the newspapers in King's immediately and tell them not to publish this. The same goes for the school. Next, go find it. The parents of this student use the money to settle it for me. Chapter 1054 by Yush Hufang. Qian Fu sent the telegram to Xiaoming nervously. The emperor, this matter has become a big deal. Ftong actually wounded someone with a knife. Now the person we arranged is being treated in the hospital. Life or death is unknown. What? Simple and bold. Xiaoming stood up from his chair angrily. He arranged this young man in order to make this matter so that he could have an excuse to deal with a group of people who had corrupted the education system. But he didn't expect such an accident. Ftong was so bold that he dared to kill in the school. Qian Fu comforted. The emperor doesn't need to worry too much. The old slave has already taken the initiative to let Huang go to treat him personally. Moreover, this young man comes from a secret guard training camp and is better than ordinary people in terms of physical fitness. At least when the old slave gets the news, the young man has no worries about his life. Hearing this, Xiaoming lightly breathed a sigh of relief. So I feel at ease. By the way, what is happening in the family now? Ftong's father, Fu, has sent people to work around, trying to suppress this matter. At the same time, Ftong's grandfather also went to find Elder Fch. Xiaoming nodded lightly, continued to pretend to know nothing and asked the secret guard to collect evidence in secret. But I want to see how many people want to hide from me and how many people want to help him do evil. Qian Fu shook his head lightly. He said, the emperor, there are too many injustices in this world. There are so many injustices. If the emperor spends his energy on this, the important affairs of the country will be delayed. From the perspective of the old slave, this matter is not as good as give it to Pang Shufu. He will deal with it simply and neatly. A national event? This is a national event. To me, they are indeed one of the thousands of people in China, but for the students in these schools, they are everything. If you can't kill these people, they will be the poorest children in the future. There will be no way out. The most important thing is that I will use this matter to let the people of the world understand that there is no distinction between high and low in front of the law of the country. Seeing that Xiaoming was a little angry, Qian Defu shrank his head and did not dare to mention it again. Xiaoming understands that Qian Defu is worried that he is too tired. After all, the empire is so big, the people are so large, and there will be illegal things in every place. He cannot deal with these things one by one. Because of this, he needs big and small of officials are in charge of themselves. However, some officials are incompetent, letting these things go, or even helping others to abuse them. As a result, conflicts among the people will accumulate. Competent officials will act in accordance with his ordinances, so that the local governments under their jurisdiction will be harmonious. Over the years, he has been focusing on resisting foreign enemies and industrial and commercial development, and these trivial matters are rarely asked. The most important thing is that the Manchu civil and military seldom reported these things to him. After all, they looked at them as little things among the little things. For this reason, he seemed to be a canary in a cage, and he could only rely on officials to deliver news, and sometimes he was kept in the dark without knowing it. Thinking of this, he sighed slightly, since Fan Zheng reported that he returned to his hometown. The newspaper seems to have changed its taste. Apart from praising the merits, this folk's suffering is rarely published. Yes, this Fan Zheng is a tough one. When he was in the newspapers often published civil lawlessness, which was very deterrent to the powerful and officials. Now the newspaper is still a newspaper, but it seems to be a little different. Qian Defu was a little sorry. Xiaoming gave a wry smile. He used to personally manage the newspaper when government affairs were irregular, but with the improvement of the government affairs system, the newspaper was under the jurisdiction of the established information department. In that case, we will take advantage of this matter to deal with it together. Xiaoming said coldly, let Li San transfer a group of secret guards to stare at this matter, including the supervisory yuan. But I will look at the current situation. What is the officialdom? Yes, the emperor. In response, Qian Defu turned and left. News department. Li Ran welcomed Fu's butler into the newspaper with a flattering smile and settled down in his office. Li Ran asked, what style made manager Zhang visit the news department in person? Zhang Zi smiled faintly and said, this time there is a very important thing to ask Director Li. While speaking, Zhang Zi took out a stack of banknotes from his arms and placed them in front of Li Ran, all of which were banknotes of 1,000 golden dragons. Li Ran was shocked. This stack of banknotes was at least 100, and the total amount was 100,000 golden dragons, which was more than a huge sum of money. What's the matter with Steward Zhang? I will definitely help if I can help. Li Ran left room for shirk. In his opinion, things that require the family to take 100,000 golden dragons to settle, it must be a big deal. In fact, it's nothing. My son-in-law stabbed that student because of a conflict with a poor student at school. My master was worried that this matter would be harmful to the family's reputation when it appeared in the newspaper, so I hope Li Si the director can inform the following newspapers to let them ignore this matter. Zhang Zi said lightly. Li Ran lightly breathed a sigh of relief. He said, that's it. It's easy to say. I just let the following newspapers ignore this matter. As for these dragon coins, please take them back. As long as FJ remembers this matter, just do it. This can't be done, the Lord ordered. The money must be accepted, and the Lord will also help with the activities regarding the deployment of Director Li. Li Ran was overjoyed when he heard this. This news department was really a clean water sect to him. It was thankless, and he had long wanted to leave here. Thank you, and please don't worry, Mr. Zhang, I will send people to send news to various newspapers now. Zhang Zi nodded in satisfaction. Fiji's face is very ugly. Sitting in front of him are his younger brother Niu Pei and his nephew Fu. The two have just told him what Ftong did at school. Have you sent people around? Fiji asked sharply. Fu nodded. Uncle, in order not to damage the reputation of the family, my nephew is already prepared in advance. Please don't worry, Uncle. Fiji's blood was about to spit out. He was obviously questioning, but Fu thought he was asking him to arrange in advance. After taking a deep breath, Fiji said, "You never thought that this matter was a bit strange? Ftong's reputation in school has always been bad. Why would some of the poorest students provoke him?" It stands to reason that this is the case, but it is said that this student has just transferred from another province, and may not know this, Pei said. Fiji frowned. Then this is even more weird. Anyone who is a newcomer who is not a human being with his tail clipped, besides, is still a poor person. From my point of view, this matter is not right. I am afraid that someone has deliberately designed one. Let Ftong drill the trap. Chapter 1055 Morning Assembly. Who is so bold, dare to have trouble with our family? Fe slammed the teacup in his hand on the table. Uncle, do you think that Pang Yukan's group is deliberately targeting us? It's hard to say. Fiji glanced at Fiji, and he remembered something and said, I heard that you are currently doing private schools with a few people. Brother, there is such a thing. You have seen what happened today. These heirs from famous families are really not together with those from ordinary people's homes. Instead of this, we should set up our own school and spend some big money. Excellent teachers are invited to our school to increase tuition, so whether it is a merchant or a powerful person, they will definitely be happy to send their children here. After all, studying here means that they will be able to master strong network resources in the future. Pei is proud. Fu agreed. Uncle, this is also for the benefit of the nobles. Now the emperor has given too much resources to the people, but he is extremely stingy with us, and he is always targeted. He has forgotten that it is our nobles who support him. Nowadays, presumptuous. Fiji was shocked and angry. He glanced around and saw that no one was nearby. He scolded, You are tired of living, and the emperor dared to talk casually. Fu murmured, I'm not the only one who talks in private. Fiji closed his eyes and said, Fu, there is a saying that you are wrong. The world of this emperor was shut down by Pang Yukan and his group. Those of us just ate ready-made food. Because of this, these years I will let Pang Yukan them everywhere. After a pause, he continued, since you are talking about the emperor, do you know when the emperor truly controls the 6 states? Pei and Fu shook their heads at the same time. Starting from killing the wealthy families of the 6 states, Fiji said solemnly, so it is the people of these 6 states that really let the emperor win the world. But later, without the support of nobles like us, how could the emperor dominate the world so quickly? Fu argued. Fiji smiled bitterly and shook his head. He said, at that time, the barbarians were eyeing in the north and might go south at any time. That's why the emperor took my suggestion and adopted a gentle policy to quickly unify the north. Otherwise, the northern tycoons will never survive. Fu's face turned pale when he heard this. These years, King Zhu is prosperous and peaceful, and has forgotten the age of blood and fire. What does that uncle mean? Fu was a little confused. Pang Yukan and his like will definitely not let you build this private school. Perhaps this incident has become an excuse for him to attack us, and the emperor will definitely support him. This time, I am afraid that our family will suffer. Fiji has been in the officialdom for decades. Fighting against you and me in the court is very clear, and you can see the trickiness at a glance. Fu and Pei were shocked. Pei said, why did you say this, brother? Tonga is probably a trick to lead the snake out of the cave. You send people to move around, which is tantamount to being hooked. Now everything is too late. Fu rolled his eyes. He finally figured out what was wrong. He said bitterly, Uncle, can we just sit and wait for death? Tonga is the future head of the family. There was a trace of helplessness on Fiji's face. Over the years, he violated Fiji's family motto not to participate in party disputes, and hugged with the old nobles. In fact, the purpose was to give Fiji a strong family backing, so as to protect the queen and the prince. If it weren't for this, he would have returned home like Liu Oquane, planting flowers, and making grass. But what he didn't expect was that he originally wanted to use the old nobles, but now he is trapped with them, entangled together. And what made him most distressed was the position of the head of the family. He had only one daughter in his life, and the family's seat fell on the side branch. This is nothing, but in his opinion, Pei, Fu, and Ftong are all useless, and F's family is probably going to decline in his generation. With a wry smile, he said, "Go back, you will see the results tomorrow morning." Fpei and Fu were dumbfounded. The next day, the morning session officially started at 8 o'clock. As usual, Xiaoming arrived at the Zhengde Guingming Hall early. Just before 8 o'clock, the guards suddenly escorted dozens of people to the main hall, and all of them looked like ashes, like mourning. When the officials came one after another, they were all amazed. Some of them were gloating and some were anxious. Pang Yukun and Fiji entered the Zhengde Guingming Hall together, and they looked different when they saw this scene. The early morning began, and everyone shouted "Long live!" Xiaoming drew a tie at this time and smiled at everyone. "You King have already seen these guilty people, school officials, news department, school, guard station, newspaper office. It is really a series of investigations. I really opened my eyes. You all said that the feet of the emperor are clean. In my opinion, my feet are not clean at all." Many officials are still at a loss, and Zhang Xingcheng asked, "The emperor, what crime have these people committed?" Xiaoming sneered, and said lightly, "Yesterday, King Zhu Senior Middle School had a very bad time. F's family and son Ftong fought with a poor student because of the seat problem, and finally drew a knife and stabbed the student. After a while, he said, it stands to reason that this incident is big news, but unfortunately, there is no report at all in the newspaper." When was speaking, Xiaoming lit up the newspaper that had just come out today. Li Ran, who was kneeling on the ground, cried out, "The emperor does not report to the official, but the official is worried that this matter will affect the reputation of the court, so he dare not get in the newspaper and ask the emperor to observe it." Pang Yukun was taken aback. He still understood something. It turned out that the preparation Xiaoming said that day was about this incident. After recalling, he said, "Can the reputation of the imperial court be preserved by concealment? You, the director of the information department, can really tell jokes." Xiaoming sneered. He said, "The 100,000 golden dragons are also for the reputation of the imperial court, and for these academics, principals, you deliberately concealed things, made small things small, and made small things in order to conceal without reporting." "Is it an idiot?" scolded Li Ran angrily, and Xiaoming continued, "Qian Fu, read the results of the investigation to them." Qian Fu just walked out with a booklet, reading out Li Ran and others about corruption, taking bribes, and breaking the law and discipline. Hearing this, Li Ran's face suddenly became ashes. He knew he was finished. "Take all of them and deal with them according to the law." Xiaoming glanced at these people in disgust and waved his hand. Then he looked at the officials. "I am very distressed that these officials are rotten, but what makes me more distressed is the cause of this incident. Today, I will talk about it here." Chapter 1056 Chicanery. All the ministers in the Hall of Justice and Brightness held their breath. The air seemed to be condensed, and everyone seemed to be able to hear their own heartbeat. Since Xiaoming's accession to the throne, the empire has conquered a vast territory in the south and the north, so most of the discussions in the courtroom are foreign affairs. Today, so many officials are suddenly punished in front of them, which makes them feel cold behind their backs. After all, how many clean people are in the court? The emperor, the minister, as the head of the family, failed to discipline his clansmen. He deserves death. When everyone was in a state of anxiety, Fiji suddenly knelt down, tears down, and the eyes of the officials all fell on Fiji. Some officials lightly breathed a sigh of relief, while others paled with fright. Xiaoming sneered. Fiji belonged to his father-in-law, but they were even the monarchs and ministers. He said, "In that case, it's up to you to tell the story." Fiji lowered his head, and Xiaoming's tone of business affairs made him even more uncomfortable. Even if he was not implicated this time, the Fiji family would probably be stripped of half of their skin. Hesitated for a while, he was decisively preparing to abandon his to protect the commander. He knew Xiaoming better than any other. The emperor seemed to be careless about the government, but in fact he had a clear heart, and he also had principles that he could not touch. If anyone crosses the red line, it must be unlucky. His family seems to be in the best place now. But if Xiaoming only nods his head, the huge family will probably disappear. Yesterday morning, Sun Fitong, the younger brother of the courtier, had a dispute over the seat of the nobleman and the poor family. He then drew a knife and stabbed this student. After making a big mistake, Fitong not only did not repent, but instead instigated the scholar to go to F's house to ask his father. He used the money in his hands to buy the news department Li Ran, the head of Kingsu Senior High School, and the guard station to suppress the matter. Few did not distinguish between the big and the wrong, and made mistakes. The veteran had already reprimanded them yesterday. As for Fitong, he violated it. Regarding imperial laws, dividends must never be paid, and the emperor should punish them severely. Fiji said in a deep voice. You have heard what Elder Ch said. Xiaoming glanced at the ministers. Today, you may wish to express your opinions on this matter and make it clear. Pang Yukan glanced at Fiji, who was kneeling on the ground, and first went out and said, The emperor, Ftong's injury to others is certainly due to lack of discipline and hegemony. But the deeper reason for this incident is the poor family and the nobles. According to the veteran, the students of Kingsu Senior High School who were born in the poor family were clearly distinguished from the students from the noble family. Privately, there were even the rules of the nobles sitting east and the colder west. After a pause, he said, It seems that Fitong hurt people yesterday by accident, but in fact it is inevitable. In recent years, many students have dropped out of the college because they were unbearable and humiliated. The common people also complained about this injustice. Look at the emperor clearly. Zhang Xingqiang then went out and said loudly, The emperor, this distinction is not only in the school, it is everywhere in the world. The empire has made rapid progress in science and technology over the years, but the thinking of the nobles in the Great Yu country has not changed at all. It's just that with the popularization of education, the wisdom of the people has been developed. If you cannot adapt to local conditions and adapt to the current situation, I am afraid that there will be major disturbances in the future. When the two of them finished their words, the court ministers suddenly began to whisper, with different looks. Jiren slowly stood up at this time and said, The emperor, the duty of the emperor, is to uphold the three of rituals, divisions, and naming. What is the ritual? Jigang is also, it is said that the emperor is the minister and father is the son, husband is the key to wife. What is division? It is only the difference between monarch and minister. What is the name? Gong-u, uncle, and male. Turning around and looking at Pang Yu-kun, Jiren continued, Now that the empire is vast, with thousands of people, all of them are controlled by the emperor, all because the emperor rules the cabinet. The cabinet rules over 100 officials, and 100 officials control the generals. The precious is to face the low, and the low is to inherit the high. Confucius said, Heaven is inferior to the earth, the universe is determined. The inferior is high to Chen, and the noble and the low are in position. Speaking of the position of monarch and minister, the distinction between noble and inferior is still not easy to change. The royal family of husband and Zi is declining, and the princes of the world dare not disrespect, all because of this. Old Ch said that the distinction between noble and inferior is a great gift. The ancient and modern sages must not obey, but also hope that the emperor will think twice. Wang Cheng'ai, Shangshu of the Ministry of Rites, stood up. Xiaoming frowned deeply. If Jiren was placed hundreds of years ago, he might clap his hands and praise, because in that savage and ignorant era, this kind of thinking is needed to maintain the country's rule. But the times are different now. Time has entered the 18th century, and the way of managing the country by relying on scholar bureaucrats and feudal ideas has fallen behind. In the era of the modern era, it is more necessary for the people to unite and exert their potential to make the country and the nation stronger. The pedantic class of scholar officials should have been thrown into the garbage dump of history. In today's court, Jiren and Wang Cheng'ai openly call upon the scholar official class, which makes him extremely angry, because it can be seen that the promotion of new Confucianism must be mixed with a lot of private goods. Forcibly suppressed the anger in his heart, Xiaoming said, Old Ch quoted the scriptures, and there is something in the words, and he does not lose the erudite name, but every word of yours is pulling the empire back. While talking, Xiaoming slapped his arm in angrily and stood up abruptly. When I was the king of Qi, the land of the 6 states was hungry and perished, withered and desolate. It's not that I am good at using people's hearts, being kind to the people, giving them real benefits so as to condense the people's hearts and destroy the wealthy and powerful and rise here. I am afraid that the great Yu country has already been reduced to a racetrack of the barbarians. Since then, I have known the people. To the country, it is like water to a boat. We are just boaters, so beware of all. Walking step by step in front of Jiren and Wang Cheng'ai, Xiaoming circled around the two and said, I have written these principles in Neo-Confucianism. It seems that Zhao hasn't remembered a single word, and what's more, your polite courtesy. If it is so useful, why there are dynasties in history, as well as insurgents and thieves. It can be seen that these are just idiots. What I only remember is that the dynasty will prosper if it obeys the people and perish if it rebels against the people. Xiaoming's words fell, the ministers were all silent, and Yang Cheng'ai's eyes were full of tears. He bowed and said, the words of the emperor moved the ministers. The empire has an emperor, and the people have an emperor is a great fortune. Jiren and Wang Cheng'ai's faces are extremely ugly. Xiaoming is equivalent to giving them 2 mouths naked in front of everyone. With an inexplicable smile at the corner of his mouth, Xiaoming looked at Jiren. Old J, since you have not thoroughly studied Neo-Confucianism, you will go home and study it carefully. When will you be thoroughly studied and comprehend? Come to court again. As for the Ministry of Rights, it's time to withdraw. Wang Cheng'ai's face was pale when he heard the words. His knees softened, and he knelt on the ground with a plop. Download the free reader. Chapter 1057. The world is the public. The emperor, the Ministry of Ritual cannot be abandoned. Wang Cheng'ai trembled and shouted loudly. Xiaoming grunted angrily. Wang Cheng'ai, you and Tang Yuogong, Feiqiu set up a self-interested school, don't you know? As a book of rituals, you not only did not respect the new Confucianism to eliminate the complicated etiquette of the folk, but you were dedicated to deepening the nobility, the estrangement between the younger brother and the younger brother of the poor family. This heart should be punished. Come, take off the official badge worn by Wang Cheng'ai. Was ordered. The guard at the entrance of the hall walked to Wang Cheng'ai and removed the official charm he was wearing. The officials of the empire must wear official talisman in addition to official robes. Once the official talisman is taken off, it means being dismissed. Jiren was euphemistically persuaded by Xiaoming to go home for retirement. Wang Cheng'ai was dismissed from office and the entire Ministry of Rights may have to be abolished. Such a fierce action made the officials very scared. They knew that the emperor would be really moving. Fiji has been kneeling on the ground from beginning to end, and now his forehead is sweaty. He is fortunate that he has made a clear relationship between himself and Fiji in time. Otherwise I am afraid that the unlucky person will have himself among them. After disposing of Jiren and Wang Cheng'ai, Xiaoming returned to his seat and said loudly, I know that there are definitely more than these people who support the establishment of private schools. I also know that there are more than Li Ran officials who are corrupting the law. But Ziqiu, King Zuerai's city is still like this, let alone the whole world. With a long sigh, Xiaoming said, remember, it is not my credit that you can stand in this court today, but the credit to the thousands of hard-working people and soldiers who sacrificed their lives for the country. Having said that, I will interrogate Feitong's case personally, and I will also express my opinion on the distinction between noble and inferior. After pondering for a while, he said, Feitong's injury seems to be just a fight, but it is actually an outbreak of contradictions between the powerful and the poor. Today, it is just 2 fights and fights. In the future, the whole world may kill each other for the prosperity of the empire. Prosperity, for the sake of Qianqiu's foundation, I declare to the world that it is forbidden to establish private schools. The emperor's sage, Pang Yukan, was overjoyed. Zhang Xingcheng said, the emperor, although private school is forbidden, the contradiction between school students still cannot be resolved. The reason is all because of the idea of distinguishing high and low. The minister thought that the status of scholars, farmers, Industry and commerce should be reiterated regardless of high or low decree. Xiaoming nodded. He said, the decree is only one aspect. Practical actions can really solve this problem. Regardless of the law, economy, education, and policies, the various privileges enjoyed by the nobles must be completely cancelled, and equality should be vigorously promoted. Thinking, let the people no longer feel that they are inferior. The most important thing is to break the solidification of the class, so that the people all over the world have a way to rise. Therefore, starting today, the empire's official selection system will change, and it will change drastically. After that, he motioned to Qian Defu. Qian Defu then walked down with his arms, and gave a copy to the officials in the court. Pang Yukan and others took the file and looked at it carefully, and they were suddenly surprised. Imperial Official Selection Examination System. Pang Yukan said, yes, starting from this year, the Empire will fully implement an official selection system. All students with a certificate of completion from various universities are eligible to participate in the official selection examination. Those who pass the examination can be assigned to the government according to their scores and what they have learned in various positions, since some officials don't do things with the Empire's money, then get out and give them to those who do things seriously. Xiaoming said. Yang Cheng'ai said, the Emperor. The examination can only prove a person's knowledge, but it can't prove a person's character. To be a good official, this knowledge and character are indispensable, and even the character should be better. There is something wrong with selecting officials based on knowledge. Xiaoming smiled. He has been thinking about this question all the time. The official selection examination he launched is somewhat similar to contemporary civil service examinations, but it is more than that. Yang Aking's statement is reasonable, so I have prepared two methods. First, those who have passed the test will have a special job to visit their school and their hometown to get the evaluation among their neighbors, friends, and classmates. Anyone who has a bad track cannot be hired. Only those who pass both can be appointed as officials. The Emperor is wise. Yang Cheng'ai felt relieved. In his opinion, the Emperor's actions combined the current imperial examination system and the past system of filial piety and integrity. In this way, while ensuring the level of officials, it can also control the level of morality of officials. Zhang Xingcheng said, if the official selection system is implemented, the powerful children must also pass the examination before they can enter the court. In this way, the underprivileged children will compete with the powerful children on knowledge rather than identity, and if there are no children in the powerful family, entering the officialdom, 1 or 2 generations later, it will decline. This is the circulation of up and down. Officials from poor families in the imperial court are naturally rejoicing about this policy, while those conservative officials are just like mourning, because it means that the literati class will completely disappear. In the past, the scholar official class had almost mastered the resources for reading. The children of the scholar official class could study in private schools, taught by famous people, and had many contacts in the officialdom, which made it easy to get promoted. The opposite was true for the poor. Now that Xiaoming prohibits private schools, this is tantamount to destroying their gesture resources, and the official selection examination is tantamount to destroying their personal connections. After such a toss, the soil for the survival of scholar bureaucrats will completely disappear. When their official career ends, their son may no longer be able to enter the officialdom, and can only go to business, enter the factory, or farm. Xiaoming looked at the attitude of the 100 officials with interest. This was only the first step he took to lead the empire towards modernization. The days to come will be long, and there are still many encouraging reforms to be carried out. But he also has some worries in his heart. This time he has taken the power and wealthy too badly. If it causes a backlash, I am afraid there will be a lot of trouble. But since he has made up his mind, he won't look back again. He dared to risk his life to kill the king's noble family, and now he also dares to fight the current noble family. You King, take back the contents of the decree and read it slowly. What do you think of the bad incident caused by Ftong? Pang Yukan said, the Emperor, Ftong has violated the law. He should be guilty of the same crime with the common people. and he should be punished with the crime of attempted murder. Relying on the imperial law, Ftong was exiled for 3,000 miles and served in hard labor. Page should conduct a thorough investigation and be punished with the result. Xiaoming looked at Fiji. Old Ft, what do you think? Fiji was already soaked in cold sweat. He wiped the cold sweat and said, the old official thought that Pang Shufu's words were extremely correct. I hope that the emperor will punish him heavily. Xiaoming smiled with satisfaction, and all his goals in this incident were achieved. 898 Chapter 1058 Chill out of the Zengda Guangming Temple. Fiji could not help but squeeze a cold sweat. Although Ftong was exiled, Fpei and Fu may also be punished, but at least he and Fpei had a clear line in advance, so he was only reprimanded by Xiaoming in the court, but the official position was not shaken. For him, this is a blessing in misfortune, because he could see that this incident was planned by Xiaoming from beginning to end, with the purpose of killing chickens and monkeys. After all, he is famous all over the world, he can move the powerful family. But there is anyone in this world who can't move. Outside the door, the carriage of Fiji House was already waiting. After getting on the carriage, Fiji repeatedly urged the coachman to go back. He had to find a way to ventilate let her blow the wind in her ears, and let Xiaoming calm down, otherwise he would take it. I'm afraid it will be uncomfortable in the coming days. It's just that his carriage didn't go far. Suddenly a carriage overtook one side, the bead curtain opened, and Jiren smiled. Why did Ft go in such a hurry? Isn't it like the old man went to the Peach Blossom Villa outside the city for a few drinks? Jiren said with a smile. Fiji showed a polite smile, and he said, thank you, Ch, for your kind invitation. It's just that Fiji suffers from this disaster and there are many chores to deal with. I forgive you. If this is the case, Ch will not be difficult for others, but if Ch is free, he can go to Peach Blossom Villa at any time. Ch must be accompanied. Fiji still had a smile on his face. He arched his hand and put down the bead curtain. At this time, he didn't want to be involved with Jiren anymore. He had a hunch that this time the matter might have to be a fuss. In another carriage, Jiren snorted softly when he saw the bead curtains of Fiji falling. He said to Wang Cheng'ai, who was sitting in the carriage, I want to be in Chang'an. He still looked at the face of the old man in the court. I didn't expect the old man to behave in a humble attitude towards him now. Wang Cheng'ai didn't seem to hear what Jiren was talking about. He was stupid. He thought to himself, the Ministry of Ritual is gone, and the Ministry of Ritual is gone. Wang Cheng'ai, is a sinner of the ages. Jiren frowned, and suddenly an anger surged on his face. He raised his hand and gave Wang Cheng'ai a mouth. He said, you're still my student, isn't it just a book of courtesy? Lost it, as for it's like losing my soul. Wang Cheng'ai recovered from the slap in the face. Covering his hot face, he cried and said, Teacher, it is not that the students are not unworthy. This ritual ministry has never been abolished in all dynasties, but today it is destroyed in the hands of students. What kind of face stands in the world? With a sneer, Jiren said, this Ministry of Rites will be abolished sooner or later. You haven't read the content of Neo-Confucianism. The emperor said that rituals are red tape, and everything should be kept simple. Since it is simple, what's the use of your rites? This taking advantage of you to commit such a big mistake. There is an excuse for abolition. Hey, I had known that today, I would not have any private school with F's family, and Tang Yuogong. Wang Cheng'ai regretted inexplicably. Jiren stroked his beard and said lightly, wrong, this time the abolition of the Ministry of Rites is a trivial matter, and the distinction between noble and inferior is a major matter. The Taoist decree takes effect, which is tantamount to the end for our family. Wang Cheng'ai was shocked. He asked, Teacher, what should I do? My dog is an adult. I planned to find a position in the court through the teacher's recommendation. If it were to follow the emperor's decree, the matter would be ruined. It is so, not only your royal family, but also many official families have lost their way. The emperor's trick is really cruel. Wang Cheng'ai shook his head with a pained expression on his face. If the dog can't enter the court hall, won't the Wang family have to rely on a few acres of thin fields to survive and the future? No, no. Jiren sees Wang Cheng'ai, who is insane in his eyes. Among all his students, Wang Cheng'ai has the essence of his thinking, but he has a significant shortcoming that he is extreme. Now this incident has obviously stimulated Wang Cheng'ai. His official position has been lost, and now his son may not be able to enter the officialdom. For a person like him who comes from an official family, this difference in status is difficult to accept. It's like people who are accustomed to living a rich life go through hard times. The carriage went for a few more miles and stopped at number 308, Kingsu South Street. In order to facilitate electricity and water charges, after the walls of the private square were removed, each household was given a house number to facilitate management. Wang Cheng'ai lived there. Here, since there is no official position, I have to think about how to live. After all, Jiren closed the window and left, leaving only Wang Cheng'ai with a decadent face. Royal Study Room. Xiaoming went to the court and criticized the memorial here. Not long after, the Empress Dowager was helped by Fu to the Imperial Study Room. Seeing the two of them, Xiaoming frowned and said to Fu, "I said that you are in charge of the inner palace and you should not be involved in the affairs of the government. If you come here with your mother to beg Ftong, you should save it." Fu's face paled. Xiaoming had never reprimanded her in such a harsh tone. She was aggrieved and said, "Father did send someone to send a letter to his concubines. But how can his concubines not understand foreign relatives' political affairs?" Woman, so immediately sent someone to reject her father. If the emperor doesn't believe it, you can ask Luluo, she was there at the time. Concubine Zen patted Fu's hand at this time, and she said to Xiaoming, "The emperor, I happened to be in the queen's palace today. I only came here when I learned about the affairs of the court. It was not to give Fitong this Nisa intercedes." Xiaoming lightly breathed a sigh of relief. In modern times, he hates family businesses the most, because any relatives of the boss can fake their reputations. The officials are not big, but they have a lot of control. Now in governing the country, he naturally does not like the inner palace to do politics. "It seems that I am thinking too much." Xiaoming returned to smile, but Fu was still a bit wronged, so don't ignore him. Concubine Zen shook her head helplessly. She said to Xiaoming, "The emperor, this time I am here just to remind you to be careful. Although you changed your country name to remove the old and welcome the new, the country used to be great for hundreds of years. The disadvantages of accumulating are not so easy to remove. The child understands it, but the accumulated abuse is like dust on the table. If it is not cleaned, it will accumulate more and more. Instead of doing this, it is better to wipe it often. This is the truth. But it is easy to hurt the body if the medicine is too strong. In this 1,000 years of history, more than one emperor has died because of harming the interests of the rich and powerful. The mother and the queen are just worried about your safety." Xiaoming's face changed. He understood that the queen mother cared about him as his mother's concern for her son, but these words still made him feel cold. Chapter 1059 Waves. I don't know when. Flakes of snowflakes from the sky and fall to the ground. Looking up at the grey sky, Xiaoming felt a little emotional. For him, another year has passed, and this is also the 15th year since he came to this world. According to the modern calendar, it should be the end of 1714. Unknowingly, more than 10 years have passed since the 18th century. After thanking her mother for her concern, the child will keep it in her heart. In the face of Zenf's worried eyes, Xiaoming said with relief, "In any era, change requires great courage, because it will inevitably damage the interests of some groups. But if they do not damage their interests, the interests of the empire will suffer serious losses." Xiaoming didn't know that the decree he issued would make the conflict between him and the powerful and powerful. But if he did not take decisive measures, all he had done for the empire over the years would be wedding dresses for others. Comes from modern times. He has experienced the rise and fall of contemporary great powers. The Soviets, once a pole in the world, disintegrated in a blink of an eye and turned into clouds of the past. This is enough to show that powerful force and advanced technology are not a panacea. The most important thing is the stability of the empire system to ensure that there is no chaos within the empire. But now everything Wang Cheng'ai is doing is a time bomb. As the people of the empire become more civilized, this distinction between high and low will inevitably cause chaos. It is because of this that he will take decisive measures. Because the situation continues to develop, the war between the powerful and the poor will be inevitable. For this reason, it is better to slowly weaken the various rights of the nobles and finally resolve this contradiction gently. But as Zenfei said, in this way, he will bear the dissatisfaction and resentment from the nobles. Fixedly glanced at Xiaoming, Zenf sighed lightly, because she saw that Xiaoming was only dealing with her, and he would continue this matter eventually. Shook her head slightly, she pulled Fua and turned away. Watching the two leave, Xiaoming's brows stretched slightly. At this time, Qian Defu said, "The Emperor." The Empress Dowager's words are not unreasonable. From now on, the Emperor must be careful. After all, this time the Emperor is going to deal with someone, but a large group of people. After clenching his fists, Xiaoming walked out the door and bathed himself in the cold wind. He said loudly, "I have risen in a poverty-stricken land of 6 states. I have fought south and north, and killed countless people. Now this throne is in the blood of the sword. Those killed out of the sea, I didn't get the Golden Horde, but also Goryeo, and the Japanese kingdom. Isn't it true that I won't be able to kill the younger generations? They had better not annoy me, otherwise I would let them understand what it is. Living hell." Qian Defu was shocked by Xiaoming's words. Looking at the increasingly mature emperor in front of him, there was a burst of passion in his heart. The emperor is right. The emperor has never been afraid of anyone in the past 10 years. With a sneer at the corner of his mouth, Xiaoming said to Qian Defu, "Let Luf and Kui Shannon come to see me immediately." Qian Defu's heart sank. He understood that Xiaoming had to make arrangements in advance this time. If there were to be troubles, the Imperial Army's guns would probably be aimed at these troubled nobles. Answered, Qian Defu immediately entered the telegraph room and sent telegrams to Lif and Kui Shannon respectively. Wang family courtyard. Not long after Jiren left, a heart-piercing cry suddenly came out here, and all the people around were attracted by the movement here. The new home bought by Zhu Liu was just across from the Wang's compound. After hearing the crying, he went to the Wang's house. Because they are right, the Zhu family is also a big family in King Zhu. Wang Cheng'ai and Zhu Liu often move around each other, and the two can be said to be acquaintances. What's wrong? What happened? Zhu Liu walked to the place where the Wang family was, looked inside the room, and suddenly broke into a cold sweat. It turned out that there was a person hanging on the beam at this time. It was not someone else, but Wang Cheng'ai, the official book of the Ministry of Rites, and Zhu Liu suddenly broke into a cold sweat. "Wangs, what's the matter with this?" Zhu Liu stammered, obviously terrified, "and a ritual minister committed suicide at home." This is a remarkable event. The thin young man kneeling and crying in front of the door was Wang Cheng'ai's eldest son, Wangs. He said in tears, "After returning home, my father was in a trance. He just said that the Ministry of Rites is gone. He is a sinner from the ages, and the emperor won't give it to him." The Wang family stayed alive. Later we learned that he was removed from office by the emperor, and the official talisman on his body was also taken off. Later, he asked me to get a pot of wine to accompany him for a few drinks, but after I brought the wine back, he hangs himself. Knowing the cause and effect, Zhu Liu sighed, and said, "Hey, this is not enough. Yu Ming has been deposed by the emperor for several years, and he is not still good now. Why bother? Maybe the emperor is in a good mood." Was recalled again. Wangs cried bitterly, "My father has always been extremely good-faced, and his temperament is extreme. He is so humiliated by the emperor. He must be extremely angry in his heart. Blame me. I should have thought of it." Zhu Liu wanted to say something, but he opened his mouth and found that he couldn't say anything. He couldn't blame the emperor for dismissing Wang Cheng'ai. After all, this is a government, and there is no need for him to be a businessman. Can't stand the crush of the little finger of the emperor. After a few more words of consolation, Zhu Liu turned around and left. At this time, the alarmed officials came to Wang's house one after another. They were quite emotional to see Wang Cheng'ai hanged himself. Zhu Liu understood the cause and effect. Although he sympathized with Wang Cheng'ai's death, He extremely supported the decision of the current emperor. Although he is still a big family in King's, his children will still be bullied by these nobles at school. After all, the people, agriculture, industry and commerce only make the four classes equal in the law, but it can still be clearly felt in the daily thinking. Besides, Wang Cheng'ai is a talented person who reads poems and books, but his son Wang's is an outright profligate boy. If such a person becomes an official, the local people will definitely be harmed. After returning home, Zhu Liu's wife, Song Shi, came over and asked, "What's wrong with the other side?" "The ghost is crying and howling, right?" "Sit down and take a sip of tea." Zhu Liu, who was thinking about it, spit out the tea with a puff and said with a smile, "This will let you know, Wang's father is dead." After all, he talked about the whole story. Song clan sighed. It is said that this companion is like a companion tiger. This matter is really fulfilled today. Hey, no wonder our eldest brother said that it is not easy to work with the emperor. Of course. The emperor holds the power of life and death in the world. Whoever wants to die will die. Whoever wants to live will live. This Wang Cheng'ai also asked for it. He makes the emperor unhappy. Can the emperor make him happy? Download the free reader. Chapter 1060 Face Difficulties. Yush Hufang, Luf and Kui Shannon looked different. They had just read the decree that Xiaoming would advertise tomorrow. The emperor. This decree is really wonderful. It has the courage of the emperor and the general to pacify the Luzu noble family. Before, the general garrison did not have much feelings outside. This time I returned to Kingzhou and found this horizontal overbearing noble child in Kingzhou. It's crazy. Now it's time to clean up them. Xiaoming laughed heartily. In the army, he trusted Luf the most. After all, the two were old partners for more than 10 years. Kui Shannon was silent for a while, and he said, "The emperor, this decree will offend all the nobles. Without the iron rice bowl, wouldn't they want to make trouble?" Chaos. Humphrey. Let them ask me if the gun in Luf's hand can answer. Luf glared his eyes. Kui Shannon asked, "Don't you want your son to successfully enter the army to find a job?" "If that Wang Barlozi has the ability, he will be admitted by himself, and he will go home to farm if he is not capable. Luf will not leave useless people in the army to waste food." Luf's decisive words made Kui Shannon eat a fly. He turned his face to seek Xiaoming a little displeased, and carefully explained. The emperor, in the end, it is not that he wants to plead for the nobles, but that he is worried that the emperor will offend too many people. There will be civil strife. As for me, Kui Shannon also supports the emperor. Don't talk about duplicity. Of course, I know that this will offend many people. You Kui Shannon must also be reluctant to bear these privileges, but I am telling you now, not willing to make small gains now. In the future, you may lose your wealth. After a pause, he said, "This time I asked you to come for this. After you go back, you must give orders to the major military regions so that they are ready to respond to emergencies." Luf, as the commander of the Central Army, responsible for the safety of the 6 states, you must be more vigilant, strengthen prevention and control, and also pay attention to your own safety. "My lord, will things be so serious?" Xiaoming's words made Luf feel that the matter seemed serious. "Everything is hard to say now. After tomorrow's decree is issued, things can be big or small. The best case is that the nobles accept it safely. The worst case is that someone wants to cause trouble. Everyone in this world knows that you are my confidant and they move. No matter what, I might be able to do something to disarm me." Kui Shannon believed that he was the eldest son of Huainan Kingdom. He also had a lot of experience in this respect. He said, 10 years ago, when the father and the emperor were going to expedition to the west, not all the Huainan elites were in favor. To prevent the western expedition, they tried all means at the time, even colluding with each other to intend on rebellion. At a dinner, a singer arranged by a wealthy clan tried to assassinate the father. If the father had martial arts, then Huainan might not be able to follow the emperor. Luf's face became more and more ugly. These insidious and cunning people, if they dare to disadvantage the emperor, I, Luf, must destroy his 9 clans. Xiaoming waved his hand, and said, "It's still too early to say this. You must be prepared when you go back." "Yes. The Emperor. The two said simultaneously. The two were about to leave. At this time, Qian Defu hurriedly entered the imperial study room and said directly, "The Emperor, something has happened. Wang Cheng'ai is dead." "What?" Xiaoming was slightly surprised. Qian Defu nodded and said, "According to the news from the secret guard, Wang Cheng'ai hanged himself after returning home." Now many officials have heard of his Wang family. Luf and Kui Shannon already knew the news that Wang Cheng'ai was deposed and the Ministry of Rights was abolished. The two looked at each other, and Kui Shannon said, "The Emperor, Wang Cheng'ai still has some influence in the official family. His death may be detrimental to the Emperor's decree." What Kui Shannon said was exactly what Xiaoming thought. Wang Cheng'ai's death would be fine, but it wouldn't be good if it was used by someone with great care. It is estimated that soon someone will write down and say that the New Deal killed Wang Cheng'ai. This Wang Cheng'ai's death is too strange. There are many officials who have been dismissed in this court. Why does he have to think about it? Lu frowned. Xiaoming also had some doubts. Although Wang Cheng'ai was a pedantic person, he didn't need to fight with his life. After all, in the current empire, as long as you are not lazy, it is easy to lead a prosperous life, not to mention that his Wang family still has a lot of land. Even if Wang Cheng'ai is dead, this decree still has to be implemented. If I lower my head today, I am afraid that in the future, this decree will only be implemented when the world rises up. Xiaoming's eyes are determined. He has long lost the benevolence of women. It is a pity that Wang Cheng'ai died, but the national policy cannot be shaken just because of his death. The next day, news about Ftong's crimes, the abolition of noble privileges, and the official selection system was officially advertised in the newspapers. For a time, it stirred up waves among the people. In the machinery factory, Lin Wentao smiled as he read the contents of the newspaper. He said to the technicians around him, "Look, the Emperor is still our Emperor. No more capital arrogance." The crowd gathered around and became excited when they saw the content in the newspaper. The Emperor really did a great thing this time. If you want to apply for an official exam, you must have a formal Imperial College graduation certificate. In this way, those noble children, they have to go from elementary school to college graduation just like us, and can no longer show off their private school but not. They used to rely on official relations to be able to cram their children into officialdom. There is no drama right now, but those of us who come from a humble background and who are willing to study steadily can enter the officialdom. In my opinion, the officialdom in the future will eventually belong to our poor students. That's right. Plus the Emperor strictly forbids the nobles to enjoy privileges in all aspects this time, and emphasizes that the nobles are treated equally before the law, and the nobles may disappear completely in the future. The discussion in the research room became more and more intense. Lin Wentao gave a light cough at this time and said, "Since the Emperor loves his people so much, for our sake, don't you work hard to make the internal combustion engine apply as soon as possible?" The technical people laughed and laughed. This kind of smile came from the heart. When they were in school, they always felt that the nobles were superior. Now that the decree is launched, they feel that the nobility is nothing special, and the future empire can only rely on their own ability to live dazzlingly. With this idea, they are immediately energetic, because for them a better and better era is coming! Chapter 1061 Misfortune's House. Jiren slammed the newspaper to the ground and stomped heavily. He thought that the death of Wang Cheng'ai yesterday would make Xiaoming reconsider the harm caused by this decree, but he did not expect that Xiaoming would be so decisive. He still announced the decree this morning. "Eldridge, see it. The Emperor has made it clear that people will not survive." A middle-aged man in his 40s is drinking morning tea beside Jiren, with a hint of sarcasm on his face. Jiren squinted at the middle-aged man. This man is his old friend from the south. He was also a famous Confucian in the south, but his status plummeted after the introduction of Neo-Confucianism in the empire. Later in life, he arrived in King's, saying that he wanted to study Neo-Confucianism with him, so he took it under his command and arranged for him a school to teach Neo-Confucianism. So what? This world is his. What he says is what he says. who dares not follow?" Jiren said angrily. "Although he is in the cabinet, he is the one with the lowest status and the least real power in the cabinet. Other people are in power, in charge of industry, economy, and government, but his jurisdiction is only the world's Confucian school, responsible for overthrowing the Confucianism he has studied for most of his life and promoting new Confucianism. The most important thing is that the more new Confucianism is promoted, the more he understands one thing, that is, his status is getting lower and lower. Everyone in Confucianism was highly respected in the past, and the emperors of the past dynasties almost invited them to the court as officials, and did not dare to offend them easily. The officials in the court did not dare to make trouble in front of him. It can be said that even if they are not in the court, they have a great influence on the court, but new Confucianism is not the case at all, because this is a pure doctrine. It no longer has the power to influence state affairs and govern the country. It is far behind Confucianism. At this time, Ji, who thought he only needed to change the soup but not the medicine, suddenly realized that he had fallen into the pit Xiaoming dug. "So this is the harm of the supreme imperial power," Ren he said lazily. Jiren frowned. "What do you say?" Taking a sip of tea, Ren he said, "In the past few years, I used to bridge the trade between Western businessmen and domestic businessmen. I have a little understanding of the imperial power of their country. Although their country also has an emperor, their emperor can't. It's up to you to be foolish." Jiren heard the words and suddenly warned, "How do you sound familiar to me?" "Of course you are familiar, because the Merchants' Council used to say that before. They asked to restrict the emperor's rights. But it was a pity that Xiaoming was eventually annihilated." Ren he said with a smile. Bold. Jiren almost jumped up like a cat with its tail stepped on. "This Merchant Council is a heresy. Anything that touches the Merchant Council will be unlucky," he said. "Ren he, I pity you for your desolation. Only then will you take you in and give you a bite to eat. But I didn't expect you to harm me." Ren he also put aside his smile at this time. He stood up and faced Jiren. "Brother J, you don't have to test each other. If I hurt you, why wait until now? Just tell the truth about the last secret melodies. This is the Confucian school's private goods." Jiren's complexion changed, then smiled. "The old man is just a joke, just a joke." Ren sat down again, and said at this moment, "You and I have known each other for many years. How can I not know what you think now? Now that this decree is implemented, Yu's family may gradually disappear from the court." After a pause, he said, "In recent years, the emperor has issued a lot of such decrees. These decrees have made the empire a lot stronger, but they came at the expense of our interests. With the vast territory, we still can't get benefits from these lands. Isn't Brother J no complaints about these?" Jiren's eyes were deep, and he said, "What if you are not reconciled?" Now all officials praise him as the Emperor of the Ages. Since we are the Emperor of the Ages, we shouldn't be willful. Only by restricting imperial power can our interests be protected. Ren he said, "Limit the Emperor's power?" Jiren suddenly laughed. "Are you talking about laughing? Who can restrict the Emperor's power in this empire?" Ren sneered, and he said, "This needs to be contested. Do you expect the emperor to limit his own rights? How did the parliaments of Western countries come from? Don't you never think about it?" Jiren was taken aback. In fact, with the empire's foreign warfare, everyone has already known what Western countries look like. They naturally know the current situation in countries around the world. This world is not only the West, and it turns out that the empire under the emperor is stronger than the West. "How do you explain this?" Jiren said. "Because of technology. If the West also has empire-like technology, the empire may not be able to take advantage of European countries now." Ren he bewitched. Jiren suddenly laughed at this time. "What is the purpose of your advocating European countries like this? Although the emperor's decree has harmed the interests of many people, it is impossible for Jiren to do things like eating inside and out." Novel.com. Ren he glanced at Jiren somewhat unexpectedly. He smiled and said, "Brother J is joking. I am also a member of the Empire. How can I do such a boneless thing? I am just for the Empire." 10,000 nobles regret it. "Now that the implementation of the decree is a certainty, I am afraid your life will be difficult in the future." Speaking of this, Jiren's mood suddenly became bad, and now he was driven home by Xiaoming in disguise, and his experience was basically exactly the same as Wang Cheng'ai, which made him lose face. When he thought of this, he felt that Ren He's words were somewhat reasonable. This decree will definitely make the nobles dissatisfied, but the emperor's authority is too high. I am afraid that no one can stop it, and no one dares to stand out. Ren He saw that Jiren's expression eased, and he continued, "Brother, there is no need to rush about this matter. Now that the imperial people's wisdom has been opened up, you only need to use it for a little bit to achieve unexpected results. Just in the Confucian school the influence is huge, and you only need to continue to promote Neo-Confucianism. After these days of research, brother, you found that this Neo-Confucianism has made Xiaoming, and he can also make him a cocoon. Only when the time is right, the joint nobles will be able to successfully restrict the imperial power so that each of his decisions must be approved by most nobles before they can be implemented." "Oh, really?" Jiren has never studied Neo-Confucianism seriously, and Ren He's words surprised him a little. "There is nothing wrong. If I don't believe me, I can come one by one for brother. But before that, brother must calm down and let the nobles avoid conflict with the emperor." Ren He said. Chapter 1062 Dark Child. "Brother Ren, please say." Sitting down in the main hall, Jiren personally added some tea to Ren He, with a respectful appearance. Gently stroked his beard, Ren He said, "After so long of research, I found that compared with the previous Confucianism, New Confucianism is only a removal of the dogma of the 3 outlines and 5 constants. In addition, it denies the theory of gods and ghosts that are opposed to technology. In other words, the main purpose of this New Confucianism is to allow the people of the empire to accept technology and popularize technology, while at the same time letting people no longer be bound by Confucian dogma, and from then on, they can do whatever they want within the scope of the empire's laws." Jiren nodded. Ren He analyzed well. However, Xiaoming personally overthrew Confucianism and denied the doctrine of gods and ghosts. This is tantamount to denying the heavenly conferment of monarch power. In this way, he, the emperor, is no longer the emperor. In this way, he is no longer the emperor. Same. Why is he alone in this world? Yes, since he is not the emperor, why should the empire respect him like a god? Jiren's eyes narrowed. But after thinking of something, he slumped. Just so what, even if he is not the emperor, but the power of the empire is in his hands? Who can oppose him? Ha ha ha. There was a trace of mystery in Ren He's smile. He got up and walked a few steps back and forth, and said in a deep voice, "Yes, no one can oppose him now. The reason is that everyone fearing the supreme power in his hands, the nobles, are just daring to be angry and not daring to speak. But this incident must have planted resentment in their hearts. As long as the time is right, this resentment opportunity will burst out." "Read a book?" After a pause, he continued, "According to my observations, in addition to the nobility, many giants are actually quite dissatisfied with Xiaoming. Although the empire has been booming in industry and commerce these years, most of the market dividends obtained through wars have been lost. King's Chamber of Commerce took it. Merchants can only eat some leftovers after the Chamber of Commerce. You and I all know that merchants are profit-seeking in nature, and they can do anything for profit. If they promise to carve up the market as much as possible in the future, you say they will support our actions to restrict imperial power? Of course I will be happy," Jiren said without hesitation. The emperor himself said that if there are 3 times the profit, the merchants will take risks and do anything. Moreover, this benefit is more than 3 times. If they promise to limit the seat of imperial power, how many? I am afraid they will be more eager for this position. Rian clapped his hands. "It seems that Brother J has become acquainted, and that's the truth. But these are the ideas of you and me, and they cannot be realized now. After all, Xiaoming is so powerful. No one has the courage." "Yes, I guess that the business council has already moved many people's minds, but Xiaoming's position is too stable. These thoughts can only be hidden in my heart. If you want to touch this mind, I'm afraid you will have to wait until the next generation of kings enthroned. This is not necessarily true. It is only necessary for Zhao to promote Neo-Confucianism with all his strength, so that the people of the empire will fully accept the ideas of Neo-Confucianism and the people's wisdom will be expanded. Maybe we still have a chance. After all, the people in this world are very easy to fool. We just need to be here. Just add some private goods to Neo-Confucianism. What kind of private goods? Jiren asked. Naturally is freedom and equality, and the humanistic spirit. Didn't Xiaoming want to equalize the people, agriculture, industry and commerce? We will use this to inculcate these ideas to the people. Even if we are discovered at that time, we will only act according to his ideas, but it is too much. He can't hold us accountable. He smirked, and once the people generally accept these ideas, then we will confuse the nobles and businessmen to use these upright banners, and then use to believe this people, so our goal can be achieved. Well, yes. Jiren suddenly realized, the guns are indeed in Xiaoming's hands, but as a former Confucian, our influence in the people is still strong. Since Xiaoming is not kind, don't blame us for being unjust. Old Ji's words are serious. We are not going to rebel, but for the long-term stability of the empire. The emperor is a great talent, but sometimes he will make mistakes. What we want is the right of everyone to prevent him from making mistakes. That's it. Jiren nodded slowly. Listening to the emperor's words is better than studying for 10 years. In that case, I will now confess my mistakes to the emperor with a book. If there is no accident, I can resume my post. Brother Ji is really smart. As the saying goes, water drops through rocks and gathers sand to form towers. If we want to achieve our goal, we have to take our time. He said. Jiren's brows stretched out, and he called the housekeeper to take the pen and ink, and immediately wrote a memorial and submitted it. In the imperial study, Li San is reporting to Xiaoming the reaction of the nobles in Kingzhou City after the newspaper was published. Our people said that Princess Binduong seemed to have little reaction to this decree, just like facing an ordinary decree. Song Yuogong complained a bit, but did not vehemently oppose it. Tang Yuogong was reigned by the emperor because of his involvement in the private school. Blame, don't dare to criticize. Among the three kings of Huainan, King Yong, and King Ruiyang, after watching it, King Huainan reportedly laughed for a long time and King Yong and King Ruiyang also had a lot of criticism. One by one, the nobles' reactions were fed back to Xiaoming, and he had a care in his heart. Now Wang Xuan is in charge of the overseas intelligence system, and Li San is in charge of the domestic intelligence system. Like the emperors of the past, Xiaoming couldn't be 100% assured of his courtiers. After all, the human heart is full of flesh, and everyone has their own ideas, especially when the various theories of the empire are booming. Therefore, if he wants to see the world clearly, he needs to have a pair of eyes and ears in the empire. This is Li San's responsibility. Otherwise, what his empire is like can only be reflected in the memorial, but he cannot get the full picture. It seems that most people are dissatisfied. After listening to Li San's words, Xiaoming frowned. The resources of the secret guard are limited. He can't monitor all the nobles, but can only supervise some important nobles. Now Li San's feedback, they are all important people. Although this is the case, the complaints were returned to the complaints. They finally accepted it. It can be seen that they still did not dare to conflict with the emperor on this matter. Li San said with a smile. Then his face changed, and he suddenly said, but now it seems that more and more people are aware of the existence of the secret guard, and they have acted a lot more carefully. Many times the secret guard cannot spy on what they are doing. For example, in the morning, Jiren and all the subordinates were distracted, which made it impossible for us to know his reaction. As soon as his voice fell, Qian Defu walked in and handed a memorial to Xiaoming! Chapter 1063 Civilianization. This Jiren is a horror at first, and the lower official never understood why the emperor kept him. Li San's impression of Jiren is not very good. Although he hasn't grasped what Jiren has done that is not good for the empire, he is so careful that he always has doubts in his heart. I don't want to keep him. But this kind of person is still very useful. At least he has a good effect in promoting Neo-Confucianism. If it is an ordinary person, neither the people nor the officials will accept Neo-Confucianism. This is the fact that Jiran had a huge influence among Confucian scholars in the past. Since he followed the emperor to promote New Confucianism, many Confucian scholars had to follow suit. After all, Jiran used to be a pivotal figure in Confucianism, setting an example for Confucian scholars in the world. Xiaoming nodded. Confucianism can be said to be the state religion in the former's Great Chongqing, and in the process of establishing the empire, it inherited the legacy of Great Chongqing, rather than pushing everything back like the true founding emperor. This is the reason why the empire has left so many problems. This Confucianism is one of the legacy. In fact, he did not completely abolish Confucianism. He just took the method of removing its dregs and taking its essence to make the Confucianism that pulls back the empire into a positive force. Therefore, I will use him. It is not only my personal preference to govern the country. He can achieve my goals the most, and it is worthwhile to give him the position of Elder Pavilion, Xiaoming said. Then he glanced at Jiran's memorial and continued, but you still have to keep staring at his every move. From this incident, it is enough to see that Jiran is still a two-faced one and cannot be taken lightly. Yes, the emperor, Li San said with a bow, gave Li San an order, and the two talked about other information about the empire, and Xiaoming let Li San go back. After Li San disappeared in the imperial study room, Qian Defu said, "The emperor, it seems that this decree did provoke most of the nobles. The Empress Dowager's words still make sense. The emperor should be careful. No one has the power to rebel, and they themselves know very well. Under such circumstances, I am afraid that they will adopt more covert schemes, including murdering you, the emperor. So I want to strengthen the security of the imperial palace," Xiaoming said with a smile. Qian Defu is still more accurate. Through the two subversive measures of military reform and political reform, he now holds the power of the empire firmly. Hold it in your hands. And even if the nobles were dissatisfied with this policy, they would not have the power to cause trouble through force. At most, they would call him unreasonable and foolish. But precisely because they can't take an incentive method to oppose him, they will take secret actions to undermine the decree he issued. In the future, the conflicts surrounding the privileges of the old nobles will probably have to fight for some time. In fact, the purpose of his decree this time is not to completely eliminate the nobles, because he understands that the old nobles will disappear, and the new nobles will be reborn. Throughout the ages, a small group of people has the majority rights, and a small group of people owns the majority. For the vast majority of wealth, as long as private ownership exists, it is impossible for mankind to establish a Datong society. This is the pyramidal social structure of mankind after the birth of private ownership. But even so, the solidified pyramid structure is terrible. He just wants to make the pyramid fluid. The common people can enter the top of the pyramid by studying hard, and the people at the top will naturally decline to the bottom without working hard. Rather than retaining the situation where the Great Yu Kingdom used the power of the empire to support the entire imperial family, the rich and powerful family monopolized resources and relied on exploiting the common people to pass on for thousands of years. After all, if this state is maintained, the entire society will lack vitality, which is why it was once big. The reason why Chongqing has fallen behind the West for so many years. It is naturally necessary to strengthen the safety of the palace, and in the future, the emperor's meals will be tasted by the old slaves, Qian Defu said seriously. Hearing these words, Xiaoming frowned. Sometimes the reality is so cruel. If he died in a foreign war, he would be honored, but if he was poisoned to death, he would be aggrieved. The fact is now it is estimated that many people want him to die, and now there are more people after this decree was implemented. Regardless of whether he led the empire towards prosperity or not, now he has touched the cake of others. He is the mortal enemy in the eyes of these people. After all, no matter how the history develops, there will always be a group of people who only regard their own gold and silver mountains, regardless of the country and the people. Life and death. It's hard for you, but now there are fewer and fewer people around me that I can trust. This lonely family describes it appropriately. Xiaoming smiled bitterly. Qian Fu laughed. The old slave has no children and no worries in his entire life, so he can only use his own body to promise the country and serve the emperor, so as to save his reputation in the future. Hearing this, Xiaoming suddenly laughed, and he said to Qian Fu, "No problem. In the future, I will set up an imperial heroic pavilion, so that you will be among them, so that future generations will pay respect." Qian Fu turned red with excitement. He used to be a scholar, but his fate was in such a situation. But he had a knack for martial arts and wanted to sell the imperial family. In this way, the old slave will die without regret. Tears flickered in Qian Fu's eyes. Xiaoming patted Qian Fu on the shoulder. At this time, since he came into this world, there are very few people around him who can truly trust him. Qian Fu has done the most tiring work since he followed him to establish the foundation of the 6 states, with the least return. It is precisely because of this that he will take more care of his relatives. Some people say that the emperor is ruthless, but the human heart is full of flesh and blood. That is just a cold-blooded decision from outsiders to the emperor. Was talking gossip at this time, a young arrived at the door, bowed and said, "Emperor, Pang Shufu is here." "Let him come in." Xiaoming said. Pang Yukun, the decree against the nobles, was the initiator. On that day, when he mentioned the private school, he had the intention to attack Pei and his gang. Xiaoming just took advantage of the trend, so he lost the support of some old aristocrats, but got the full support of Pang Yukun and this group of upstarts. Compared with people like Pei, Tang Yuogong, and Pang Yukun who have followed him for a long time, they have been thoroughly assimilated by him. Although they are also real nobles, they are quite low-key. They treat the people as equals and can be said to be very close to the people. This is what he asked other nobles to follow, but it is a pity that Pang Yukun's behavior is out of place in the eyes of Pei, and they have never looked down upon them. The emperor, Pang Yukun, seemed a little bit ashamed. He said, "After the decree was published in this newspaper, many nobles could vent their grievances on the subordinate officials coming to the palace along the way. The subordinate officials received a lot of blindness." Download free reader. Chapter 1064 Monarchy. This is what you deserve. Do you think I really don't know what you think in your heart? Sat down, Xiaoming took a sip of tea, and gave Pang Yukun a cold look. Pang Yukun laughed unnaturally. This time the distinction between nobility and inferiority was caused by him deliberately, because he really saw the style of the old nobleman. Secondly, he also had his own selfishness when he was a public servant, because the first officials who followed Xiaoming thought that these old nobles had eaten ready-made products. Even so, they looked down on them in various ways. How could the former 6 state officials endure? Before he came to the imperial study to file a complaint, many 6 state officials were already dissatisfied, and they asked him to give these old aristocrats some color, which finally made him determined to bring a complaint based on the contradiction between the school aristocrat and the poor family. Fei Pei, an old nobleman headed by Tang Yuogong. It's just that he didn't expect that Xiaoming would use this incident to make things so big. But even so, it did what they wanted. In the past, many 6 state officials were jealous of Xiaoming's tolerance to the old nobles. Now this thunder's methods made them admire Xiaoming's 5 bodies again. The emperor's eyes are like a torch. After all, this cautious thought by the ministers cannot be hidden from the emperor. However, if you don't deal with these nonsense, the people will only blame the emperor for the humiliation of being bullied by these old noble children, thinking that the emperor is no longer. Then there is the emperor who once destroyed the tyrants, equalized the fields, and devoted himself to the world. This is the reason why I want to issue this decree. Otherwise, why do I have to do it so vigorously? For me, the empire's tens of thousands of people are comparable to those who eat and take the empire and even harm the empire. Important. The emperor said that the world is the public, and this is also the original wish of the official. Pang Yukun said happily. He suffered many nobles' white A's, but he was still very comfortable. After all, they and the old nobles have never to deal with it. On the contrary, through this incident, they could see that the emperor had not lost his heart. After laughing for a while, Pang Yukun then looked straight and said, "Your Majesty, after this news was published in this newspaper, the lower officials heard that many nobles complained in their hearts, and there were even rumors that the emperor was too dictatorial and needed to be like the West. Only by restricting the emperor's rights can the empire prosper for generations." For such rebellious remarks, the lower officials have sent people to investigate who is responsible for the spread, and once they are found out, they will be presented to the emperor. Dare to restrict the emperor's rights? It's a rebellious thing. Qian Defu said loudly. Now that the empire is rich, some people are restless. It's really time to rectify it hard. Xiaoming raised his eyebrows, but he was not surprised, because he understood that at the same time that the Merchant Council was rising, the ideas held by the Merchant Council had spread. Many people who were fooled always regarded the words of the Ko family and their sons as dogma in their hearts. Secondly, with the development of science, technology and culture, the people of the empire have changed their views on the world. In the past, Tanyuan has now become astronomy. It is understood that there are many countries with different cultures in the world. Therefore, the minds of many people are undergoing drastic changes. In this civilized conflict, there will only be more and more different ideas. There is no need to make a fuss about this. After all, it seems to some people that it is the round moon in the west. This is like a place where some people like to hang around with fireworks, and they always think that wildflowers are more scent than home flowers. Xiaoming said lightly. Pang Yukun's old face blushed. Although Xiaoming's words are vulgar, he is reasonable. What you can't get is always considered good, but the good grass may not be a poison to the empire. Exactly. It's just that I will not take the fate of the empire as a bet because of their naive thoughts. Now the European powers want to destroy the empire, and then soon, as long as the empire declines, they will definitely rush to eat the bones of the empire. I'm afraid the empire will suffer endless humiliation at that time. Xiaoming said lightly. He knows exactly what virtue these old nobles are. The so-called limitation of imperial power is only for their own benefit, not for the country or the people. Such a person is in charge of the empire. Will the empire have the right in the future? Maybe some people will sell the core interests of the empire in exchange for Western dog food. It is for this reason that he made up his mind to strengthen the imperial rule during his tenure, and at the same time make Xiao Yi the crown prince. The purpose is to prevent some people from continuing their delusions. But he also understands that continuing to adopt the policy of succession to the throne may cause his unscrupulous descendants to harm the empire. So even if Xiao Yi is appointed as the prince, this does not mean that Xiao Yi can successfully become the next king. If he wants to take charge of this country, he has to compete with outstanding officials for his ability to govern. If he wins, he can inherit the throne, and if he loses, he will regain the power. In other words, the throne will no longer be the exclusive property of the Xiao family, but the title of the highest ruler of the empire. The emperor will always take longer than the official. Pang Yukun said with emotion. He asked, then how to deal with these people? Should they let them spread this absurd idea? Of course not. Not everyone can tell right from wrong, and the people are easy to be used by those who are interested. If you catch the culprit, you must first find out your identity, lest the remnants of the Merchant Council take the opportunity to mess up the country. After a pause, he continued to say, in addition, Li Ran has been abolished. This time you will find a qualified person to be the chief officer of the news department. In addition to controlling the content of the newspaper, the news department will also serve as a brand new mission. Please be clear from the emperor. After pondering for a while, Xiaoming said, propaganda, Neo-Confucianism and the doctrine of imperial orthodoxy. Pang Yukun was taken aback. He said, isn't this Jiren's job before? This is not the same. Jiren is just using his identity as a great scholar, while the news department controls the newspapers and promotes it more vigorously. Moreover, with the popularization of telegrams, the content of news is overnight. It can be spread to many cities. On that day, the newspaper branch of the local city can publish it and spread it in time. Xiaoming said. Pang Yukun nodded. He said, This telegram is really a good thing. It will not only allow the current decree to reach the provinces in time, but also expand the influence of the newspaper. Now the people trust the newspaper. As long as you master the newspaper, it is equivalent to the imperial court having a mouthpiece among the people, and imperial court instructions can be passed on to the people's ears at any time. Xiaoming comes from modern times and naturally understands the power of the media. He said, "This news office looks small, but in fact it is powerful. Remember that the newspaper must be controlled in our hands, otherwise the enemy will take advantage of it and the consequences will be serious." "Yes, the Emperor," Pang Yukun answered, picking up the teacup and thinking about it. Xiaoming said again, "By the way, now that the Empire's treasury is gradually filling, it is time to introduce some welfare policies to let the people enjoy the benefits of the Empire. In this way, it will be able to reap the hearts of the people." Download the free reader. Chapter 1065 Welfare Policy. Pang Yukun is dumb. He is still a little uncomfortable with these strange policies. But there is no doubt that the people like these welfare decrees very much. The childbirth decrees that were introduced before are still rumored. Silver. The old nobles are unreliable, but the people are reliable. Therefore, we must rely on the support of the people. This is the purpose of introducing these welfare policies. Their eyes are discerning, even if our enemies are eloquent, as long as our benefits when it arrives. The people will always tell who is really good to them. Xiaoming said. Pang Yukun showed a look of admiration. That's why he wanted to follow Xiaoming with all his heart. With the development of industry and commerce and the war dividends obtained in foreign wars, the empire's finances are indeed very surplus. This is a matter of the country for the people, and it must be supported by the government. Xiaoming nodded in satisfaction. He made this decision after seeing the financial situation of the empire. After all, the two discussed the welfare policy. But although the financial situation of the empire has improved, this wealth is limited, because he can only formulate some suitable welfare policies based on the situation of the empire's treasury. The previous welfare system cannot be introduced like modern times. According to Xiaoming's idea, the most important aspect of the welfare policy implemented this time is education, which is the so-called rejuvenating the country through education and rejuvenating the country through science and technology. In this regard, on the basis of 9 years of free education, Xiaoming proposed a subsidy policy for poor students in senior schools and universities, requiring schools to set up special funds to help poor students, and at the same time set up preferential windows for poor students in school cafeterias. Students from poor families do not have to worry about life after education. It was the medical aspect of the empire. With the opening of the medical school, hospitals are now blooming in all levels of the empire. Going to the hospital for medical treatment has become the most fashionable trend among the people, but for some poor people, the cost of medical treatment is still very high. In response to this situation, Xiaoming and Pang Yukun discussed that people who cannot afford to pay can achieve medical treatment according to their specific conditions. Commit 50% to exemption. The emperor, this person is afraid of being exploited by others, so that the really poor people cannot get benefits, and instead let those who hold the power in their hands fish in troubled waters. Xiaoming understands what Pang Yukun meant. In modern times, many preferential policies for the people have been manipulated and turned into tools for some people to seek personal gain. In response to this situation, he also has his own countermeasures. In order to prevent these policies related to people's livelihood from being used, I have decided to establish a harsh criminal law. Anyone who uses welfare policies for personal gain will also be exiled for 3,000 miles and reduced to hard labor. Xiaoming said sharply, when fighting chaos, we should use heavy codes. If this is the case, as long as we strengthen supervision, the problem will not be too big. Pang Yukun smiled. After talking about education and the medical care, the two then set up special welfare institutions for orphans and beggars to provide these people with the most basic needs and services. These policies will basically never appear again in the future. Road is freezing to death. 3 policies have been set. Xiaoming is satisfied. He is not prepared to formulate more policies, because although the days of the empire are rich, they are still far from the point where luxury welfare policies can be specified. Therefore, both education and the medical care are currently achievable by the empire. He has no brains and needs to be completely free, so the empire's finances cannot support it. After this policy was formulated, Pang Yukan was discussed by the cabinet again. For cabinet ministers, there is really no reason to oppose this welfare policy that benefits the empire, otherwise they will be scolded to death by the people. After the cabinet passed smoothly, Pang Yukan formally drafted a welfare decree, which was transmitted to various provinces by telegram, and then to prefectures and counties. Besides, he took over the news department, and the first thing he did was to send these policies to the newspaper. Because of Li Ran's handling of matters, the current newspapers have cleared up a lot. Upon receiving these articles from Pang Yukan, the new president of Kingzhou Daily dared not delay. Publish immediately and send the news to other branches. Tomorrow, this will cause another sensation, Han Zhengnian said. And as Xiaoming expected, after the introduction of these high welfare policies, the whole country was shocked instantly, completely covering the war in Southeast Asia. As long as residents with the imperial household registration, they can enjoy these high welfare policies. At this time, the people of every empire realized that they would no longer have to worry about lack of food and clothing, and that their children would go to school for medical treatment. But they also understand that these are the lowest guarantees. If you want a better life, you must continue to work hard. At the same time, taking advantage of this round of publicity, newspaper articles put forward the concept of national obligations and rights. While enjoying rights, everyone must also fulfill their obligations to the country, such as paying taxes. The emperor is still good to our people. Li Losi took the newspaper and looked up and down, looking unwilling to let go. Beside him, Li Chengwen's son Li Chengwen, who is attending Kingzhou University, said, "Father, don't read it. You don't read. What are you doing with the newspaper?" Old fourth Li dissatisfied. "What's wrong with not knowing words? You have been reading for a few years, so you look down on your father." "Father, look at what you said. I mean, you put the newspaper away, don't break it. Otherwise, when I look for this newspaper to find the corresponding welfare policy, I am afraid that I can't find it." After all, now the government office, some officials act boldly and dare to violate the emperor's decree. This is true. The emperor has also introduced a lot of policies that are beneficial to the people. But when these officials have reached the hands, they have changed their tastes. D.A. Lang, you are about to graduate this year. Then you will take the official selection examination. Be a good official and listen carefully to the emperor's words. Li Laosi has great expectations for his son. Li Chengwen said, "Father, I want to go to Australia with you and run a farm with you." Hearing this, old four Li became anxious, and he cursed, "Asshole, I don't save money to go to school to go home and farm. How can you enter the factory to become an official even if you don't take an official examination? Otherwise Australia, what's the point of making more money on his farm?" The emperor encourages people to immigrate to Australia. This is also to contribute to the empire. Li Chengwen muttered. Old four Li patted the newspaper. "Will you be able to participate in formulating these welfare policies that benefit the people one day when you go to Australia? Can you help the emperor manage the country?" "You have not heard of the words circulating in the market. The hard-hearted thief has harmed our emperor." 1! Chapter 1066. Want to catch her? These people are too self-righteous. Now the imperial people only believe in the emperor and restrict imperial power? Let them, who are full of brains and bullying the people, control the power of the empire. It's a dream, Dad, don't worry about this. These rumors and whispers can't make a big wave. Now the students in the academy are very wary of these bewitching words. If they want to be against the emperor, we won't agree. Li Chengwen said loudly. That's too right, D.A. Lang. It seems that you haven't read the book in vain in the past few years. When you see this, it is clear that our emperor is a good emperor. How the empire came over these years is in the hearts of the people. We have a steelyard. For us, as long as the emperor allows us to live a good life, Whoever is full will limit what imperial power? Li Losi said. Hey, there are really such a group of people who are full of food and support. In fact, in the final analysis, the emperor's decree made some nobles dissatisfied. Then there is a saying that restricts imperial power. Their purpose is just to I want to continue riding on our heads to dominate. They want to be beautiful, thinking that the Lazu tycoons also wanted to restrict the emperor's rights and let the emperor act as their puppets. But what happened? It was not completely slaughtered, I think. If this time things become serious, the result is the same. Li Laosi patted the table vigorously. Li Chengmen shuddered when he talked about the events more than 10 years ago. He was still young, but he still remembers the horror atmosphere at that time. It stands to reason that our emperor is not an indecisive person. This time there is no movement in the court with such rumors, which is very strange. Li Chengwen was a little puzzled. What's weird about this? The emperor did not get rid of Lazu's wealthy clan for a while. At that time, it was carefully deployed. In my opinion, these restless emperors must be recorded in their notebooks. Don't watch them jump now. I'm happy. I'm afraid I will turn over my small books in the future. Old For Li laughed. Li Chengwen nodded slightly. He came from a poor family. He knew the admiration of the emperor by the people, and the emperor's policy of benefiting the people could be seen in the imperial politics. In his view, the emperor wanted to build an empire based on the people, instead of relying on the former rule of the emperor to rule the scholar bureaucrats, the princes, the various officials, and the common people. From the political concepts he learned over the years, he concluded that the emperor is going to select officials directly from the people, and then let these officials from the people's home govern the people, and at the same time, the people have the right to govern the country by impeaching officials throughout meetings. Now that the first step of this matter has begun, I am afraid that the next step is going to be the second step. However, in his opinion, the prerequisite for implementing this policy is to abolish the privileges of the nobles, so that they lose the right to inherit the official position, and the emperor is in it. Was not accidental that the nobles were rectified at this time, but they had a reason to follow the trend. Father, you said that. I don't want to go to Australia anymore. It's better to stay in King's Zoo and watch the big show. Maybe when these old nobles are uprooted, the empire will have subversive decree, Li Chengmen said with a smile. There was a smile on old Fourth Li's face. He still hoped that his son could enter officialdom. He smiled and said, "This is the best." When the enthusiasm of Li Losi's family to support the imperial power was soaring because of the imperial welfare policy, wherever the empire's newspapers could reach, the welfare policy caused waves in the local area. And these feedback messages quickly reached Xiaoming's imperial study room. 33. The Emperor. This welfare policy is passed on. Now the imperial people's support for the emperor has reached a new level. According to reports from the officials below, many people now hang portraits of the emperor at home and erect sculptures of the emperor to pay tribute. Worship. This feeling of admiration is not lost to the red-faced Kanto and Sanking Boxiang. In the imperial study room, Pang Yukun said with a smile, "It took a month to communicate the welfare policy in a blink of an eye, and the feedback in this regard was very effective." Hearing this, Xiaoming smiled. He was not prepared to stop the spontaneous behavior of the people. For one thing, it was unnecessary. Secondly, the people's cult of their own personality was also conducive to strengthening the rule of the imperial power, so that the people of the empire could only do so. It is his orders that can be completed with quality and quantity, which is very important for the empire that is still in its infancy. Secondly, this can also be an important bargaining chip when he finally fights with the old nobles. Welfare policy has spread very quickly in the past month, but the discussion about restricting imperial power is also showing signs of getting hotter. In response to this situation, Pang Yukun demanded to immediately arrest the person who made trouble, but he gave up this plan after hesitating. Because of comprehensive intelligence, he discovered that this action to restrict imperial power seemed not so simple. It was organized and premeditated. In order to remove the roots of this wave of people, he must forbear for a while and try to catch it. After the people who are ill-intentioned take the bait, he will give a thunderous blow. Otherwise, it will only make these people hide deeper and deeper, which is not conducive to long-term stability. Thinking of this, he asked, the people's heart is naturally something worth celebrating, but what about those who are eating my food and preparing to smash my pot? The subordinate officer let the plainclothes of the guard station stare at them. According to the emperor's intention, the subordinate officer did not disturb them, but was always collecting evidence. As long as the emperor gave an order, he could immediately arrest these evil officials and thieves. Mentioned this matter, Pang Yukan's expression became serious. After a pause, he went on to say, but according to the investigation during this period of time, I got an interesting thing. Oh, come and listen, Xiaoming said. Pang Yukan's eyes sharpened. Most of the people involved in this matter are people who are dissatisfied with the empire. A large part of them are the widows of the former wealthy clan. These people hate the emperor the most. They dare not say anything before, but now they see the emperor commit anger. I became restless. Hearing this, Xiaoming laughed. He was not surprised about this. The classes that were eliminated often hate the people who destroy them most. There is no doubt that Xiaoming is this person. Back then, in order to unify the country as soon as possible to compromise with the rich family, the legacy of this incident will not go away after all. In this case, don't blame me for being ruthless. If you continue to stare at this incident, Li San will help you. Let them vent enough to see how much they can make trouble, and at the same time let the people see their real faces. Xiaoming said. Pang Yukan's eyes became sharp, and he said, please rest assured, the emperor, the lower officials will do this thing smoothly. Download the free reader. Chapter 1067 Fighting Again. Xinjiapo. Yan and Ming are drinking tea and sunbathing on the king's armored ship. According to the original plan, they wanted to attack Jakarta, but after discovering that Jakarta had built a deep trench, they did not act immediately. Instead, they reported Jakarta's intelligence to the Royal Library. Immediately they were ordered to temporarily stop taking action against Jakarta, and were asked to send a group of soldiers to King Zhu for training in the use of new weapons. According to reports, these weapons were called mortars and were specifically used to attack enemies hiding in trenches. Square soldier. At the same time, Yun was ordered to make his fleet stop at Xinjiapo and meet Thunder. Once the new weapons arrived, he immediately took military action against Jakarta. Hey, I don't know when this offensive order will come down. It's not a problem to drink tea and sunbathe all day long. Yan sighed. Since the establishment of this armored fleet, the fleet has not fought a real naval battle, which made him feel like holding a sword in his hand and unable to get out of the sheath. Compared with Yun's eagerness to fight, Ming was very comfortable enjoying the rare scenery. He said, your navy doesn't know the hardship of fighting on land. This Nanyang has been defeated all the way, and my soldiers are broken in the hands of the enemy. There are not many soldiers, because there are many soldiers who have lost their combat effectiveness because of the miasma. Therefore, for our army, the soldiers all enjoy this rare vacation. Yan glanced at the army soldiers who were swimming in the sea and grilling on the beach. Compared with the first time they saw them, these soldiers were indeed rejuvenated. That's the same, but our navy is not easy, and it's boring to be bored in this iron can all year round. Yan said with a smile. Li Ming looked at the giant cannons aboard the king's armored ship with some envy. These cannons have a large caliber, which is much larger than the field guns they carry. Only the caliber can tell the power of these cannons. You don't want to get cheap and sell well. The previous sailing warships are much worse than this. When I first saw your fleet, I wanted to be a navy, Ming said helplessly. The two were teasing each other. At this time, a soldier boarded the armored ship and handed the two telegrams to Yun and the other to Ming. After reading the telegram, Yun said, the empire is not peaceful now. It is said that someone wants to restrict the emperor's rights. Li Ming nodded after reading the telegram. These things that eat inside and out are simple and bold. If according to my temper, I will directly destroy the 9 races, so as not to have so much trouble. The telegram in his hand was sent from the headquarters of the Southeast Military Region. Although he was out of war, news from within the empire would be sent to them through the situation of the telegram. And the more they can get some circulated news from the telegrams of relatives and friends. You can't say that. Do you think the emperor can't kill people? Now the emperor is still so enduring what he is planning. Our emperor has come out of a sea of blood and blood. These people want to fight the emperor, Yan said. Ming nodded. No matter what, this time I will ask someone to give orders to the military command to make them firmly support the emperor. If the emperor has a dispatch, there is no delay. You can also give Deng Zhu an order. Let's fight now. Outside, you have to show your attitude. Well, you are still thoughtful. At least this will be able to calm some of the younger generations. Yan said. After a pause, he continued, but you and I don't have to worry about it. The emperor seems to have a good idea about this, otherwise he won't not mention these things in this order. Just let them continue to take military action to capture Jakarta. Li Ming also received an order from Xiaoming. He said, the first batch of mortars will be in place in half a month, and that will be the end of Jagadha. After that, he stood up and said to the messenger beside him, order the soldiers to assemble, and the soldiers will be sent to Jagadha in 10 days. In response, the herald immediately got off the battleship. Yan said at this time, I should also prepare. According to our intelligence, this time the combined Western fleet has a tendency to encircle us from Jakarta and the Malacca. At least 30 reinforcement ships have arrived in Jakarta. This brought the number of warships in Jakarta to more than 50, and more warships were docked in Kolkata, preparing to break through Malacca. With a solemn look of thunder, for him this time they will fight the biggest battle with the West so far, and the result of this battle will be who will eventually win the dominance of Asia. London. Vladimir was also worried about the war in Asia. This time, the missions sent by Britain and France did not achieve any results and returned home with humiliation. It is under this premise that they finally decided to fight a fierce battle with the Chinese Empire in India to force the Chinese Empire to return to the negotiating table, instead of using barbaric methods to seize all their interests in Asia. After all, India is very important to Britain. They would rather give up the entire South America than India, because this region with a population of more than 100 million is a huge market and raw material supply and sale. Once India is lost, British industry and commerce will suffer serious losses. Now we are worried about India, and perhaps also whether the Chinese Empire will continue to expand westward. After all, according to the latest intelligence, they have even more terrifying weapons, a rear-mounted rifle with metal bullets, a rear-mounted artillery, and a weapon that can be fired continuously, called machine guns. For the Navy, they have dozens of powerful ships. Ironclad ships. I am afraid we have little chance of winning this war. Tulip Palace. Murphy reported the situation of the war to Vladimir with some pessimism. Is this information reliable? Vladimir frowned. This information comes from Cao Kun's people, and our soldiers who fled from Australia have also proved this point. In response to this situation, we must completely reform our national defense system, otherwise we will lose not only India, but also more. Murphy said, I propose to increase investment in military expenditures and convene elite technical personnel to study the direction of the development of the Chinese Empire's weapons. Now that the domestic steam engine technology is very mature, maybe we should use these machinery to do something? Vladimir's brows frowned deeply, and she said, from now on, we will reduce all the expenses of the palace and invest all the money saved in the research and development of weapons. At the same time, we will send envoys to European countries to win their support. After a while, she said, also, if we send envoys to the Ottoman Empire, we must not allow the Chinese Empire and the Ottoman Empire to unite. For this reason, we can take all means to destroy the relationship between them. 108. Chapter 1068 Joined His Royal Highness is right. This is exactly what I want to say. As a huge empire between Asia and Europe, we must relax our relations with the Ottoman Empire in order to prevent the Chinese Empire from advancing westward. Murphy cast an admiring look at Vladimir. Although the Queen is young, she has a unique vision in politics. Vladimir nodded. She has been thinking about how to deal with the rise of the Chinese Empire, and now she has several mature ideas. It's a long voyage from Asia to Europe. It took us 100 years to establish coastal supply ports. Before we got these ports, it would be difficult for their fleets to fight us in Europe. If we fail in India, the next thing is consider how not to leave anything usable to the Chinese Empire. Vidamir's voice was cold. Murphy told about Vidamir. He said, "Are we going to take the method of destroying the port?" "Yes, we cannot leave anything useful to the Chinese Empire at any ports that cannot be held. We need time to develop and equip the Chinese Empire with the same equipment. There is no doubt that this method will cost the Chinese Empire 10 years, even decades, to rebuild coastal ports." Murphy wrote down Vidamir's decision, and he said, "Compared to these, the most important thing is the union of Europe now. The exchanges between Prussia and the Chinese Empire are too close, which will bring instability to Europe." Vidamir's eyes flickered. He understood Murphy's meaning. In fact, because the Chinese Empire undermined the interests of Britain in the world, the British aristocrats were panicked. As long as they could prevent the rise of the Chinese Empire, they were willing to pay any price. This includes her marriage. Based on the current situation, she seems to have a Prussian husband in the future. Now I intend to agree to this matter, but it is enough to make Prussia abandon the Chinese Empire. I think it is time to force the other German confederations to merge into Prussia. Only when Prussian wishes are realized will they finally fall to us. The German Federation, also risking a war with us, they will definitely choose to get what they want easily," Vidamir said. Murphy showed a look of joy. In his opinion, Vidamir is more and more like a mature politician. He said, "I will arrange this. I believe that as long as European countries can unite together, they will be able to stop the Chinese Empire, because we have common interests in overseas colonies." Nodding lightly, Vidamir continued, "In addition, from now on, we must excavate talents from the Chinese Empire at all costs. At the same time, you tell Cao Kun, let his people do it with confidence. Regardless of the success of the plan, we will ensure that even if they fail to escape to England, they will enjoy the status of aristocracy and a prosperous life. I hope this Cao Kun won't let us down." Murphy sighed. After the failure of the combined fleet, Britain has now turned from offensive to defensive. Now they just want to hold back the time for the Chinese Empire to win technological development for Britain. Because the development of science and technology in the UK in recent years has been advancing by leaps and bounds after acquiring a large amount of basic scientific and technological knowledge. The sensation caused by the periodic table of the elements was successively verified by British chemists, which made the level of chemistry in Britain rise rapidly. They also got an almost perfect step in steelmaking. Using this step, they began to get rid of the inefficient steelmaking method, and made great progress in the quality of steel in Britain. In addition, the results achieved in physics are equally satisfactory. Now there are things in the country of DAU, and they are all developing in this direction. It's just that they are disappointed that the two scientists obtained from the Chinese Empire still have limited knowledge. They know little about the core technology of certain technological products. The consequence of this is that they have to take a lot of detours in order to verify a certain technology. For this reason, they cannot catch up with the Chinese Empire at the same level. In the past 2 years, more and more things have appeared in the Chinese Empire, faster and faster, which makes them more powerless. Because of this, the House decided to get the core technical personnel of the Chinese Empire at all costs, but the Chinese Empire seems to have been prepared for a long time, and the core technical personnel are often extremely tightly protected, and it is difficult for Cao Kun's people to succeed. Calcutta. Cao Kun looked at the cobweb-like trenches that stretched for dozens of miles thoughtfully. Now the terrorist weapons of the Chinese Empire are no longer a secret, and European array operations have been completely subverted by these weapons. After continuous failure and heavy casualties, European military generals began to study ways to deal with this weapon. This kind of crisscross trenches with deep caves in the trenches appeared. Why are there still holes in these trenches? Cao Kun wondered. This is to prevent bombing. It is said that the ironclad ships of the Chinese Empire are very powerful. We don't want to be blown to pieces. Butrin's face was full of worry. and bad news came one after another. News of the ironclad fleet has spread from the Dutch population to Calcutta. In order to prevent the bombing of Manila, he specially asked soldiers to dig holes in deep trenches to avoid shells. So, Mr. Butlin is worthy of being a young and promising British general, Cao Kun praised. Half a year ago, he left Britain and travelled along the route to India, where he gathered a large number of people who hated the empire. Many of these people were people who fled from the empire to overseas when Xiaoming slaughtered the wealthy clan. Now these people have been gathered by him because of the same hatred. In order to achieve his goal, he promised to let these people obtain British citizenship in the future. After all, after escaping overseas, these former wealthy children lived miserably and desperately wanted a rich life. This promise made them tempted. Butlin's mouth showed a weird smile. In fact, he looked down on this man who had betrayed his country, but now Britain really needs him. At least this group of people can use their skin color to mix into the Chinese empire and steal benefits for them. Now I have gradually accepted the fact that a good scientist is more useful to the UK today than 10 good generals. Therefore, you think you are more important to the UK than me, and I hope Cao Kun Sir can achieve satisfactory results as soon as possible. Download the free reader, Chapter 1069 Wired Telephone King Zhu. Accompanied by the first snow. The winter is coming. But it is different from the countless dark and cold nights in previous years. Today, Kingzhou has become a city that never sleeps. There is a tall street lamp every 20 meters on the road leading to the imperial city. The bright light makes the road look like daylight. In addition to the main road, street lights have also been built on other streets. On both sides of the street are commercial shops and residential buildings. With the popularization of electricity in Kingzhou, today's Kingzhou houses are shrouded in the light of incandescent lamps. In this light, the commercial activities in Kingzhou are still hot at night, and the shops of all sizes are crowded with people, a scene of prosperity. Royal Study Room. Xiaoming and the cabinet ministers are here. It is already 8 o'clock in the evening. According to reason, they should all be at home now. But this day is different for them, because after the cable telegraph, another vital communication method of the empire will be officially put into use. It's 8 o'clock. Why hasn't it ringed? Pang Yukun paced back and forth, waiting a little impatiently. Zhang Xingcheng's face is full of expectation. If this call is really so magical, it's worth waiting a while. Xiaoming sits on a chair, and in front of him is a 19th-century telephone. A telephone cord is connected to the telephone from the imperial study room to the outside. After the popularization of wired telegraph in important cities of the empire, the telephone was born as an important product of the 19th century with the efforts of scientific researchers. With the magnet, the rubber sound film and the gasket, the receiver for the phone is not a problem. In terms of principle, telephones are similar to wired telegraphs and both use electrical signals. So while laying the wired telegraphs, Xiaoming ordered several wires to be buried in preparation for today's telephone. After all, he comes from modern times and stands tall and far, so he always prepares for the future when he is constructing, lest he does unnecessary construction again. Jingle bell. Just when everyone was anxious, suddenly the phone in front of Xiaoming rang. Xiaoming looked at everyone with a smile, and he said, "Come, let us witness this historical moment together." After that, he picked up the phone. "This is Xiaoming. Let's report on the phone call now," Xiaoming said. On the other end of the phone is He Dong. Now he is the director at the Imperial Telecommunications Department. Whether it is wired telegraph or wireless telegraph, as well as the current telephone call, he is in charge of him. He was excited when he heard the name. The Emperor. The next official will report to you now in Dengzhou. After testing, the wired telephone is now officially connected. Very well, when you come back, I will personally pick up the dust for you. Xiaoming showed a thick smile on his face. "Thank you, the Emperor," He Dong said excitedly. The voice of the phone reached Pang Yukun and the others' ears clearly, which made them look shocked. Fiji said, "The Emperor, can you let the veteran say a few words?" "Of course," Xiaoming said with a smile. He was more calm about this kind of things than others. After all, These are just pediatrics in modern times. Handed over the phone, Fiji couldn't wait to say, "I'm Fiji, are you Hidong? Is it me?" At the end of the phone, Hidong wanted to laugh. Somehow, Fiji admired at this time, "It's really a magical thing." Before he could finish his words, Pang Yukun and the others rushed forward, and they all couldn't wait. Fiji had to watch the phone he was holding was snatched by one and the other. Compared with the excitement of everyone, Xiaoming was happy but also a little painful. Whether it was a cable or telephone, it consumed a lot of rubber and copper in the empire. These were real gold and silver. Moreover, hundreds of miles of routes between important cities need to be built. In order to extend the communication distance of the telephone, it is necessary to build a relay station to expand the signal. This is a big investment, but comparing the timeliness of the phone call, he felt that the investment was worth it, because he no longer had to worry about war in the north. He would not receive the news until a month later. With the phone, he can get the telegram from Frontier in an instant and give instructions. In addition, the breakthrough of wire telephone technology has made it possible to call on the battlefield. In the future foreign wars of the Empire, commanders can command all levels of troops by telephone. "How is it? Is it fresh enough?" Xiaoming asked after waiting for 10 minutes. At this time, Pang Yukun and the others were still in excitement. Pang Yukun said, "I didn't expect this science and technology to have such a magical function. Now the Empire can really transmit sound from thousands of miles." Recalling more than 10 years ago, "We didn't dare to think that there would be such magical things." Under the Emperor's governance, these things could not be realized one by one. Fiji said, "The old minister thought that in the future, scientific research investment must be greatly increased." Right. Other cabinet ministers have the same idea. To them, science and technology is definitely not an empty talk. Xiaoming wanted this effect. Compared with the telegram, the phone is more deterrent now, so he deliberately left them late in order to let them feel the power of the phone for the first time. Jiren's expression is a bit complicated, he said. In this way, the Emperor wants to know what happened to the people in the future, and he only needs a phone call to inquire. Of course. Xiaoming smiled deeply. "I used to stay in this palace compound all day long to deal with government affairs. If I want to know the real situation outside, I can only look at your memorials. But now it's different. With countless pairs of eyes. This is really going to be Emperor Hexi," Jiren said humbly. It is also an invisible shock that fell in the ears of other cabinet ministers with this call. The Emperor's control over the Empire will be more direct and effective. He can even sit in the palace and directly mobilize the army thousands of miles away into King Jinkin, and this only takes a moment. I have to say that after the telephone and the telegram, the Empire will be more difficult to cause chaos. Even if there is a chaos, I am afraid it will be settled for a while. Congratulations to the Emperor. Congratulations to the Emperor. The other 8 people said simultaneously. Xiaoming nodded slightly. In fact, he was also very proud this time. Because of his own precautions, the telephone does not need to lay the line like a wire telegraph. After the success of this experiment, domestic telephones can be put into use soon. However, despite the official phone call, there are still many places to install the phone. This is what Yidong will do next. Thinking of this, he said to Pan Yukun, "You immediately issue an order to let the provinces cooperate with Hidong to assemble the phone, and at the same time tell them the function and use of the phone." Chapter 1070 Policy Theory. The darker the night, the brighter the palace lights. The official launch of wired telephones is undoubtedly a major event for the Empire, and with the explosive growth of the Empire's talents, the Empire's technology will surely explode. So for Xiaoming, this is just a matter of letting the flow go, and it is also the result of more than 10 years of accumulation. Because of this, he is not so worried about the development of science and technology. For him, the most important thing now is how to plan the territory of the future empire. You guys gathered here today because of the phone call. Let's take this opportunity to talk about the next empire's strategic issues. The mortars have been shipped to Nanyang, and the next Nanyang war will break out soon. If the war goes well, you may want to take over an area with a population almost equal to the empire. For this, Your cabinet must be mentally prepared. With regard to India, the cabinet ministers now have a basic understanding of the region. Fiji said. The emperor, the old ministers think that India should adopt a strategy similar to that of the United Kingdom and adopt a method of rule and rule. All the empire needs is to absorb from India wealth. There is no need to waste resources on how to govern India. On this issue, Pang Yukan and Fiji's ideas are surprisingly consistent. He said. The old minister agreed with the proposal of the old man. The minister thought that the overseas colonies should be governed according to local conditions. For Australia, which has only a small number of indigenous people, has a vast area. In colonies, we have to send officials, migrate population, and govern according to the policies of the empire, because such colonial empires can achieve real occupation. After a pause, he continued. For colonies with a large number of indigenous peoples, such as Indonesia and the Philippines, we should adopt a high-pressure policy to force the indigenous leaders to recognize the dominance of the empire through war, and force the indigenous leaders to become the colony economy of the empire. Service. In this way, we only need to use a small amount of cost to maximize the benefits. Pang Yukan's words fell, and Zhang Xingcheng said, the minister has different ideas. The minister thought that the population welfare policy implemented by the empire will inevitably lead to a rapid population growth in the future. The current population of the empire is nearly 100 million, and within 10 years, it will increase by 30 million. The population is more than sufficient. If time is extended, the population will only grow linearly. At that time, the domestic land will definitely not be able to meet the demand for land. Therefore, the empire should preempt areas with excellent land resources before this problem occurs. Does Zhang Lao mean that even local indigenous people can be slaughtered for this? Yang Cheng. I heard what Zhang Xingcheng meant. Zhang Xingcheng nodded, and he said loudly, everyone. With the advancement of empire technology, the civilization and ideas of the empire will radiate to every corner of the world, and facts have proved that the so-called race superiority theory in the West is extremely wrong. Yes, as long as any race receives a good education, they can master advanced technological knowledge. Once these civilizations are civilized, they will no longer be willing to be ruled by the empire, and will surely seek independence in the future, and by then, the empire that once ruled and oppressed them will become their greatest enemy. Upon hearing this, Xiaoming nodded slightly. As the empire became stronger and stronger, many people were already thinking about the future of the empire. Elder Zhang's words may be wishful thinking. It is commendable that the empire is governed properly. Now the empire does not have so many officials to govern the entire world, and the massacre of the natives will only cause the colony to fall into chaos and intensify the conflict. The empire will cost a lot of military expenditure to maintain. The colony is stable, but this one colony is nothing more than 2, 3, 4, or even more. Why does the empire have so much waste of money? Fiji said. The most important thing is to kill all the natives. To whom do you sell the empire's industrial products? Therefore, this incident is a loss for both sides. Western countries expect that the empire will fall into the quagmire of war with the natives. Zhang Xingcheng smiled, and he said, so, what I mean is to occupy the rich land and adopt the old method of the low-value land. At present, I only value Australia, North America, South America and India. Among them, the number of indigenous people in the first 3 places is not large, and Western colonists basically drive out the local indigenous people. We only need to drive out Westerners to control these 3 areas smoothly, but India's population is really too large. After that, Zhang Xingcheng looked at Xiaoming. India is a natural plantation. Since it is a plantation, it requires a large number of people to work. The massacre is not good for the empire, but it will still be a potential threat to the empire in the future. For this reason, we need to make it support dozens of countries, not one. Xiaoming said lightly. Compared with mineral resources, India is actually not rich in mineral resources, but the landform of the Great Plains of India's Yamapingchuan is very suitable for the growth of crops. Because of this, India can use such a small area to feed a large population. Now everyone is discussing the issue. In fact, he already has his own ideas. Just as Zhang Xingqing said, the civilization of the empire will definitely bring changes to the world. This is a natural law, and the invasion of advanced civilization by barbaric civilization will cause advanced civilization fell into decline. The invasion of barbaric civilization by advanced civilization will bring its own advanced culture. For example, due to the limitation of science and technology, human exploration of space has been stagnated. However, if the arrival of alien civilization will make the Earth's science and technology develop rapidly, of course, it is also possible that people on Earth will be like North America. The Indians were also extinct. As for why Western colonists did large-scale industrial construction in the colonies, the truth is very simple. One is to sell goods, and the second is to increase the consumption level of the colonies and sell more goods. Therefore, in addition to strict control over weapons and cutting-edge technology, the colonists in history are willing to transfer low-tech industrial technology. Now there are similar voices in the empire, and many officials have suggested that the empire open low-end technology to colonial countries. In this way, the empire can obtain huge profits, and the consumption power of the colonial countries can also be improved, thereby promoting the sale of the empire's high-end industrial products in the colonies. As far as the old minister knows, this India is actually a large number of Tubangs doing their own things, not a complete country. Pang Yukun said, "It is true, but the present does not represent the future. In order to prevent problems before they happen, we must consider this one." Xiaoming said, "Although it is called a country where 100 million people manage 1.1 billion livestock in contemporary India, this country still has the skills of disgusting people, and he will not give them this opportunity!" Chapter 1071 Go to War. How does the emperor plan to divide India? Zhang Xingqing asked interestingly. It's too early to divide. What is needed for the empire is to maintain a long-term rule over India, Xiaoming said. In contemporary times, India's independence is full of drama. Unlike many methods of driving away the occupiers through war, India's independence actually came on its knees, and this is Gandhi's non-violent non-resistance movement. After independence, India still worshipped the country that once ruled its own country, and even has been a member of the Commonwealth, and is proud of it. Therefore, in Xiaoming's view, it will not be difficult to take over the British rule over India after driving out the British, and after achieving complete rule, then gradually divide India in culture, language, and religion. If one day the empire is destroyed, forced to withdraw from India, then they will leave behind a chaotic India. Thinking of this, he explained his thoughts to everyone. If this is the case, we still have a lot to do after ruling India. Pang Yukun said. Xiaoming nodded, but before that we have to win the war in front of us. As for the governance of other colonies, the idea of developing prosperity is not bad. For a small number of indigenous people to occupy the land, we will completely occupy the land by immigration. But areas with a huge number of indigenous people can fully use the indigenous people to collect resources. After all, the indigenous people of the first generation in Nanyang basically live on farming, which has its use value. Everyone nodded when they heard the words. After such a discussion, the empire's foreign colonial policy is basically determined. After making this decision, Xiaoming asked the cabinet ministers to go back and think about the detailed colony policy. After all, as the empire grew larger, they had to formalize this area. At the same time, he asked Qian Fu to issue another combat command to the southeast military region, urging them to launch an offensive in Nanyang. December 20th. After waiting for half a month, Wu Ming successfully received the first batch of 300 mortars and 20,000 mortar shells in Xinjiapo. Although he was not satisfied with the number of shells, the quartermaster assured him that the batch of shells would be supplied in time, which made him feel at ease. "It should be snowing in Kingzhou now," Thunder said to Yan with a smile on the king. "If Lu knew that we were still wearing such cool clothes, I don't know what it would look like." Yan also had a smile on his face. Before the empire had a science education, he was just beyond the bottom of the well, and he only saw the world in Dengzhou. But now it's different. The navigation on the North and South Oceans made him truly realize the magic of this world. Even so, his footsteps are only to set foot in Asia. He has always wanted to control the warship that can sail on the global ocean. It must be snowing. I hope we can have time to go home for the new year after this battle, Yan said. Mentioning this thunderous sigh, he said, "You can." It is estimated that our army is very difficult. According to the information we have received, the British, French, Portuguese, West and Dutch forces have built strong fortifications in Kolkata, even if there are mortars. I am afraid that winning this war will have to pay a heavy price. Yan has a deep enough understanding of the current war. He said, "The current war can no longer rely on the fighting of soldiers. All that is needed is bombing to destroy the enemy's power and disintegrate the enemy's will." Thunder nodded. "The more I am thinking about this, the situation of the war has changed. There is no need to let the soldiers die in vain when we have superior firepower. Of course, our soldiers are not afraid of death." Yan agrees with Liming's words. The Imperial soldiers' fighting enthusiasm is still very high. After a short vacation, they once again entered a state of war. Looking at the endless ocean, he said, "Time waits for no one. We must at least give the Emperor a gift before the new year. Even if Calcutta can't get it, we must occupy Jakarta. We have completed our preparations and can set off at any time." Liming said, "In accordance with the requirements of the General Staff, this time the Southeast Army will act together with the Navy. Yan's mission is to annihilate the enemy Navy in Jakarta, and his mission is to occupy Jakarta with the Marines. In this case, I will leave tomorrow morning." Yan's eyes were sharp. The next day, with the sound of the sirens of the steam battleship, the armored fleet slowly left Xinjiapo towards Jakarta. One day later, the fleet appeared at the destination. "This is the ironclad ship of the Chinese Empire." On the coast, Eiffel, Simon, Eric, and Stephen looked at the steel battleship anchored in the sea off Jakarta with heavy faces. Unlike sailing warships, these steel warships do not have any sails. Instead, they have smokestacks. On the blue ocean, these warships painted with silver paint look scary, and when they looked through the binoculars to see the turrets on the battleships, they were even more shocked. Unlike sailing battleships, these ironclad ships had a different number of guns installed on the deck, but the artillery on both sides of the battleship was much less. Now you should understand how terrible the industrial capabilities of the Chinese Empire are. Just a year ago, they only had an ironclad ship. Eric sighed. It is simply a confrontation with such an empire. Nightmare. Stephen's face turned pale. His attitude was not as tough as before. He said, "Do you think we are willing to be involved in war? We lose only the interests of Asia in the war against the Chinese Empire, but if we continue to cooperate with them, we in the Netherlands are facing the risk of national subjugation." The Netherlands is small and has a sparse population. Even if France's weapons are backward, it can still defeat us. Eiffel and Simon fell into silence. This is the sorrow of the small country. They are the first to be crushed in the game of the big country. It's too late to say anything. The enemy is at sea. How shall we fight next? Eiffel said, "I don't want to lose Jakarta." Stephen has the most power. He said, "No matter how strong the enemy's fleet is, we must go all out. Since we have chosen to stand with the Europeans, we cannot double-heartedly." When was speaking, Stephen looked at Eric. Then he said, "After half of the enemy's soldiers land, Eric will lead the fleet to attack. Eiffel and Simon will be in charge of the front battlefield, and the 20,000 soldiers will be handed over to you." Eric gave a wry smile, but finally nodded. Although he envied the technology of the Chinese Empire, he is a Dutchman. For the benefit of the Netherlands, the Chinese Empire is their mortal enemy. Download the free reader. Chapter 1072 Battle of Jakarta. Boom boom boom. With the roar, the entire Jakarta coast was covered by artillery fire. Under the power of large-caliber artillery shells, the trench positions carefully purchased by the Netherlands were lifted up to more than 10 meters of mud from time to time. The trembling Dutch soldiers hid in the trenches excavated in advance as soon as they were bombarded by artillery. But even so, there were still casualties in the places directly bombed by the artillery. Simon and Eiffel also hid in such caves, and now Dutch soldiers have jokingly called these caves cat ear holes. Damn, when will these bombings end? The deafening bombing sound did not stop, and the dust on the earth cave was rustling down. At this time, hiding in such earth cave was also under great pressure. The other Dutch soldiers held their ears tightly, their bodies trembling. They didn't have the energy to pay attention to Simon's roar. Cursed for 20 minutes, and Simon suddenly felt that the world seemed to be quiet. At this time, he immediately crawled out of the hole and stepped on it with a stool. In his eyes, soldiers from the Chinese Empire were coming to the coast in a boat. Discovering this, Simon immediately shouted, "Everyone is ready to fight immediately." His voice fell, and the Dutch soldiers rushed out of the dirt hole with a stool. The soldiers in the first row put the stool down and stepped on the stool to stick their heads out of the trench. And behind these soldiers stood 2 rows of soldiers. These soldiers were ready to hand over the guns filled with ammunition in accordance with the captive guns. Looking at the scene before him, Simon was slightly satisfied, because they believed that using this method could severely damage the offensive of the Chinese Empire. They chose to stay here. At the other end of the trench, Eiffel was also prepared. Although he admired the advanced firearms of the Chinese Empire, he also understood that human eyesight is limited. Basically, soldiers can maintain accuracy within 200 meters. With this value, bullets are basically not accurate, and can only kill people by probability. Let's fight to the death. Jakarta is mine. Eiffel's eyes were cruel. He knew very well the value of this resource-rich colony with a population of over 9 million. It can be said that before establishing trade with the Chinese Empire, Jakarta had always been the economic center of the Netherlands in Asia, and its position was similar to that of India in the UK. Yan and Leming are using binoculars to observe the beach. Unlike the previous single-tube binoculars, now with the improvement of Daigong's ability, the two have already used binoculars. This artillery preparation effect made the Dutch very embarrassed. Leming said with a smile. Although he saw many Dutch soldiers entering the fighting position, he also saw the wounded soldiers being transported out of the trenches. But it's not enough. Yan said, the rest is up to the girls themselves. Our shells are still reserved for naval battles, so we can't continue to consume them like this. Thunder is a little regretful, but he knows the fact that Yan said that the Dutchman's battleship has not yet appeared, and he may be holding back something bad. His voice fell, and suddenly the soldiers on the observation tower issued a warning, and the soldiers pointed their fingers to the southeast. Yan immediately took his binoculars to look, and saw 50 sailing warships approaching them mightily. Glanced at the soldiers who were landing, he said, "They are smart, but they overestimate their abilities." Having said that, he immediately asked the semaphore to issue an order, and the 12 ironclad ships left the battleship group and headed towards the direction of the Dutch battleships. For him, the 12 battleships were more than enough to deal with 50 Dutch battleships, because this was an era. Waiting for the war. Are 12 warships enough? This is no joke. Once they rush over, our landing troops will suffer heavy losses. Thunder was a little nervous. He didn't want his soldiers to lose their lives at sea. Yan was full of confidence. Sending 12 warships is enough to give them face. Otherwise 6 warships are enough. Swallowed, and thunderously watched the sailing battleships getting closer and wider, because he knew that these battleships must be equipped with similar bombs, which was a great threat to them. Eric stood on the deck and looked at the Imperial battleship that Sanlu had outflanked them. His face was pale. He knew that there was going to be a fierce naval battle. If the Chinese Empire battleships were all overwhelmed, he wouldn't worry. Now sending a mere 12 ships really scared him, because it just proved the terrible nature of these ironclad ships, so Yan would be so confident. At this time, they were still 3 or 4 miles apart. It was too late for him to escape. But as a Dutch soldier he obviously couldn't do that. Gritted his teeth, he also headed up. Now they are in the upper wind, which is extremely beneficial to them. At the moment of contact, they can use the wind to complete the T. General, can you start? On the Kings, the adjutant asked Yan for instructions. The two sides are getting closer and closer, and they are about to enter the fighting distance. Yan nodded, and he said, let's start. and the battle as soon as possible. He has no worries about this battle. In the face of the absolute power gap, the war is nothing but a unilateral crush. Its general, the adjutant, folded back and said to the messenger who was waiting for orders, "Fire." The small red flag was waving in the hand of the messenger, and then there was a roar. Standing on the deck of Thunder, I saw the ironclad ship trembling, and the cone-shaped shells flew to the distant Dutch fleet in a thunderous manner, leading instantly. The Dutch battleship was hit by a shell and turned into a sea of flames. Do these fools think that we will still fight against T? Our warship is fighting in all directions. Yun sneered. The battleship was burning, the chaotic sawdust scattered in the sea. The blue sea was instantly dyed red, and the sea was full of the screams of Dutch soldiers struggling. "Help! Help!" the Dutch soldier in the water shouted. The water quickly attracted the sharks, and the Dutch soldiers could see sharks moving under their feet, which deepened their fear. But Eric was already frightened. He just looked numbly at the soldiers struggling in the water. The other Dutch soldiers were shocked by this amazing scene. They were all self-experienced naval soldiers, but they had never encountered such a strange situation. Faced with this kind of combat method of the Chinese Imperial Navy, they rushed to a period of deep powerlessness. It's just that this is just the beginning of their fear. After the bombardment, the armored ship with black smoke quickly approached them at an alarming speed and surrounded them in 3 directions! Chapter 1073 Superior Firepower. Retreat! Retreat! Eric let out a hoarse roar, and now even fools can see that they have no hope of victory. If they continue, they will only face annihilation. But he was wrong, because Yun was not going to let any Dutch warship leave this time. Was ordered. The iron-armored ship quickly completed the outflanking at 3 times the speed of the sailing warship, and 12 warships bombarded the Dutch warships from 3 aspects. In the face of desperation, Eric slowly closed his eyes, and then he shouted, "Even if we are going to lose this war today, we must let the people of the Chinese Empire understand the unyielding will of our Dutch and let the gunner reload and fight back!" Following Eric's order, the remaining 42 warships shot at the iron-armored ships outside. Boom, boom, boom. Dense shells flew out, and shells continued to fall on the iron-armored ship, and the iron-armored ship that was hit was immediately surrounded by the sea of fire. Looking at the ironclad ship shrouded in flames and smoke, the Dutch soldiers uttered a huge cheer. At this time, a wave of hope rose in their hearts. But this hope was completely destroyed when the iron-armored ship rushed into the flames and smoke, and appeared before them intact. For the Dutch round bombs, it is impossible to blow up the armor of hundreds of millimeters thick iron-armored ships. Although there are many shells on the iron-armored ships, they are just tickling the iron-armored ships. The cheers stopped abruptly, and all the Dutch warships fell into dead silence. There is no despair that makes Navy soldiers feel more sad than a warship in front of it but unable to destroy it. The smile that had just appeared on Eric's face seemed to freeze, and he put down the telescope, feeling sad. As the former maritime hegemony, the Dutch lost to the British and eventually led to the decline of hegemony. Now that hegemony who can defeat the British has appeared, he can foresee that the British maritime hegemony will end in the hands of the Chinese Empire. In the future maritime trade, any country will look up to the Chinese Empire to live a life. When he was desperate, the ironclad ship aimed its muzzle at the Dutch battleship. As the artillery roared, several battleships in the Dutch battleship exploded and turned into a sea of flames. The fierce artillery fire was only the beginning. The iron-armored ship was reloading very quickly. They hadn't reacted yet, and another round of shelling came. In a short period of time, half of the 50 Dutch warships will blow up, and in the next time they can only watch one after another sink. Not far away, Ming finally breathed a sigh of relief. With a smile on his face, Ming said, "I really envy your navy. With the iron-armored ship, you will be able to run wild on the ocean from now on." Yun did not deny this time that the sailing warship and the ironclad warship were not equal opponents, and the naval battle in front of him proved his idea. From now on, the ocean will no longer belong to the Europeans. At the same time that the ironclad was victorious, the landing mission of the army was basically completed. because the artillery was about to destroy the Dutch coastal defense. The landing operation was not disturbed by the local fleet. This time the landing went smoothly. After the first batch of soldiers set foot on the beach, Ming immediately asked the semaphore to convey the order. The soldiers carried light and heavy weapons and immediately approached the enemy 200 meters and began to build fortifications. A machine gun and mortar were also placed in place, ready to attack the trench position. At the same time, Simon and Eiffel in the trench were in a complicated mood, and they all saw the battle at sea. Now that all 50 warships have been sunk, Eric has no chance of surviving. Inside the trench, Stephen's face is extremely pale. Although he has a lot of opinions on Eric, he is Dutch after all. Watching him die in the sea with the Dutch battleship, he still felt very sad, but this pain only lasted for a few seconds, because he would face greater trouble next. Because Eric failed to prevent the landing of the Imperial soldiers, the Imperial soldiers who landed successfully will launch an offensive against them. If they lose their position again this time, their Jakarta will be lost together. Da. Boom. Just when Stephen was worried, a strange sound suddenly sounded. He had heard the sound of the machine gun, but he had never heard the latter sound. After this sound, there were suddenly hundreds of explosions on the ground. Simon and Eiffel were also stunned by the sudden explosion. Unsuspectingly, this round of explosion caused hundreds of casualties to their soldiers. When they were shocked, as the same sound rang and another explosion sounded, Simon looked out and found that the Imperial soldiers were manipulating a strange weapon. This kind of weapon is different from any artillery, but a very short artillery. Soldiers only need to push the weird-shaped cannonball inside, and the cannonball will fly in a high arc and fall vertically. And in this way, the trench is basically equivalent to a dummy to them. Under the bombardment of artillery, the Dutch soldiers panicked. They hated the feeling of being killed by a strange weapon. Some soldiers even hid in the dirt hole again to avoid the bombing. Although Eiffel and West also wanted to hide, the situation this time was obviously different from the shelling of the Imperial battleship. The Imperial soldiers are now 200 meters away. As long as they hide in, these soldiers can rush to the trench at any time. So, now they can only face off against the Imperial soldiers with gunfire, but as a result, their casualties have increased dramatically again. Hit me hard, don't be afraid of wasting shells. You can pay back if you capture Jakarta, Sanyazu shouted to the mortar. These soldiers have been trained in Kingsu and then returned to the army, so they are very familiar with the use of mortars. Yes, leader. With Sanyazu's approval the mortarers shot out the shells one by one, and the positions not far away kept exploding. While the mortar fired its power, the machine gun was not idle. The machine gunner fired frantically at the trench, and the bullets flew towards the Dutch like raindrops. According to their combat plan, this time they want to make full use of the advantages of their weapons, so they will not stop when the firepower coverage effect is not achieved. A little bit of time passed, and the number of mortar shells decreased one by one, and the Dutch position had been bombed out of shape. On the battleship, Thunder had been watching the situation of the Dutch trenches. After finding that there were no soldiers in the Dutch position daring to show his head, he ordered the charge to be sounded. Was ordered to charge, the soldiers rushed to the Dutch position with hand-style rifles. At this time, sporadic gunfire began to sound, and soldiers were hit by bullets and fell to the ground. It's just that all these gunshots can no longer stop the large-scale charge of the Imperial soldiers. Download the free reader. Ask for leave and rest for 1 day. Mobile version. Solemnly go online. Welcome to visit. Please remember our website. Read it. No pop-up window. The latest revision. Provide high-speed text and no pop-up window novels. Let you read more refreshing. First of all, I wish you all a happy Mid-Autumn Festival. Tonight, many people are probably going to scold the snail for being lazy again. Or why don't you save the manuscript in advance and post it tonight? In fact, the snail really can't save the manuscript. In the past few months, some time ago, I took the child to see a doctor everywhere, and my mother's legs and feet have not been dexterous until now. The snail can only write a book and must also be a dad. In addition, The child is a tough guy. The snail can't calm down as soon as his voice opens. It is for this reason that the snail's condition is very poor, leading to many mistakes. I sincerely apologize to everyone here, and the snail will try to avoid it. Originally, the snail was going to continue the code word tonight, but it has been a long time since the snail has been with his family to celebrate the festival at night. Even on the New Year's Eve last year, the snail continued to sit at the computer after eating the New Year's Eve dinner, so let the snail this time let's be extravagant. For the 2 changes tonight, the snail will make up for it in 2 days and 3 changes. Chapter 1074 Burning Jakarta. Stephen looked desperately at the Imperial soldiers rushing into the trench like a tide. Under the bombardment of the shells, the soldiers hiding in the trench suffered heavy casualties. In order to avoid being killed by the shells, many Dutch soldiers hid in the dirt hole again. But now the Imperial soldiers launched a charge. They had to come out of the dirt hole to resist, but when they showed their heads again, the machine gun fired again, making them miserable. What was even more frightening was that under the cover of the machine gun, the Imperial soldiers quickly rushed to the trenches. Facing the Dutch soldiers in the trenches, they dropped their grenades, which instantly disintegrated the defense forces in the trenches. Simon and Eiffel both encountered this dilemma at this moment. Without machine guns, they could not stop the Imperial soldiers from charging with a front-mounted musket. The battle was doomed the moment it started, and they were once again at a disadvantage in the face of the Empire's cannonballs falling from the sky. However, the existence of trenches and earth holes still retains a considerable part of the vital power for the Dutch. After the Imperial soldiers rushed into the trench, a hand-to-hand battle with bayonets began tragically. Stephen, we must retreat. It won't last long. Simon and Eiffel rushed to Stephen in embarrassment. The 2 of them were covered with mud, which was lifted by the bomb and fell on them. How are our casualties now? Stephen asked. It's just the bombing by the other side that we lost 30% of our soldiers. The indigenous soldiers we trained have already shaken their military spirit. They will soon fall into chaos. In that case, with only the remaining Dutch soldiers, we will not be able to resist the Imperial attack, Simon said eagerly. Although Eiffel was very sad, he knew that he could not but abandon the last Dutch colony in Asia. I ruled here for many years. I am very familiar with the terrain. With the remaining soldiers into the rainforest to the east, we can get rid of their pursuit. As long as we pass through the rainforest, we can reach the city of Boer, 100 miles away, and we can get on the merchant ship and leave, Eiffel said. Stephen continued to look at the battlefield. Gunshots and grenade explosions were heard from time to time in the trenches. This was a Dutch soldier clearing the trenches by Imperial soldiers. On the flanks of the trench, some indigenous soldiers crawled out of the trench and fled, but fell one after another under the machine gun fire. With the continuous influx of Imperial soldiers into the trenches and the continuous compression of the defense line, Stephen said, retreat, destroy all that can be destroyed in Jakarta, and don't leave anything valuable to the Empire. No problem, Senator Stephen, Simon and Eiffel said simultaneously. Then they sounded the horn of retreat. Upon hearing this command, the Dutch soldiers in the trench climbed the trench to retreat to Jakarta. On the King, Ming was observing the situation on the entire battlefield. As soon as the Dutch broke up, he immediately gave the front-line commander Chang Yuzu the order to pursue it. After receiving the order, San Yuzu immediately led the Imperial soldiers to strengthen their offensive force. They shuttled through the trenches. They no longer fought with the Dutch soldiers with bayonets, but directly fired with rifles. At the same time, they would throw grenades into the hole every time they encountered a dirt hole. Because they ignored the dirt cave, they had just suffered a lot. Some Dutch soldiers suddenly rushed out of the dirt cave after they rushed over and attacked them from behind. Quick, quick! Don't waste time with these Dutch people. Don't fight with the bayonet, Chang Yuzu cursed. The Dutchman's bayonet provoked, and the Imperial soldiers often couldn't help but gesture up with the bayonet. Although the bayonet technique is proficient, the size and physique of the Imperial soldiers are still somewhat different from that of the Dutch, so they can't take advantage of the bayonet. But in this way, the speed of the attack was delayed. Seeing the Dutch officers retreating with the soldiers, San Yuzu became even more anxious, because according to their war experience, these colonists would take away a lot of wealth and destroy everything before they retreated. Something they can destroy, and this situation will make their war benefit much less, and they will also lose a lot in settlement after the war. The soldiers also recalled at this time. These Dutch soldiers who were still resisting clearly wanted to delay their pursuit. After regaining consciousness, they loaded their bullets one after another, and threw their grenades one by one at the enemy. The firepower suddenly strengthened, and the Dutch soldiers suddenly couldn't stand it, and they retreated. Chang Yuzu led the soldiers to chase after him, and after fully conquering the trench, he led the lead troops to chase Jakarta city. Just when they were 200 meters away from the city gate, suddenly a row of Dutch soldiers stood up on the wall of Jakarta. A burst of gunfire sounded, and the Imperial soldiers had no time to react, and the soldiers in the front row were shot and fell to the ground. "All get down!" Chang Yuzu lay on the ground and shouted, "A battalion commander, quickly bring the mortar over and hit me fiercely against the city wall." After a while, the first batch of 30 mortars were transported over. After simply adjusting the angles, the soldiers stuffed the shells into the barrel. With the sound of the shells breaking through the air, the city of Jakarta suddenly became a piece of land. Sea of fire. During the explosion, the stone fragments of the city wall of Jakarta were flying, and in a short while, the entire city gate was forced to collapse by the shells. Breaking through the city gate, Chang Yuzu raised his arms and the Imperial soldiers rushed into the city again. Governor's mansion. Stephen and the three who came first were directing the soldiers to carry gold and silver, but the sound of the city gate collapsed suddenly made them look very ugly. The Imperial soldiers seemed to understand their intentions, and they would never have the opportunity to take away their wealth. Seeing the gunshots getting closer and closer, the Dutch soldiers kept fleeing towards the governor's house. The three of them looked at each other unwillingly. Stephen said, "Burning the governor's mansion." After that, he snatched a soldier's torch and threw it on the window curtain of the governor's mansion, and the flames burst into the sky. At the same time, Dutch soldiers threw torches at valuable buildings, shops, granaries, and residential buildings in the city. Everything that could be ignited began to burn. In the fire, Stephen opened the box full of gold and silver and let the Dutch soldiers eat. "Soldiers, these are our Dutch property. Take them all. Now we are going to board and follow us so that they won't get anything." Stephen shouted. For him, now is the best way to preserve Jakarta's wealth. He would rather distribute it to Dutch soldiers than to people in the Chinese Empire. The soldiers let out a cheer and put the gold and silver on their bodies. They protected Stephen and the three to go to the east gate. Leaving Jakarta city, Stephen looked at the city in the flames with a mocking smile, so that even if he did not save Jakarta back, he would have an explanation! Chapter 1075 Lean Taste. Chang Yuzu walked through the fiery city of Jakarta almost without being mad. Now the entire Jakarta city is full of burning buildings. The captured Dutch soldiers pointed out the important buildings in the city one by one. Without exception, these buildings were all burning in flames. "This group of bastards," Chang Yuzu said angrily, "go and inform the fleet to go to Bor City. These Dutchmen must not be allowed to escape from Bor City to Kolkata." Got the order, the messenger rushed to the coast, and on the coast he used semaphores to tell Thunder about the situation in the city. Strong walls and clear fields. These Europeans are still a little capable. After reading the meaning of semaphore, Yan said with a calm face, "Thunder's face is quite ugly." According to the Empire's reward system for foreign warfare, trophies are a very important indicator. Now they get a burnt and messy city. They have suffered a big loss. Although this offense was as successful as before, the number of soldiers they lost in previous battles has increased by multiples. The deep trench still provided a lot of protection for the Dutch soldiers. Thousands of casualties. The soldiers can't even divide a copper plate. The commander, will be in vain. Generally, please be sure to lead us to Bor City in advance. I must not let this group of go. Ming said. Although he is used to seeing deaths on the battlefield, so many casualties make him really uncomfortable. Now he is only fighting with 20,000 Dutch people and miscellaneous natives. If he faces the battlefield of Calcutta, The number of casualties may even be upturned. Jan could feel the thunderous anger. Obviously the Dutch angered him. There is no problem. I can definitely follow them to Boer City at the speed of an iron-armored ship, Jan said. Boer City is a straight-line distance for the Dutch army on land, but for the navy, they need to make a big bend to reach it. After all, the coastline is not straight. If it is the speed of a sailing warship, they may not be able to reach it in advance. But under the full sail of the ironclad ship, it will definitely be able to complete this task. Thank you, Thunder said through gritted teeth. King Zoot. After the hand-cranked telephone was officially connected, the telecommunications department began to install telephones for the official offices of the Imperial Palace and the Outer Palace in King Zoot. According to the cabinet's request, King Zoot had to realize telephone communication between various departments of the Imperial Court to improve the efficiency of government affairs. While the telephone has made significant progress, Lin Wentao's Institute of Mechanical Engineering also received good news. My lord, this is the first prototype car we built with an internal combustion engine. Lin Wentao in Machinery Factory pointed to the classic car in front of him with excitement. Since the internal combustion engine technology has matured, they have launched various applications of internal combustion engines. In addition to the diesel engine used for drilling, they have put the internal combustion engine in the research of sports machinery on the agenda in accordance with the requirements of the 5-year plan. So they first set their sights on the animal harvesters being used by the Empire. According to the institutional drawings, they gave these agricultural machinery the heart of an internal combustion engine. After the application of the harvester was expanded, they built a manned car based on the drawings provided by Xiaoming. This is the classic car in front of them. Xiaoming walked to the classic car. The shape of this classic car was basically similar to the first-generation European car in the 19th century. It's not that he doesn't understand more perfect shapes, but in terms of current industrial technology, King Zoot's industry is still unable to produce car shells with modern craftsmanship. Therefore, he still used the old-fashioned beetle shell honestly. How fast can this car reach? Xiaoming asked slightly excitedly. After so many years, he finally ushered in the embarrassment of riding a carriage without riding a horse. On the other hand, with a car, his safety when going out will also be greatly improved. Back to the Emperor. The speed of this car reached 60 km per hour. Lin Wentao said. 60 kilometers? Xiaoming showed a thick smile on his face. He was already satisfied with this speed. After all, the world's first car was only 1 hour and 15 km per hour. But the difference is that Xiaoming gave Lin Wentao mature internal combustion engine technology and used purified gasoline, so this car broke the first car in all aspects, reaching the level of an improved car. Qian Defu smiled and said, at a speed of 60 per hour, wouldn't it be possible to run more than 1,000 kilometers on this day? This is natural, but you need to bring enough fuel. At present, the Empire may not be able to luxuriously use gasoline in this way, Lin Wentao said with regret. So far, the drilling of oil wells has not made any progress, and the difficulty of drilling has exceeded all expectations. There is no oil field, which means that cars are manufactured in a fake handle style. This is why Lin Wentao sighed. Xiaoming naturally understood what Lin Wentao meant. He still overestimated the current technical level of the Empire, and the darking oil field was already difficult to exploit. It is normal that no progress has been made for such a long time. According to records, Japan also tried to find the darking oil field during World War II, but the drilling stopped at about 800 meters, because Japan did not have the technology to drill deep rock layers. The real depth of the darking oil field is about 1,300, so the success of oil production is essentially drilling technology. The route of the drilling technology is the problem of the drill bit. Now with the diesel engine, the power is solved, and the strength of the drill bit must be the problem if it cannot reach such a deep rock layer. After all, drilling an oil well requires a special oil drill bit. Reading www.uukanzu.com can give a bit design drawing, but the material problem still needs many experiments. So he is a little helpless about the current problem. because now no one can be sure when the oil field can be successfully exploited. If the oil field cannot be used due to technical problems, he can only find a way from overseas. After all, his drilling technology cannot conquer Darking, which is a kilometer deep, but it is still very simple to mine oil wells in the Middle East. The most important thing is that after mastering mature ironclad technology, the cost of shipping is greatly reduced. It is not very far from the Middle East to the Empire at the speed of ironclad ships, and the cost of transporting oil is very low. The Empire is currently fighting in the South Seas. If it goes well, the route to Persia and the Ottoman Empire will be completely opened up. At that time, the Empire can establish diplomatic relations with Persia and the Ottoman Empire and buy their oil at a low price. The machine can run, Xiaoming said, and at the same time he became more and more determined to monopolize oil. The feeling of oil deprivation is really uncomfortable, and besides Persia and Ottoman, he has to completely occupy Siberia. After all, there is also a big oil field there! Chapter 1076 Renzonglubu, Ma Songkai Rabbit. It's great, as long as there is oil, all kinds of machines equipped with internal combustion engines can be moved. Moreover, according to the official, Lu Trong said that he also got a thing called asphalt from oil. With this thing, it can be built even more. Is it a smooth road? Lin Wentao was dancing with excitement. For him, oil had always been a hurdle in his heart. Now Xiaoming's words finally gave him hope. Xiaoming has a faint smile on his face. There is no doubt that the petroleum industry is an important threshold for a country to move towards a modern chemical industry. Only after the establishment of the petroleum industry did the internal combustion engine exert its true value. Later, machinery with various functions could further promote the development of the industry. I will solve the oil problem. The most important thing for you now is to apply the internal combustion engine to all kinds of machinery, such as all kinds of construction machinery, road rollers, cranes, and excavators, Xiaoming said seriously. In fact, in contemporary history, the steam excavator was invented by the Americans in 1836, but the efficiency of the steam-powered excavator was too low. Therefore, Xiaoming does not waste time on steam machinery, and directly puts the excavator on the internal combustion engine, so that such excavators can perform their real functions in large-scale projects. After a pause, he went on to say, in addition to such small passenger cars, you must also work large transportation vehicles to improve the domestic transportation level as soon as possible. Yes, the Emperor. The next official remembered. Lin Wentao said sternly. Although the internal combustion engine has been successfully applied, his task is still very heavy and he cannot relax now. Emphasize the task of the machinery factory. Xiaoming rubbed his hands. He said, since this car can run normally, let me try my hands soon. Emperor, this is no problem. The lower officials have driven this car many times, and there is absolutely no problem with safety. Lin Wentao said, patting his chest. Qian Defu was a little worried when he heard that. The Emperor, this kind of risky move is not necessary. The speed of 60 km per hour is not low. If the vehicle cannot be controlled, it will be very dangerous. After all, the situation is special now. Xiaoming's eyes were gloomy. Qian Defu knew what Qian Defu meant. The last time he took a mortar at the military factory, he was scared to death. This incident was discovered by the Queen Mother and the Queen that Qian Defu was reprimanded by Emil, so Qian Defu is now cautious everywhere, because according to the current situation, if Xiaoming has any accident, the empire will soon fall apart. Looking at the classic car in front of him, Xiaoming sighed slightly, and said, no, let the technicians perform. Lin Wentao also recovered. Now there are many rumors in King's, and he has also heard some. Called a driver over, and he said, get out of the car and show it to the Emperor. In response, the technician entered the car and turned the key to start the car. At the same time, Lin Wentao explained, the Emperor, this car uses electric spark ignition. As long as the key is turned slightly, the car can be started. Xiaoming nodded. In the 19th century, the method of electric spark ignition was not uncommon. Since electricity was popularized in King's, Methods of using electricity have also been developed. Now King's researchers are mixing various technologies together. For example, the next generation of ironclad ships will have radios to communicate with each other. Everyone arrived at the door, and the technician manipulated the car to speed up on the road outside the machine. In a short moment, the car ran around the machine factory. Xiaoming nodded frequently when he saw it. The speed of 60 km per hour can be said to be the speed of a turtle compared to modern times, but the empire of the 18th century can be said to be earth-shattering. If this classic car is officially sold, the empire's transportation mode will undergo a historic change. The emperor, the technicians of the machinery factory have discussed naming the first car as Chitu. I wonder if the emperor is satisfied. There is nothing wrong with Lubu in Renzhong and Chitu in Mazhong. In that case, we will continue this Chitu as a brand. Xiaoming's mouth has a smile. From then on, the Chinese empire will have the world's first car brand, and this car brand will also be destined to be famous all over the world. Kaz. When the two of them were chatting, the Chitu car stopped steadily in front of them, showing its excellent performance. Is the emperor still satisfied? Lin Wentao was confident. Xiaoming nodded slightly. He said, I now formally place an order for 300 Chitu cars from the machinery factory. Lin Wentao laughed so hard that he couldn't see his teeth. Although the machinery factory was run by the government, the court still had to pay for orders. So, it means that they have got a large order. With this capital, they can do more. Watching the first car in the empire, Xiaoming and Qian Defu left the machinery factory under the protection of the guards and returned to the palace. He immediately called Kui Shannon and asked him to supervise the war in Nanyang. The oil collected by the empire is only enough for experimental use. His 300 cars must rely on overseas oil to run. Then it is very important to open routes to Persia and Ottoman. He does not want to wait too long on this issue. Boer City. After a day and night of sailing, the King's fleet was loaded with angry soldiers from the Southeast Army to this small Dutch city on the coast. Compared to the magnificence of Jakarta, Boer City seems inconspicuous, but here is a trading node for the Dutch spice that controls Indonesia. Therefore, there are a lot of Dutch merchant ships here, but because of the war, there is no previous prosperity here. Looks deserted and lonely. According to the information provided by the Nanyang Chinese, there are 300 Dutch soldiers stationed here, and it is easy to seize this place. Yan said to Ming. Nodded. Ming said, even if I am stationed with 3,000 people, I have to take it down and wait for the Injagda to arrive. After all, he yelled, land and occupy Boer City. His voice fell. 2,000 soldiers boarded troop carriers to the shore. In order to defend against danger, machine gunners are now lying in front of every troop carrier. Once the enemy is found, the machine gun will shoot the enemy mercilessly. Like the information provided by Yun, when the Imperial soldiers approached the coast, some sporadic gunshots sounded, and the Imperial soldiers immediately responded with machine guns. Under the fierce firepower, the Dutch soldiers hiding behind the barriers of the dock could not resist at all, and the Empire occupied the small city in only half an hour. Yun, we will stop here for the time being. After you sweep away the enemy warships on the route, we will go to Kolkata together. Ming said that his early mission was to capture Jakarta and cut off the European coalition's supply points in Asia. Yun is just cooperating with him, and Yun's real task is to cut off the sea transportation line of the European coalition forces and isolate the European coalition forces in Kolkata. Download the free reader. Chapter 1077 Steel Chicken Coup. Price December 24. After Thunder completely occupied Boer City, Yun gave the order to advance to Kolkata. After 2 days of voyage, the mighty fleet arrived off the coast of Kolkata, and the news reached the governor's house of Kolkata as soon as possible. The Chinese Empire's fleet did not pass through Malacca, but directly bypassed the southern side of Malaysia. This can only show one problem. I am afraid that Jakarta has fallen. In the governor's mansion, Butron explained pessimistically to the military commanders of the other 4 countries. Boom! Butlin's voice fell, and a young man with blonde hair slapped it on the table. The Chinese Empire deceived people too much. For these colonies we have been operating for 100 years, and now we are bitten by them. If we can't curb their greed, I am afraid that our colonies all over the world will fall into their hands." The youth said loudly. "Klaus is right, and it's our purpose here, isn't it? I really hope this war will end soon," Nicholas said gruffly, holding his pipe in his mouth. "The five-nation coalition forces are gathered here." He, the governor of Calcutta, has an arduous task because just coordination in all aspects gives them a headache. The most important thing is that now that the Dutch colonies are all lost, then all the food supplies fall on the head of Britain, which makes him very unhappy. Butlin laughed and said, "The only way to end the war is for us to the Chinese Empire or be beaten by them." Then he looked at the young man, this man named Ferrin. The young officer came from the Netherlands. His father was Governor Eiffel of Jakarta, so Ferrin would be so angry after hearing his analysis. "We must have beaten them to the bottom." Film looked rather impatient. "Now the Chinese Empire's fleet is at the estuary of the Ganges River. Give me the command of the fleet. I will sink them all." "Ha ha ha. Do young people only speak big words now?" Wilson, such an excellent admiral, has lost to the hands of the Chinese Empire. Can you command the fleet with a boy with no hairs? Sitting across the round table said the bearded officer sarcastically. The filmy complexion turned red. This bearded man is the Spanish naval admiral Corbency, who is quite famous in Europe. Portugal. The French generals also gave out a suppressed smile at this time, all mocking Ferrin's overpowering. Butlin frowned. The five-nation alliance seems to be overwhelming, but the contradiction in it is a fool to see. Now no one wants to lose their power to go to war with the Empire. For this reason, no one is willing to hand over their fleet to the command of Film. With a sigh in his heart, he said, "Everyone, now is not the time for infighting." Now that the Empire has captured Jakarta, there is no doubt that India is the next target to be attacked. If we cannot unite and rub the spirit of the Chinese Empire, then we face the loss of all the interests of Asia. In that case, it is better to let the British and French fleets serve as forwards. Now Asia has only your interests, not ours. Corbancy said rudely again. This sentence made both Ferrin and the Portuguese officer nod slightly. He was not like he was being used as a gun by the British and French. Nicholas was unhappy. "If you are so insincere, our cooperation will end." After the occupation of India, the goal of the Chinese Empire is Africa. If I remember correctly, your colonies in Africa will not less. The slave trade has also made you a lot of money. In North America and South America, the greed of the Chinese Empire is unlimited, and the benefits of our hard work for hundreds of years are you so willing to make it? The other four-nation military officers all fell silent at this time. Nicholas continued, "The Chinese Empire is antagonizing the whole of Europe, and now Tsarist Russia is also on our side. In response to the rise of the Chinese Empire, the unity of Europe is not far away. In that case, let us elect the person who leads the fleet." Corbency said, "I vote for myself. Only I have experience in large-scale naval battles here." Corbency's words fell, and the other three raised their hands, but Ferrin hesitated and raised his hands. He knew that he was not as good as Corbency after all. "Okay, then the admiral of the combined fleet is Mr. Corbency, so now do you have any suggestions?" Butlin was a little excited. Corbency pondered for a moment. He said, "According to the intelligence, the warships of the Chinese Empire are all ironclad ships, and all the failures of the coalition forces last time were because of the rampage of the ironclad ships. Our shells could not even break through the opponent's armor." "Yes, that's what the escaped crew member said," Nicholas said. Corbency smiled sullenly. He said, "Obviously, head-to-head with this fleet is seeking a dead end. If Jakarta falls, it means that all 50 warships have sunk. Then, with the warship that just arrived, there are 150 warships left, and we still have the advantage in number. Therefore, this time we should take a surprise attack and use the cover of the night to attack. As long as the naval battle is turned into a sea battle, then we still have a trace of victory." "Hope. This is a good idea." Butlin glanced at Corbency with admiration. "If we can win this way, Maybe we can capture all the armored ships." Others also showed admiration and nodded, agreed on a plan to attack the Imperial warships, and Butlin immediately announced its dissolution, allowing Corbusier to prepare for the raid tonight. According to their plan, after night fell, Corbusier led the fleet drifting down the Ganges. During the day, they had detected the position and distance of the Imperial warships through observation posts, so they could find specific locations in the dark. "Prepare all the Eagle Claw hooks, and immediately throw the Eagle Claw hooks on the Imperial battleship as soon as it hits," Corbusier warned carefully. All the crew nodded in the dark. Although they couldn't see each other's faces, they were very excited. If they could capture the armored ship, they would really get rich. It's just that their fantasy was quickly pierced by bright beams of light. Just when they were about to approach the iron-armored ship, a dazzling beam of light suddenly shone from the iron-armored ship, exposing them completely. Corbusier tried to open his eyes, and the beam of light illuminated their boat as bright as day. He was immediately cold and his hair stood up. Boom, boom, boom. Before he could react, countless firelights lit up in the darkness, and then he saw that the battleships he led became fireballs in the explosion! Chapter 1078 Wolf Pack Tactics. Yun looked at the burning sailing warship on the sea with a strange smile on his face. Liu Chen was beside Yun, and the laughter never stopped. "General, I didn't expect your joke to come true. These Europeans really came and attacked at night." "My remarks during the day were definitely not just jokes. Facing our iron-armored ships, they could only use unusual offensive methods," Yan said. After arriving in the sea off Kolkata, he and the general mentioned in a joke that the European fleet might launch a sneak attack at night, using the battle to shorten the gap between the two sides. It is for this reason that they did not turn on the searchlight warning at night as usual, but this time they did not turn on a searchlight. There were searchlights on the hidden armored ship. They did not expect that these Europeans would actually touch it in the dark. "Anyway, the European joint fleet hit our guns. Let them all sink in the sea tonight," Liu Chen said. After arriving at their destination, they learned that the warships of the combined fleet were all hidden in the upper reaches of the Ganges. Such terrain was very unfavorable for them, because if they entered the Ganges, their ironclad ships would be attacked by army artillery. Yun's gaze has been focused on the sea. His expression has gradually become solemn, and he said, "Don't take it lightly, let all the Marines be in place, the battle has just begun." Liu Chen looked forward upon hearing the words, and found a burning sailing warship rushing towards them. Obviously, this time the combined fleet is equally strong in war. "Aim at the enemy ship trying to approach us, and sink it." Yan faced this situation, and Yan issued an order. Liu Chen also realized that the danger had not been eliminated. He immediately asked the Marines to set up the machine gun on the deck. Once hit by the enemy ship, it was their task to protect the warship. Boom, boom, boom. King's ironclad ship suddenly turned on its firepower, and shells flew towards the sailing warship that rushed in. After being hit continuously, the warship finally sank slowly. At the same time, other ironclad ships are also exerting their maximum firepower, and bright fires continue to rise on the entire sea. After each fire, several warships in the combined fleet are hit and sunk. For a time, the entire surface of the sea was full of burning warships. In addition to the sound of the exchange of fire, the cry of the enemy soldiers in the sea also resounded through the night sky. "Corbusier, what should we do?" Farron asked anxiously amid the deafening cannons. "Their flagship is located in the center of the fleet, and now their forward fleet is suffering a devastating blow, which makes them and onlookers feel worried and fearful." After the initial shock, Corbusier regained his senses. He said, "We can't rush over like this, otherwise our warship will be destroyed. Put down the boat and let the soldiers approach the enemy warship in the boat. The firepower of the warships will be dispersed, and we still have a chance of victory." After a pause, he pointed to the lights on the Imperial battleship and said, "These strange lights have exposed us. Tell the soldiers to shoot at these bright places once they are in range. Although I don't know what it is, it must be the Empire. New technology." Flynn nodded heavily when he heard the words. He immediately called the messenger. Let the messenger take the lantern to make one movement. This is the way of passing news between them. After getting the order, the soldiers on the battleship immediately put down the small wooden boat, and a group of 20 people went to the Imperial battleship, and the 2 small boats were filled with explosives. This was also the order of Corbusier. Each sailing warship put down 10 small boats, and the remaining hundreds of warships put down thousands of small boats to rush towards the Imperial fleet. For a time, the entire sea was covered with small wooden ships of the joint fleet, and in the process of rushing to the Imperial fleet, the boat kept rescued the fallen soldiers aboard and rushed over. The actions of the combined fleet were quickly discovered by Yun. In the distance, the warships of the combined fleet adjusted their positions and were bombarding each other. The thousands of small wooden ships that came to them had a sense of wolf tactics. Yun is no stranger to the tactics adopted by the joint fleet, because there are such battle examples in the textbooks of the Imperial Naval Academy. And the textbook also recorded a great sea battle between Spain and Britain. At that time, Britain used small arson ships and ships full of explosives and soldiers to finally win. Because in such large-scale naval battles, large warships are far less flexible than these small wooden ships. Once they are approached by the wooden ships, the soldiers on the wooden ships can attack by chiseling, bombing, and burning ships. The number of them was at a disadvantage in this battle. Now that the combined fleet uses this method, they suddenly become passive. After all, the number of enemies is large and the target is small, so hitting them will undoubtedly be a cannon and mosquitoes. But if you don't solve them, it will be very troublesome if you get close. To send orders to other warships, the main guns continued to fire at enemy large warships, and use secondary guns and sampan guns to fire at small boats at sea to prevent them from approaching. At the same time, let the Marine Corps strafing the ships that are trying to approach, and prepare hand grenades. The densely packed boats approached them. This kind of scene really made people a little scalp. Yun didn't dare to be careless this time. Upon receiving the order, the searchlights of the ironclad Sovereign flickered immediately. After installing the searchlights, they immediately mastered the language of the lights. There is nothing more convenient than the language of lights in the dark to communicate with each other. The changes in the searchlights on the King's ironclad ship were instantly captured by other warships. They acted according to the orders, and the Marines resting in the warship cabin quickly entered a state of combat. Swish swish. In order to find the location of enemy boats more clearly, flares were fired over the sea. Under the light, the boats of the combined fleet were exposed. Da. Just then the machine guns on the King's ironclad fired flames, and they first fired at a small boat entering range. A series of bullets hit the wooden boat, and the soldiers on the boat fell into a pool of blood before they could react. At the same time, more and more machine guns sounded, and the soldiers on the boats fell in the machine guns. The soldiers on the boat also launched a counterattack. The flames from the muzzle were continuously lit on the boat, and the soldiers on the iron-armored ship began to suffer casualties. The battle situation became more and more tense. Although the small boat was hit hard by the machine gun fire, there were too many small boats. They scrambled to approach the iron-armored ship, like soldiers charging wildly. Crack! While Yun was watching nervously, a bullet hit the searchlight, and the beam of light illuminating the enemy battleship disappeared. Seeing this, Yun's heart was tense. He shouted, "Quickly replace the spare searchlight." Download the free reader. Chapter 1079 Blockade. The intelligence is not wrong. The Chinese Empire really has a musket that can fire continuously. This is terrible. On the deck, Corbusier was also paying attention to the situation of the Imperial fleet. When he noticed the weapons fired continuously on the deck, his heart sank. The Chinese Empire is terrible. As long as they have this weapon, we can only be slaughtered on the battlefield, Farron said in a condensed voice. Corbusier nodded. That's why we have to get their advanced weapons at all costs and send them to our country for imitation. As he was talking, he suddenly noticed that the lights of the Empire fleet's flagship suddenly went out. He said happily, "Great. Their commander is on this warship. Let the soldiers focus on attacking this warship. If the flagship is captured, They will definitely mess up. Philin also saw it at this time, and he glanced at Corbuncey with some admiration. The Spanish naval admiral deserved to be called the Spanish sea fortress. Faced with such a disadvantage, they are still playing equally well, which is already very rare. All gunners attack the 6th battleship from the left in the southwest. Ferron issued an order. Boom boom boom. A round of volleys were suddenly sent out after the order was given, and one after another, the bombs went straight to the king's armored ship. At the same time, other warships gradually focused their firepower on the king's armored ship, and under the cover of the warship's gunfire, the small boats in the sea quickly approached the king. Corbuncey watched this scene, with a sneer from the corner of his mouth. And then his gaze turned to an ironclad ship in the southeast, which was on the edge of the Imperial fleet. He said, "Immediately send soldiers to attack the first battleship on the right. Now that the enemy's flagship is besieged by us, other battleships will be eager to clear the siege and ignore the battleship on the edge and seize that ironclad ship." "What a brilliant trick," Ferron said excitedly. He asked the messenger with the lantern to issue another command on the edge of the deck to let some small boats approach the east. On the king, the Marines suffered constant casualties under enemy shelling. After the searchlights were extinguished, it seemed that all the enemy's artillery fire was concentrated on the king, and enemy bombshells were thrown over from time to time on the deck. The intensive attack caused heavy losses to the Marines on the battleship. "General, it's too dangerous here. You must go back to the cabin," Liu Chen said to Yun. "The king is the core of the armored ship, and Yun is the core of the king. Once Yun has an accident, the naval battle will be won. It is also tantamount to a fiasco." Yun's expression was cold. He said, "I thought that as soon as the iron armored ship came out, the King's Zoo fleet would be able to run wild from then on." This naval battle really taught us a lesson. The Emperor is right. Strategically, we must despise the enemy, but we must pay attention to the enemy strategically. After all, he said to Liu Chen, "Order the king to turn around and use the steam engine warship to annihilate the enemy warship. We can't be too big. We suffer a lot from such a small number of shots." While the two were talking, the soldiers brought up the spare searchlight. After some installation, the searchlight turned on again. Liu Chen looked at the more than 60 sailing warships burning on the sea. Although the enemy's wooden ships were approaching them, the enemy suffered heavy losses in this kind of shelling. After all, the iron-armored warships can withstand much more than wooden sailing warships. Nodded, and he immediately let the searchlights issue instructions to change the formation of the fleet. This time they will annihilate the enemy's warships while sailing, and those little wooden boats let them float in the sea. After the order was issued, the ironclad fleet immediately set sail again, using the advantage of speed. They always kept a distance from the small wooden ship, but kept within the shooting range of the machine gun. This kind of kite-flying style quickly made the soldiers on the boat exhausted. The steam engine battleship relies on the power of the steam engine, and they rely on manpower. After noticing the changes in the Imperial fleet, Corbuncey looked down. Because it was a sneak attack, the Imperial warships were always parked at first, which was conducive to their approach. But now their commander is clearly aware of this problem. So the warships have pulled anchors and set sail. And the most damning thing is that although these iron-armored ships appear cumbersome, but their speed is not slow. If it is a sailing warship, their boats can still catch up. But these steel monsters run too fast, the boat can't catch up with them. But they are hung by them. Hit. Ferron's expression of excitement also disappeared, and they are now in a very embarrassing situation. They can only be beaten and cannot fight back. Boom boom boom. The moving ironclad ships continued to shoot at the sailing warships, and the rotating turret allows them to attack the enemy in any direction. 65 ships, 70 ships, 80 ships. When every enemy warship was hit, Liu Chen would report to Yun. Freed from the entanglement of the boat, their offensive seemed easy, and the scale of war tilted towards them again. "Don't let go of any of them. Send 10 warships to bypass the flank and block the Ganges entrance to the sea," Yun said. At his order, 10 ironclad ships separated from the team and drove straight to the Ganges. The movement of the Imperial fleet was watched by Corbuncey, and he slowly lowered the telescope. He sighed heavily. It's not that I am ineffective in command, but the Imperial fleet is too strong. If we don't have iron-armored ships, Europe will dominate the era of maritime hegemony. Gone forever. Although Ferron was extremely unwilling, but facing the 80 sailing warships burning in the sea, he could only choose to bow his head. He understood what Corbusier meant. Retreat. Corbusier gave the final order. The offensive of the Imperial warships has not stopped, and their fleets are still losing continuously. Once the Ganges mouth is blocked by the Imperial warships, they will have no escape. They will be sunk one by one at the speed of the armored ships. Yes. Film's voice trembled a little. This order is very cruel, because it means that they will abandon the soldiers in the small boats in the sea, but he has to execute it. Instead of destroying the whole army, it is more appropriate to keep a part of the warship for future use. Thinking of this, he asked the messenger to give an order to retreat. The captains of the remaining 70 warships had long been expecting this order, and now they desperately headed towards the Ganges. On the king, Yan showed a triumphant smile. For him, the remaining warships were not enough. After this war, the Imperial Navy had the final say on the route from India to Europe. Even if they hide in the Ganges, they will not be able to escape their control in the end. Starting tomorrow, the warship will cruise along the Indian coastline in groups of 3, sinking any supply vessel from Europe. Download the free reader. Chapter 1080. Agitate. On the coast of Kolkata, officers from all countries looked grim. When Corbusier led the fleet to attack the Imperial fleet, they had been watching the battle on the coast. As the battle progressed, their moods fluctuated, but in the final moment, they ushered in a complete failure. At this moment, the burning sail warship on the sea is the proof of their failure. It's over. It's over. We lost 96 warships, and the fleet was damaged by more than half. Now the ocean is the Imperial fleet in charge, Nicholas said in pain. Butrin's gloomy face flickered with the flaming fire on the sea. Although Corbusier chose to retreat, the Imperial fleet chased after him, and they were sunk again while they were hiding in the Ganges. 16 battleships. Only then did they destroy a total of 96 battleships. Witnessing the tragic scene before him, his heart seemed to be bleeding. Looking at the soldiers who were still struggling and crying for help in the sea, his body trembled slightly. An endless hatred surged in his heart. Behind him are the soldiers responsible for defending the coast. They also witnessed the whole process. Like Butrin, they felt fear in their hearts while also full of hatred for the Chinese Empire. For them, in national propaganda, the Chinese Empire is described as a demon who robbed their colony. They came here all the way to uphold fairness and justice. Soldiers, have you seen the cruelty of the Chinese Empire? They have taken away Australia and shamelessly treated our people in the British Empire as slaves and humiliated them. Now they are ready to rob India of our own. If they are allowed to move on, sooner or later, one day their tentacles will reach Europe. They are demons, followers of Satan, heretics. Maybe tomorrow, maybe the day after tomorrow, they will land in Kolkata, brothers, and kill them all together. God will definitely help us. They are sent to hell. Butrin shouted. Kill them all. Kill them all. The British soldiers shouted, their hatred suddenly soaring under Butlin's encouragement. Other Empire commanders looked at Butrin. They also shouted, and the entire coast was filled with hatred towards the Empire for a while. On the deck of the King, the medical officer was bandaging Yun's wounds. When the King was set on fire, his left arm was scratched by shrapnel. There was no sound at the time, but he continued to command the battle. Until the battle was stable, Liu Chen discovered that Yun's arm was injured. General, there seem to be many enemy soldiers on the coast. They seem to be shouting something. In the darkness, Liu Chen could only vaguely see some people on the coast through the firelight, but they were very vague. The medical officer was disinfecting Yun's wound with alcohol. He endured the pain and said, "Don't worry about them for now. Thunder will kill them." Liu Chen wanted the warship to conduct a round of shelling to frighten them. He nodded when he heard that, and then said, "What about the European soldiers in the sea?" "Shoot them all." Yun gave orders coldly. It is not his cruel nature, but war experience tells him that he cannot be kind to the enemy. Now that Europe and the Chinese Empire are officially at war, these European soldiers will inevitably be indoctrinated by their countries to hate the Chinese Empire. After all, European national consciousness has long been awakened, and now it has even risen to the paranoid racism of white supremacy. They think that only Europeans can be regarded as real people. People in other countries, like animals, cannot be equal to them. It is said that there is a zoo in Kolkata, India. In this zoo, there are aboriginals from different areas, and among them there are also Chinese empires who live outside. They treat these people as animals and come to the British exhibition in Kolkata to make money. When he got this information from the secret guard, he was silent for a long time. This incident allowed him to fully understand what the current essential contradiction between the Chinese Empire and Europe is. This is the contradiction between race and culture. Without letting go of white supremacy, the war will not stop. Understood, General. Liu Chen responded. He just asked it out of routine. For him, he was too lazy to save the soldiers in the sea. He didn't want his soldiers to take risks. The Europeans who were rescued might take out daggers and stab them. His soldiers got the order. He immediately ordered the soldiers to shoot the enemy soldiers in the sea. Even now the gunfire in the sea has not stopped. Although the main force of the fleet has retreated, there are still many boats in the sea. These boats are still trying to attack them, and this made Liu Chen more determined. His own ideas. Da. The sound of the machine gun sounded again, and the ironclad ships shuttled through the messy battlefield to get rid of the boats that followed. At the same time, the medical soldiers continued to carry the wounded Imperial soldiers into the cabin for treatment. This time, Europe suffered heavy losses, and their losses were not light. It was just that there were more than 200 soldiers' casualties on the King's ironclad ship. The rest of the cleanup mission lasted until dawn. When the red sun rose in the east, the soldiers on the iron-armored ship could really see the whole picture of the battlefield last night. The enemy's corpses are floating everywhere on the battlefield that stretches for more than 10 miles. The sea water is mixed with the color of blood, and the broken wooden boards are undulating with the waves. And the Ganges estuary has been sealed by the sunken warship. The Imperial fleet cannot enter, and the European fleet cannot exit. Yan and Liu Chen took a nap last night, and they walked onto the deck after dawn. According to the order, the King's Zoo fleet has officially cruised, and some warships rushed to Indonesia and Singapore overnight to transport Southeast Army soldiers. Now the European coalition forces are really making dumplings by us, and the rest is to cook the dumplings and wait to eat them. Liu Chen licked his lips excitedly. Yan was not optimistic about the situation on the land. He pointed to the long battle line and said, "The battle of the trapped beasts is the most dangerous. The Europeans have backward weapons, but the will to fight is very strong. We also paid no attention last night." Small casualties. Liu Chen nodded. The statistics of the battle report have come out. They have more than 3,000 casualties, but the European coalition forces have suffered even greater losses. It is roughly estimated that 30,000 people were killed in the sea. "I'm afraid we couldn't win Calcutta years ago." Liu Chen felt a little regretful. According to the current enemy's will to resist, the following battle must be very difficult. In this case, I don't think there is a need to attack. As long as we block the route and trap them here, sooner or later they will collapse. After all, we have no urgent need for India. Yan analyzed. Liu Chen also had the same idea. Of course, the storm could take India, but according to their exchange ratio in Jakarta, they would have to sacrifice at least 30,000 soldiers' lives, which was unnecessary. Chapter 1081 Empire State King Zhu Xiaoming is reviewing the year-end summary sent by various departments of the imperial court. Since the 5-year plan was promulgated, the most important task at the end of the year is to verify the implementation of the 5-year plan. The emperor, since the 5-year plan was promulgated, 26 Shangzhou thermal power plants have been completed in Dengzhou, Yaozhou, Jinzhou, Xuzhou, Jinling, Songjiang, Suzhou, Linan, Fuzhou, and Guangzhou. There are a total of 127, and it is not a problem to complete the construction of all Shangzhou thermal power plants within 5 years. In the fair, Su Liangkai reported on the construction of the thermal power plant on behalf of the electric power department. After a pause, he took the year-end report and continued reading. In addition, the electric power department has also made certain progress in hydropower generation this year. The hydropower generation part is designed in the Chuo Dam under construction, which is in the popularization of electricity. On the one hand, 80% of the people in Qingzhou now have access to electricity. The remaining 20% can only wait for the main line to be laid because of the remoteness of their lives. As for the factories in the industrial zone have all been used. In addition to electrical machinery, the only regret is that the current electric power department is still in a state of loss. Only Qingzhou can make a balance. Xiaoming also had a year-end summary submitted by Su Liangkai. He nodded appreciatively. The plans for the first year have been completed. This is very commendable, but the electricity is just in its infancy, and the future burden is still very heavy. As for profitability, you don't need to consider things for the time being. The power facilities are currently in a stage of intensive construction, and profits are impossible. The imperial court will bear this loss. Yes, the emperor. Su Liangkai breathed a sigh of relief. He has passed the test and will be able to have a good year this year. What the imperial officials are most afraid of is the year-end summary. If there is a problem with their own department, they will not be in a good mood during the new year. Su Liangkai returned to his team, and Princess Pinyang walked out in order. Compared with the charming past, the Princess Pinyang is now a little more capable. She has been in charge of the railway department for these years, and the complicated affairs have given her a lot of temper. The Emperor, by the end of this year, the railways operated by the Empire have reached 5,000 kilometers. The main routes from Yaksa in the north, Jinling in the south, Dengzi in the east, and Qing'an in the west have been completed. The railway department is now building the main line. The branch railway between the two railways has completed the construction of the railway network. The only regret now is that the north-south railway cannot be connected due to the blocking of the Yangtze River," said Princess Pinyang. Xiaoming nodded slightly, because he started in Qingzhou and was the first to dominate the north, so industrial construction was concentrated in the north, while the south was relatively backward. But with the unification of the empire and the establishment of maritime hegemony, what the empire now needs are commercial ports along the coast, especially ports in the south. In this way, opening up north-south logistics is a difficult problem facing the current empire. Although he missed the contemporary Yangtze River Bridge countless times, he knew that this magnificent project could not be built with the current construction technology of the empire. Therefore, under measurement, he decided to take the second place. Thinking of this, he called Zhang Liang's name. Then Zhang Liang went out and bowed and said, "The Emperor." Xiaoming asked, "How about the railway ferry that I asked your shipyard to study?" "At present, this is the only way to get a steam locomotive across the Yangtze River." When the train appeared and there was no bridge on the Yangtze River, the North-South Railway relied on this type of railway ferry. In modern times, as early as 1850, Britain used train ferry in the Gulf of Fawn in Scotland. Even now, there are still more than 20 countries using rail ferry in the world. In countries where there are many islands and no cross-sea bridges built, this kind of railway ferry is a must. To put it simply, this railway ferry is actually a railway track built on a large ferry. The track on the ferry can be connected to the railway track. The train wants to cross the river just to drive the train onto the track on the ferry. When the train is on the ferry can carry the train across the sea and across the bridge. However, the prerequisite for building a train ferry is to master the technology of steamships. Xiaoming didn't mention it before because there was no such technology. Now that the ironclad technology is mature, there are no more technical obstacles to building large train ferries. Back to the Emperor, the construction of the train ferry is no less difficult than the king's ironclad ship. Although the ministers and others have mastered the construction technology of the train ferry, it will take a year to build the first train ferry. It is estimated that there will be no problem at this time next year. Zhang Liang bowed and said, "Pinyang." Princess said in surprise, "The railway ferry, I didn't expect that to be such a magical thing. If so, the railway construction in the south can be accelerated. So, now you don't need to worry, Xiaoming said with a smile. Princess Pinyin responded and turned back to the queue. Xiaoming did not ask Zhang Liang to go back, but continued to ask, how is the construction of the imperial shipyard now? Back to the emperor. The large shipyards in Bisha City, Dengzhou, Jinling, Songjiangku, Linan, Fuzhou, and Guangzhou have completed 60%. A total of 42 shipyards can be put into production. It has the ability to build ironclad ships. In addition, according to the requirements, 65 small and medium shipyards can be put into operation by the end of this year, and have the ability to build small and medium commercial steamships. Zhang Lianyue reported. Xiaoming is satisfied with this data. Today the empire has basically no enemies on land. The most important task at present is to control the global trade routes, because ocean power is extremely important. For this reason, he allocated a large sum of money to build a bed-building factory and cultivate shipbuilding talents. In this case, the shipyard will be able to build commercial steamships and sell them to the empire's merchants from next year. The empire has invested a lot of money in the shipyard in these years, and it should be recovered now. Xiaoming said. Yes. The emperor. Zhang Liang answered yes. Listening to the reports of three people one after another, Xiaoming looked at Yang Cheng'ai, and his chief officials asked him about the empire's industry and commerce, factories, and banks. There was no need to ask various responsible persons separately. Noting Xiaoming's gaze, Yang Cheng'ai walked out. At this moment he was holding a thick report. Glanced at the other ministers slightly apologetically, and said, my report may be a little longer, so I will try to be as fast as possible. Clearing his throat, he said, at present, Qingzhou Bank has officially changed its name to the Imperial Central Bank, and the functions of the Imperial Central Bank have also been clarified. From now on, all banks in the empire will be subject to the jurisdiction of the Imperial Central Bank! Chapter 1082 Industrial Dilemma. In addition to the Imperial Central Bank, the Construction Bank, the Industrial and Commercial Bank, and the Agricultural Bank have also been established. These classified banks have their own functions and are responsible for providing loans to different industries. At the same time, the Imperial Stock Exchange is also preparing for almost the same. Next April, a series of stocks such as national debt can be officially issued. Yang Cheng'ai turned over a page of the report and continued, as for industry, under the supervision of the lower officials, major provinces are now embarking on vigorous industrial construction. At present, each Shangzhou has established its own large-scale industrial zone. At the same time, in Zhongzhou, Xiezhou is also setting up factories, and the number of factories nationwide has doubled. The growth is gratifying. As for the number of specific factories, Xiaoguan has included it in the attached table. Xiaoming was flipping through Yang Cheng'ai's report. Hearing that, he flipped to the end, and the 30-odd pages on the paper really recorded the name, type, and scale of each factory in the empire. Roughly flipped, Xiaoming showed a smile. Unknowingly, the industrial capacity of the empire has been fully increased. Only during this period of Qingzhou area, many professional machinery factories were established, such as factories specializing in the production of steam locomotives, bearing factories producing bearings, bicycle factories producing bicycles and tricycles, and electric motors producing electric motors. It can be said that Lin Wentao led the research. Every time the room has eaten a set of machinery, a corresponding factory will come out immediately. And after these factories appeared in Qingzhou, they would soon spread to other prosperous states and counties. After talking about the construction of the factory, Yang Cheng'ai reported on the problem of commercial construction. It took half an hour for everyone. Yang Cheng'ai's report was over, and Xiaoming asked Song Chengping, Chen Qi, Lin Wentao, Lu Tong, and Hedong to report on issues in their respective fields. Hedong and Lin Wentao, needless to say that internal combustion engines, automobiles, telephones, and telegraphs are their achievements. As for Lu Tong, although he is low-key this year, he has done a lot of things, such as petroleum refining, oxygen, nitrogen purification and various basic chemical agents. Good progress has been made in production. These things may seem inconspicuous, but they are important to the development of all walks of life. As for the two arms experts Song Chengping and Chen Qi, they are upgrading and transforming the hand-style rifle and the current guard artillery, and the specific samples will be available tomorrow. Inquired about science and technology, Xiaoming finally looked at Pang Yukan and asked him to have a general summary of all aspects of the empire, and the annual meeting of the government was over. The emperor, according to statistics, this year the imperial industrial and commercial tax revenue totaled 60 million golden dragons, and the agricultural tax 40 million golden dragons. In terms of taxation, the commercial tax exceeded the agricultural tax. The industrial and commercial tax has now become the main body of imperial taxation. In the industrial and commercial tax, the government-run factory heat chamber of commerce tax accounted for 60%, which is the main source of commercial tax. After a pause, Pang Yukan proudly said, in addition to paying taxes, the government-run factories have also paid considerable profits this year, reaching 120 million golden dragons. The King's Chamber of Commerce has paid 280 million profits this year. In terms of war income, the empire has an income of 90 million golden dragons, which mainly comes from reparations and spoils in the occupied areas. Among all the reports at the end of the year, Pang Yukan's report is what Xiaoming likes to listen to the most, because at this moment he can clearly know the financial situation of the empire this year. Speaking of the tax situation, Pang Yukan continued, up to now, the denomination of the golden dragon issued by the Imperial Central Bank has reached 9 billion, including paper money and gold coins. Xiaoming smiled satisfied when he heard the words. From this figure, he could judge that the empire's taxes were normal. So the imperial GDP will probably increase by 3 billion golden dragons this year, right? Xiaoming asked. Pang Yukan was taken aback, and he said, how did the emperor know? Smiled lightly, and Xiaoming said, the imperial taxation system was established by me. Basically, the total amount of tax revenue will be 16% of the annual gross production value. I still know this in my mind. Pang Yukan was shocked. He was already looking up at Xiaoming, but he realized that the more he touched, the more he couldn't surpass the empire in front of him. He said, the emperor's sage. He then said, compared with last year, the popularity or power plants has greatly increased the production capacity of factories. This is also the reason for so many taxes this year. Under the emperor's governance, the people of the empire have become richer and richer, although the empire has opened up many overseas markets. But most of the goods produced by the empire are still jokes at home. The imperial market is the biggest cake. There is no doubt about this. It is only at the current growth rate of imperial industry. Within 3 years, the domestic market will be saturated, and then the overseas market will become very important. Xiaoming said. As soon as his words fell, Li Kaiyuan stood up at this time and said, the emperor, only with the experience of overseas business during this time, even if the market in other parts of the world combined may only be equal to the empire, their consumption power is really too poor. They can't afford the imperial goods at all. If things go on like this, the imperial industry will definitely encounter bottlenecks. You are very accurate, Xiaoming said lightly. In this era, the number of people in the world is limited, and most of the population is in a state of self-sufficiency. They have no demand for many industrial products, such as Japan, the Philippines, India, Indonesia, Africa and other places will not buy imperial bicycles. Even in Europe, anyone can afford it. If you want people in these places to buy bicycles, you have to have a wealthy class in this place, and at the same time, these classes have to buy bicycles. In order to achieve this goal, cultural penetration is needed. Letting these regions follow the fashion of the Chinese Empire, in simple terms, is to build the cultural influence of the empire. If you want to break this cage, you can only rely on the empire itself. Other countries have no demand, so we create this demand. They can't afford it, and we make them affordable. Then the empire's colonial strategy should be more elegant. All the ministers looked at Xiaoming. Standing up from the dragon chair, he said, colonization is not only a form of force. Cultural colonization and economic colonization are all colonizations. The empire can now transfer heavily polluting industries overseas, and at the same time establish its own way of cultural export. Sphere of influence. When spoke, he looked at the grey sky of King Zhu. The industry in the steam engine era needed to burn a lot of coal, which made the green mountains and green waters of King Zhu gone forever. But there is no way, because this is the price of industrialization, but now the colonies in Southeast Asia are controlled by him. He can transfer some heavily polluted manufacturing there. Download the free reader. Chapter 1083 Siege. Does the Emperor mean that the industry that uses steam engines can be transferred overseas? There was a flash of light in Yang Chengai's mind, and suddenly he thought of something. Xiaoming smiled and nodded. He said, in fact, some merchants in the empire have brought steam engine technology to the colony. This is the mine in the colony. Mining without a steam engine is very inefficient. This is true. Relatively speaking, a thermal power plant must be built to use electricity. The steam engine only needs coal and water wherever it goes, which is very convenient. Yang Cheng'ai said. Pang Yukan pondered for a while, and said, the factories dominated by steam engines will slowly withdraw from the imperial market. These idle machines are indeed wasteful. Moreover, compared with the cheap labor in the colonies, the salaries of imperial workers are much higher, and the factory owners will also gradually. They can't bear it, but they can continue to make profits by moving to the colony, which is also a waste use for the empire. This is what I mean. The merchants of the empire are merchants of the empire wherever they go, and their output is the output of the empire. Therefore, the steam engine industry is completely abandoned and huge waste is caused. It is better to transfer to various the colonies squeeze surplus value. Sage of the Emperor. When everyone heard the words, they were all in awe. The speed of the empire's development over the years is so fast that the people of the empire can't keep up with the speed of factory machinery upgrading. After the emergence of electricity, this contradiction has become more prominent. If you still use steam engines, you will face low efficiency and high labor costs. If you use electricity, all steam engines that have only been purchased for a few years will be idle. After the empire successively occupied the Japanese and Southeast Asian colonies, there were already some smart businessmen preparing to move the steam engine factory to the colony, so that they could continue to produce in the colony, so that they would have money to buy electric machinery. It's just that the empire has extremely strict technical control, except for the mining industry. It has been extremely strict in other aspects. Because of this, businessmen complained when they contacted officials. Now that the emperor has set a tone, there is no problem with this matter. The report on economics and technology is basically over here. And then Xiaoming listened to the political and military reforms in the past 2 days. According to the report provided by the cabinet and the general staff, the restructuring of all provinces has now been completed, and officials in all positions are doing their own things. And the top-down position of the military area is basically completed. These 2 reforms were successfully completed. Xiaoming also breathed a sigh of relief, because it means that the empire has now officially become a modernized country, no matter in terms of business, government, culture, or business. In the coming hundreds of years, the order he created with his own hands will not lag behind, enough to ensure the stable operation of the empire. After all, these systems themselves come from the contemporary era. The end of the year, the court meeting lasted from morning to noon. After receiving the ministers in the palace, the meeting continued in the afternoon, but the content of the afternoon meeting became a meeting for drawing up a specific plan for next year. If something happens, retreat. If nothing happens. In the evening, amidst Qian Defu's shrill voice, the curtain came to an end. The ministers called for a long time and withdrew from the main hall. Tomorrow is the 30th anniversary of the year. Standing up from the dragon chair, Xiaoming and Qian Defu first withdrew from the Zhengde Guinkming Hall. Coming to the outside of the hall, Xiaoming looked up at the flying goose feathers and asked. The war in Nanyang seems to be delayed until next year. I am afraid that is the case, but at least the Southeast Army has taken Jakarta, and now I don't know that Yun's fleet is enough to control the maritime trade routes. Qian Fu is responsible for receiving the telegrams, and he is naturally clear about these wars. Xiaoming's eyes narrowed. In fact, he had a foreboding that the war in Nanyang would not be as easy as the Japanese and Goryeo. After all, although Western weapons were backward, they were truly modernized troops. And the soldiers who lined up to be shot in the era were the most disciplined era, because they had to face the enemy's guns directly in every war. So in Jakarta, the thunderous offensive resulted in 2,000 casualties of soldiers, and in India there were more Western soldiers, and they would also lose a large number of soldiers if they headed against each other. What he needs most now is oil. The occupation of India is not the first one, so he is also considering India's offensive plan. Since the Imperial Navy can control the sea routes, the coalition soldiers besieged in India are a good choice. At the same time, let Liu Oxen's Southwest Army attack East Indochina from the land, the British-controlled Burma, and surround India from the east of India. As a result, the Indian coalition forces will be more uncomfortable. Soon, his idea was verified on the 10th day of the new year, and the telegram of the Imperial Navy was sent to him. In the first battle of the Ganges estuary, the Imperial Navy sank 96 enemy warships, but more than 3,000 people were killed or injured. This is the most serious battle damage suffered by the Imperial Navy so far. According to Liu Chen, the coalition forces were built in Kolkata, India. With stronger fortifications, the Southeast Army alone may not be able to gnaw off this hard bone. Qui Shannon in the Imperial Study is analyzing the battle reports from Nanyang. How many people are there in the Southeast Army now? Xiaoming asked back to the Emperor. The total number of registered soldiers in the Southeast Army is 64,000, of which 57,000 are combat soldiers, and the remaining 7,000 of people are logistic and civilian personnel. Qui Shannon said. Xiaoming nodded when he heard the words. Because of the modernization of the army, the logistics of the army is now his own business, because the logistics soldiers in the army account for a very small proportion. According to Liu Chen's statement, if we want to capture Kolkata, we are afraid that we will have to pay 20,000 soldiers casualties, which is equivalent to half of the combat personnel of the Southeast Army. I'm afraid this is true, and the Southeast Army now has troops stationed in the colony in order to control the colony. The actual number of soldiers participating in the attack may only be about 40,000. Xiaoming frowned. It is not worth paying the lives of 20,000 soldiers for a Calcutta. If this is the case, then it will be consumed slowly. Anyway, the Empire now has time. The more we wait for our advanced equipment, the more they separate from their own country. Too long will eventually lose the will to fight. The idea of subordinate officials is also the same. Taking advantage of this time, the Empire is able to digest the occupied colonies, and at the same time let the Southwest Army go south to attack the city, so that it can't look at each other. When he got up and walked to the map, Xiaoming circled India in a red circle. He said, let's do it. Also, expand the Empire's army to 600,000 people. I'm afraid we have to deal with things in the future. Not a lot. Chapter 1084. A copper plate will not lose you. Xiaoming glared at Qui Shannon. If he had been in the past, he wouldn't dare to praise the expansion of the army to 600,000 in haiku. After all, the modernized army is not a feudal cold weapon unit that's used to just feed on food. The training of soldiers, the purchase of equipment, the daily diet and the soldier's salary are all huge expenses. In addition, the generational difference of the Imperial Army is much higher than that of other countries, so 300,000 to 400,000 people in the 6 military regions are more than enough. But the Nanyang warfare still made him decide to expand, because the Empire seems to have a lot of troops, but apart from the stationed and border guards, those who can freely pull out to fight are tight. If the Europeans smashed with him, it would be really difficult for him to deal with this person. After all, according to the information he got, Europe is now also working on science and technology. As long as it lasts for a few years, I am afraid that weapons will be updated. The war will be even worse. Although Xiaoming wanted to kill Europe, it was still somewhat impractical to travel far to Europe. For one thing, the Empire did not have such a strong troop transport capability, and at least 4 to 5 million troops were needed to attack Europe. Replenishing an army of this size is simply an epic difficult task. Therefore, in order to prevent future European countries from counterattacking, it is still necessary to expand the army in advance. He does not want to be anxious when problems arise in the future. And the most important point is that the steady growth of the empire's taxes also gave him the capital to maintain a huge army. The bullets and artillery shells are now real money. If you have no money, you can't do it. If this is the case, this is not a problem. There are still many young people in the empire who have aspirations to join the army, Qui Shannon said. After a pause, Qui Shannon remembered something, and he said, "The emperor still remembers the Foreign Legion that he ordered to form?" "Are you talking about the Foreign Legions of Korea and War?" "Exactly. Now this Foreign Legion has been formed and trained, and the number is about 20,000. Yi Kinyan called to ask if it can be put into the Siberian battlefield now. Qui Shannon asked, "If the emperor is not in a hurry to take Siberia, this only the Foreign Legion can enter the Indian battlefield. Let them go to Siberia. Now the only land threat of the empire is Tsarist Russia, and he can't give him a chance to grow, so he must be driven to the west of the Ural Mountains as soon as possible." Xiaoming said. Qui Shannon answered that although the protagonist of this year's war is the Southeast Army, the actions of other military regions have not stopped. Yi Kinyan has been arranging the war to seize Siberia, while Qi Guanyi focused on Central Asia. Liu Oxin has been preparing to go south, and now he has formulated a complete offensive plan and submitted it to the General Staff. The only thing that the General Staff has no news about is the eastern military region of Zhusansi. After recruiting and training the first 8,000 soldiers, Zhusansi set off for Alaska in the second half of last year. But there is no feedback yet. But he also understands this situation. After all, Alaska is a snowy field. It is not easy to land and build the first city of the empire in this place, even if it takes a long time to go back and forth. Speaking of the Foreign Legion, Xiaoming suddenly remembered the domestic unrest in Japan. Last year, his attention was focused on the war in Southeast Asia. He didn't know how Wang Xuan's arrangement was in the country. But this thought just flashed through his mind, because now he has more important things. That is oil. It doesn't matter if India doesn't strike for the time being, but buying oil from the Middle East must be on the agenda. Now that internal combustion engine technology has achieved breakthroughs, the only thing missing is oil. Just buying oil from the Middle East is not something that can be done simply. Although the Middle East oil fields are said to be able to produce oil with a shovel, there is no concept of oil in that area. If you want to get oil smoothly, you must first send an exploration team to find the corresponding oil field location, and second, you must ensure the safety of the exploration team, and this requires a good relationship with the Aman's Empire or Persia. Therefore, he is going to send 2 waves of envoys to the Ottoman Empire and Persian on the same day. Both sides bet is his usual style, so that at least one party can be used when the other party has a problem. Istanbul. This is the capital of the Ottoman Empire and the residence of King Suleiman III. Like every leisurely morning, the Sultan of the Ottoman Empire, King Suleiman III, wakes up when the sun shines through the bedroom window. Just when he finished washing and was about to enjoy breakfast, the Ottoman victor came to him. "Salat, why did you come to my palace at this time?" Suleiman asked strangely, bowed his head respectfully, and Salat said, "The great Sultan, just now a team of envoys from France came here. They asked to go to the palace to meet, saying that there was a very important thing." France. Suleiman frowned upon hearing this. "Don't the French know that they are not welcome here? Unless they return the Peloponnese to us." Salat smiled at this time. "Great Sultan, this time the French envoys said that they are here to discuss this issue, and they said that they have come to have the support of Britain this time, which represents the British attitude." Suleiman was taken aback. He hesitated, Will this be a trap? These Europeans have taken too much land from us. Thinking of this, Suleiman tickled his teeth with hatred. Hundreds of years ago, the Ottoman Empire was a huge empire spanning 3 regions of Asia, Africa and Europe. But with the rise of science and technology in Europe, the Ottoman Empire continued to lose in the war with the Europeans, and the territories of Africa and Europe were constantly lost. This made the Ottoman Empire, which was once the overlord country, feel very humiliated. Because of the successive defeats in the war, there are already voices against him within the empire. Claimed that he had kept the Ottoman Empire at a technological level hundreds of years ago, but for Suleiman, he was very wronged because he had only taken over the empire for more than 20 years, not hundreds of years. I believe he came with sincerity this time. Now both the British and the French are said to have been defeated in Asia by the former's great chunking country. Now they are asking us, Great U Kingdom? The country that was almost wiped out by the Golden Horde? Suleiman asked. Yes, this is it, Saylet said. Suleiman became more and more surprised. In fact, because of the closed geographical environment and the stability of the status quo, he rarely cares about countries outside Europe. Saylet's words really surprised him. Download the free reader. Chapter 1085 Response. Saylet: this joke is not funny at all. Suleiman showed a serious look, and he felt that Saylet was joking with him. Great Sultan, this is no joke. These years, the Golden Horde's harassment on the border of the empire has gradually disappeared. We thought it was strange at first, but now it seems that this is probably the reason, Saylet said cautiously. In the Ottoman Empire, Sultan Suleiman is equivalent to the existence of a king. He is the ruler and religious leader of the Ottoman Empire. His authority is unique in the Ottoman Empire. Under the Sultan, the Ottoman Empire also had 2 Savage, a privy minister. He was one of the Savage, and he was also the person that Suleiman trusted most. Suleiman frowned when he heard this. He was not familiar with the Great U Kingdom, but he still remembers the Golden Horde. It was this powerful enemy who continued to erode the borders of the Ottoman Empire more than 10 years ago. The number of times the Khanate appeared in his ears became less and less. If Saylet is right, then they finally found the reason for the decline of the Golden Horde. It seems that the Great U country is good for us. Now we don't have to worry about the northeast border anymore, don't we? Suleiman said happily. Moreover, we can still seize their land. Like all ambitious rulers, Suleiman is also eager to expand the territory of the Ottoman Empire. Saylet showed an awkward look. He said, but the French messenger said that the former's Great U Kingdom has changed its dynasty. His current name is called the Chinese Empire, and the land left behind after the demise of the Golden Horde has been destroyed by them. Occupy. In fact, the Ottoman Empire now borders the Chinese Empire. Suleiman's excitement gradually disappeared. In the end, he was empty and happy. Out of the sensitivity of a ruler, he was fully wary of any powerful neighboring country. One Tsarist Russia was enough to give him a headache, and now there was obviously another enemy who seemed more powerful. In that case, let's meet the envoys of France. Maybe they can provide good advice. And as you said, Europe is now at war with this or other Chinese empire. Maybe we can benefit from it. After all, the Ottomans are powerful. The foundation is to serve as a commercial channel between East and West. Okay, then I'll let them in now. Saylet turned and walked out, and after a while, 2 people in black tuxedos came in behind him. Sultan Suleiman, it's an honor to meet you. Henry saluted Suleiman respectfully. Not long after returning to France from King Zut, he received a new mission to Istanbul, the capital of the Ottoman Empire, and the absurd reason he was sent here was that he had been to the Chinese Empire and was able to clearly describe this Eastern Empire to the Ottoman Empire. However, in Henry's view, this was of no use to this diplomatic operation. What the Ottoman Empire needed was practical benefits. You are the messenger from France? Suleiman's voice had a hint of intimidation. In fact, he is more wary of Europe than the Eastern Empire, because Istanbul is called the throat of Europe and Central Asia. In the most glorious period of the Ottoman Empire, the territory of the Ottoman Empire once crossed Istanbul, even including Greece and Venice. But now they have lost all European territories because of the loss of the European War. Exactly. My name is Henry. Suleiman asked directly. Sulit said, you are willing to return the Peloponnese to us? Under our reconciliation, this is possible, but it requires Sudan and us to jointly deal with the crisis from the east. Henry replied, sometimes diplomatic negotiations are so simple and straightforward, and he doesn't like to be long-winded. Suleiman showed a sharp look. For 300 years, the Peloponnese Peninsula, where Greece is located, has been under the rule of the Ottoman Empire, but 10 years ago, with the support of European countries, Greece set off a war of independence. With the support of the European powers, the Greeks obtained a large number of advanced firearms. Despite the suppression of the Independence War, the Ottoman Empire, which was backward in firearms, eventually lost the war, allowing Greece to get rid of their rule. However, he believes that as long as the European countries no longer intervene in the Greek War of Independence, he will retake Greece. In this way, he can regain the prestige he lost because of the war. A crisis from the east? Suleiman's eyes rolled, and he felt that an era of both sides is coming. With a strange smile on the corner of his mouth, Suleiman said, are you talking about the Chinese Empire in the east? It is said that this newly rising Eastern Empire is very powerful. We don't want to cause trouble by ourselves. Henry sneered in his heart. He knew this would happen, so he said, if Sultan can work with us to cope with the expansion of the Eastern Empire, in addition to supporting your country to regain the Peloponnesian Peninsula, we will also give Tsarist Russia pressure. Let them give up their ambitions for Crimea. The combined scale of these two pieces of land is not small. This time Suleiman was tempted. Compared to the Peloponnese Peninsula in southern Greece, he cares more about the Black Sea estuary in Crimea, and Tsarist Russia's ambitions for Crimea are also based on the Black Sea estuary. We will not do stupid things just because of your few words. You will not get any response until you haven't returned to the Ottoman Empire in the Peloponnesian Peninsula and Tsarist Russia has not withdrawn from Crimea. Suleiman said slyly. Before coming, Henry had obtained sufficient authorization. He said, Sultan of Suleiman, we are full of sincerity. If you agree, please send envoys to Greece, Britain, Spain, the Netherlands, Portugal, Tsarist Russia, and France. Come, here we will sign a specific treaty, and you will get the results you want. Suleiman raised his brows and said, this is the perfect plan. I will send my son to Greece to participate in the signing of the treaty. If I get what I want, I will definitely get what you want. I hope that the signing of the treaty will go smoothly. Henry saluted again and left the palace with Suleiman's permission. Henry's figure disappeared, and Suleiman said to Sulit at this time, go immediately to collect all information about the Chinese Empire. The Europeans are willing to use such a large price in exchange for our support. It must be a serious crisis. We can't act recklessly until we figure it out. Sulit answered, turned and left. Chapter 1086 Tang Wenji's worries. Tang Wenji proudly looked at Singapore City, which once belonged to the United Kingdom, but now it has been included in the territory of the empire. In Southeast Asia, the Philippines, and Indonesia are now under the control of the empire. It will not be long before the Southwest Army will go south. At that time, East Indochina and Myanmar will also belong to the empire. Minister Tang, it is said that you brought the emperor's instructions at the same time this time? Lu Ming asked. Yan and Liu Chen, who were with him. Half a month ago, he successfully intercepted the remnants of the Dutch army trying to escape Hinbor, and fought a beautiful ambush. After the unprepared Dutch army entered the city, they made dumplings. The governor of Jakarta and Stephen died in battle. From these Dutch soldiers, he collected a large amount of gold, which can be regarded as recovering some losses. Yes, I have to pass by here anyway, so the emperor personally asked me to hand over the instructions to you, Tang Wenji said. Then he took out a sealed letter from his arms and handed it to Thunder. The emperor told us not to attack India by force, and implement a half-year blockade on India in advance, and at the same time order the navy to strengthen its control over the air routes. Lu Ming told Yan the contents of the letter. Liu Chen heard this and said excitedly, the emperor has always been wise, and this time he made a fairly accurate judgment on the war. We are now able to strengthen training in the past 6 months, and at the same time stock up ammunition and weapons in Singapore. Once the fight starts, There will be no need to worry about ammunition. Ming breathed a sigh of relief. During this time, he had been studying the map. Among the areas currently controlled by the Empire, Xinjiapo was the most suitable military base. In the entire Nanyang, the location of Xinjiapo is almost at the center, and here is the throat channel. The geographical location is very important. Because of this, the Empire designated Xinjiapo as an overseas military base and has been building fortifications in Xinjiapo during this period. Needless to say, the shore defense gun system constructed of reinforced concrete. There are still many bunkers on the coast, which were previously connected to each other through underground passages. At the same time, a large amount of ammunition is stored in the bunker. If machine guns are put on the bunker, the West cannot get it even if they invest 300,000 to 400,000 people. With such a strong fortification, both Thunder and Yan are very confident in the safety of Xinjiapo, and both the Navy and the Army can get transit here. In addition to related war matters, the Emperor also asked the Navy to send warships to missions to the Ottoman Empire and the Persian Empire. This time our visit is very important, and I hope General Yuan Riesling will help, Tang Wenji said. It was the first time for him to go to such a remote place, and he had no idea. For the safety of the mission, they needed soldiers to them, lest the mission would die before seeing the two imperial capitals. This is natural. When Minister Tang sets off, we will make arrangements now. Yan was positive. He had already understood the purpose of the outstanding envoy Tang Wen, and he had already heard about internal combustion engines. If a large amount of cheap and high-quality oil can be obtained from Persia or Ottoman, then this will be a great happy event for the Empire, and it will also enable the Empire's industry to rise again. Because this matter is more urgent, we will rest here for one night, and tomorrow we will go to the first stop in Persia. Tang Wenji smiled. Liu Chen mumbled after hearing the words, "It's really troublesome. In my opinion, there is no need to talk to them. Just where there is an oil field directly occupied." Liu Chen's words made Tang Wenji smile helplessly. He said, "When I came, the Emperor had just praised that you are making progress now, but now these words have revealed your true identity." After pondering for a while, he said, "The Persian and Ottoman empires are different from the countries in Southeast Asia. These countries in Southeast Asia have not yet really formed, but they exist under tribal rule. However, these two Central Asian powers are different. They have strict rules. The structure of the country has great potential for war, and the use of war will only push them to the west. This is unwise." It's still Minister Tang's meticulous mastery of the human geography of the world. "I only know a little about the fur." Yan stared at Liu Chen and replied with a smile. Tang Wenji sighed. "There is no way. You have to study each country carefully." Although Ottoman and Europe have 1,000 years of grievances, European royal families have married princesses to Ottoman many times. There are too many disputes, and Osman may know very little about us. This time is the trouble of this trip." When he said this, he stopped abruptly and said with a smile, "Don't mention this. Take a good rest today and leave tomorrow morning." After that, he led the delegation to the reception in Singapore. The next day, Tang Wenji got up early and simply ate breakfast. He boarded the battleship to Persia. In order to protect Tang Wenji and his party, Yan sent 6 warships in case of accidents. Although they defeated the coalition fleet, European armed merchant ships, privateers and pirates were still active at sea. These forces threatened the safety of the route all the time and seem to have been given a unified order. Now these ships are deeply hostile to the imperial warships. The patrolling warships are often harassed by them. During the harassment, they try to take all measures to seize their warships. According to the captured prisoners of war, Europe has now issued higher rewards. If the ironclad ships can be captured, the captors will receive a reward of £1 million. Such a high bounty is enough to make armed merchant ships, privateers, and pirates crazy, and £1 million is enough to make them live a rich life like aristocrats. Standing on the deck and looking at the fading port of New Jiapo, Tang Wenji's pride and daring arose spontaneously. In today's world, only the Empire can have such power. Then he gathered the members of the mission together. For this visit, All the members of the mission arranged by the empire were proficient in the languages of the two regions and were very familiar with the two countries. Compared to Ottoman, I think it's easier to produce results in Persia, a young team member said. His name is Jia Heng, and he is a diplomat major in the School of Political Affairs of King's University. Tang Wenji nodded. The emperor asked us to bet on both sides to take advantage of the feud relationship between Ottoman and Persia. According to the information collected, the two countries have been in a state of war in order to compete for regional hegemony for 200 years. It has never stopped, so we should make more use of this in future negotiations. Jia Heng said, this is not enough. We have to make them understand that the empire can change the balance of war between them. Only in this way can they know how powerful it is. Tang Wenji has always attached great importance to House Heng. His mind has always been extremely flexible in terms of negotiation. Although the relationship between the two feuds can be used to profit from it, it is also extremely dangerous. If it is not handled properly, I am afraid that there will be life concerns. Chapter 1087 Glass Ball Diplomacy. Because Persia and Ottoman want to weigh the cost of offending us, our diplomatic rhetoric may have to be both soft and hard. If there is no trouble, there will be serious consequences. You must be psychologically prepared for this. Tang Wenji still expressed his worry. The House Heng said indifferently, Gulai country lives and dies. How can we avoid it because of misfortune and good fortune? If there are not countless ancestors who have sprinkled their blood on the battlefield in these years, how can the empire today have such a huge territory, if it is afraid of death? What kind of a diplomat? Tang Wenji showed a look of admiration, and he looked at the other team members, including those who were as firm as a house, and those who were worried. He didn't deliberately say anything, just nodded, and then said, from Singapore to Persia, I am afraid that it will take 5,000 kilometers of sea. It is estimated that we will float on the sea for 10.5 days. Take advantage of your free time to take the Persian Empire. Review the system. After all, he himself took out a booklet and read it. The current Persian Empire is actually a monarchy and a centralized country. One of the institutions called Diwan is the mainstay of the central power. This Diwan is equivalent to the Privy Council of the former Dau state. The highest official of the Privy Council is called the Great Wazir, which is equivalent to the Prime Minister. This Diwan is further divided into a detailed department, in charge of military, finance, household registration, official governance, religion, and diplomacy. As the saying goes, knowing the enemy and knowing oneself can win every battle. It is about life, and he dare not make any negligence. 12 days later, the fleet finally arrived at the Persian port city of Abbas and saw 6 huge ironclad ships appearing in the port. The Persians in the harbor were terrified for them. They had never seen such a ship in their lives. The commotion in the port soon attracted Persian troops in the city, and these Persian soldiers with swords occupied the port. This Persian is really backward, and still uses cold weapons, Jia Heng said. Tang Wenji was observing with a telescope. He said, this reminds me of the old country of Dau. At that time, the country of Dau was not enterprising and self-centered. Similarly, both Ottoman and Persia are in this way today. In the state, they refuse to accept the changes in the world, and now they are gradually being left behind. The house nodded constantly, and then he said, we should explain what we are coming for. You are now going to move the goods brought from the empire, and they are now available. Although the countries of the world are different, their human natures are generally similar, so the mission prepared a lot of industrial products to bribe some Persian businessmen to lead the way. It would be even more perfect if you can meet Persian merchants who have been to the Chinese Empire. He thought so. At this time, a small boat came from the port to the fleet, and a person similar to an officer was riding on the small boat. When approaching, the Persian officer shouted nervously, who are you and where do you come from? The House Heng replied in Arabic at this time, we are a mission from the Eastern Chinese Empire. We are here this time to meet your monarch. There is a great huge country in the east. I have never heard of the Chinese Empire. The officer was a little surprised. House Heng heard the words and had to explain the cause and effect. At this time, the Persian officer understood, but he was still very wary of Tang Wenji and his party. After all, This warship full of artillery and armor was too terrifying. Seeing the officer hesitated, Tang Wenji took out a small cloth bag and threw it down, saying, "I hope you can tell me." The officer caught the cloth bag and opened it, and his eyes suddenly became big. Inside the cloth bag were 10 crystal-clear gems, very beautiful. The 2 Persian soldiers on the boat also saw it, showing a light of wonder and greed. "Okay, I will send someone to Xifeng now, but it will take a month to go back and forth," the officer said excitedly, and he was excited by the gem. He had never seen such a beautiful gemstone before, and he believed that if he shot it, he could get a lot of money. "We will always wait on the ship." Tang Wenji showed a helpless look. The Persian capital Xifeng is inland, and this is the nearest port to Xifeng. The officer completely let go of his guard against Tang Wenji and his party. He continued, "My name is Pamir and my uncle is the governor of the province. He lives in the city of Abbas. I think he will welcome you. Thank you. If possible, you can invite them to our boat to watch. We will treat you grandly." After all, a month is very long. Tang Wenji and Jia Heng looked at each other, with sly eyes flashing in their eyes, which is to show them the power of the empire. Opportunity. Pamir was even more happy. He nodded repeatedly, put the gem in his arms, and went to the shore. A few glasses have achieved such an effect. The power of industry is really terrible. Tang Wenji laughed. What they gave Pamir was not gems at all, but ornamental glass beads produced by the Imperial Glass Factory. There are colorful patterns in the transparent glass, which look like gems. "Maybe we can buy oil fields in Persia with glass balls." The house hang smiled maliciously. The reason why he is so confident is because no one in the world can produce such exquisite glass beads. It is completely feasible to hold glass beads as gemstones elsewhere. In the future, the sale of glass beads will be prohibited to prevent Persian merchants from buying glass beads from the empire. Tang Wenji was amused by Jia Heng's words. He really had this idea. They had a large box of glass beads and glass art on the battleship, which were all prepared for this diplomatic operation. If the negotiation is successful, they will also shoulder the responsibility of establishing a good relationship with Persian officials. In this way, as long as the oil field is successfully purchased, the oil problem will be solved. Feeling lightened because of this trivial matter, the two stood chatting on the deck. Not long after, there was a commotion in the harbor. The departed Pamir and a group of soldiers gathered around a bearded official in a white robe to the port. Then the officer said something to Pamir, and then came to their battleship in a boat. "Friends from the Eastern Empire welcome you. I am Bohmi, governor of Abbas. A relative of my family has been to your country to purchase silk and tea. He knows you very well. Now I take he is here, and I hope we can get along happily." Bohemia smiled. The gems Pamir got shocked him. At this time, thinking of the wealth of the legendary Eastern Empire, his heart immediately itched. He has always welcomed wealthy visitors. Chapter 1088 Gambis. It's incredible. I have never seen such a luxurious ship. How many swords and spears can this cast iron ship? Bohemia stroked the artillery on the armored ship, with unconcealed greed in his eyes, and his desire for wealth finally made Bohemia willing to take the risk on board the armored ship. Tang Wenji and everyone smiled silently. If it were more than 10 years ago, they would have the same expression. At that time, steel was extremely precious, and no emperor would waste so much steel to build steel battleships wrapped in iron armor. But now the empire's thriving industrial capacity has made steel, a luxury resource, very cheap, and every citizen of the empire can afford a large number of ironware. This time we visited your country, a total of 6 warships came, and we still have several times as many warships in Nanyang. Tang Wenji explained. Bohmi was secretly surprised when he heard this. For him, these 6 warships could not be built even with the steel of the whole country in Persia, and there were many such warships in the Eastern Empire. Putting away the color of greed in his eyes, Bohemia stroked the metallic cannon on the battleship. "This cannon seems to be quite different from ours. I don't know how powerful it is." His words are curiosity and a temptation. The purpose is to measure the power of these 6 warships. Bohemia's words are in the middle of Tang Wenji's plan. He said, If you are interested, we can show you, but there is no target that can be bombarded. I'm afraid I can't let you see it." There was an inexplicable smile on the corner of the house hang's mouth. They had long seen that this Bohemia was not innocent, but before he knew their strength, Bohemia did not dare to be presumptuous. This is a short answer. Bohemia was the governor of Abyss, holding military and political power. He gave a few instructions. A soldier got off the ship and walked to the pier. After a while, a large merchant ship stopped in the harbor. "Sail out of the port." "Is this target enough?" Bohemia said proudly, seeming to show his authority. "Enough." Tang Wenji was satisfied, and at the same time he ordered the captain of Zenwei to prepare. When the large Persian merchant ship arrived at the predetermined location, Tang Wenji took Bohemia and his party to the center of the deck. With an order, the huge roar of artillery rang out, and the Persian battleship that was stopped at a distance of 500 meters from the battleship was shrouded in flames, and the entire battleship was blown to pieces in the bombardment. Bohemia was horrified, his knees softened, and he almost knelt on the ground. At this moment, his eyes changed completely. Obviously, the artillery on these warships is extremely powerful, and unlike the shells of Persian artillery, these shells will explode. Tang Wenji was very satisfied with the effect of the shelling, and he patiently explained the artillery and ammunition on the battleship before Bohemia recovered. "The messenger of the Great Eastern Empire, sincerely welcome you, and I will arrange this meeting as soon as possible." Bohemia put away his unrealistic thoughts at this moment. In his opinion, these 6 warships were enough to destroy all warships in Persia. What's more, the soldiers on the battleship are carrying muskets that seem to be powerful. If they want to attack Abyss, it is estimated that he will not be able to hold them. "So, I would like to thank the governor of Bohemia." Tang Wenji showed a tricky smile, and then he motioned to Jiahing. Knowing, the house hang came over with a plate. Glass beads, pocket watches, soaps, perfumes and dozens of industrial products are placed on this plate. If a good relationship with Persia can be established, the empire may be able to obtain a large market. Bohemia's eyes lit up, and everything on the plate seemed mysterious and noble. He received more gifts than Pamirs. This gave him a burst of ecstasy, and Tang Wenji became more and more lovely in his eyes. "You are the most generous friends I have ever met. If you don't dislike it, you can go to Abyss to play, but you can rest assured that no one will hurt you." Bohemia completely accepted Tang Wenji and his party. After all, Fool can't live with wealthy visitors. Tang Wenji's goal has been achieved. He believes that Bohemia's words are sincere. "We were really exhausted when we wandered at sea for 6 months, but we also have strict disciplines. We will let the soldiers go to Abyss to rest in batches. As for them, we will pay for all food and drink." In doing so, he was unwilling to refute Bohemia's face and at the same time ensure his own safety. If he went to Abyss and was wiped out, he would not have time to cry. "Of course there is no problem," Bohemia said happily, and once more politely, he returned to the shore with the Persian soldiers. Turning to Pamir, he confessed solemnly, "Use the fastest horse to go to Ksifing, and tell the king about everything here. This Eastern Empire is very important to Persia." Pamir nodded and bowed to Bohemia. He ran all the way to the stable to get so many gems from the Eastern Empire. He was very motivated to do things. Watching Pamir leave, Bohemia's mind became alive. For him, the arrival of the Eastern Empire was an opportunity for him and his family. Only from the gifts they gave, he could see the endless wealth beckoning in the future. This time he must promote the establishment of friendship between the two sides. Taik Sifing. King Gambaz III and the Great Wazir Al-Thazi are having a headache when the French envoy appears in Istanbul. The French messenger arrived in Istanbul. "This is really a strange thing." "What did they talk about?" Gambaz asked. "The war between Persia and the Ottoman Empire has never stopped for 200 years, and the two sides often clash. In this case, France appears in the capital of the enemy, and he naturally feels nervous. According to our eyeliner, we say that France wants to cooperate with the Ottoman Empire to counter the threat from the Eastern Empire, and at the expense of Crimea and the Greek peninsula. They will sign a treaty in Greece in a short time." Everyone in the aristocratic circle of Istanbul is well known, and it is said that Suleiman is also preparing to ask the West to give some Ottoman firearms as a price for them to choose to stand on the side of the West. Al-Thasi said every word. Years of war have allowed both countries to have their own eyes in ambush in each other's country, so they can learn some public information in time. This is really bad news. Gambiers frowned deeply. Without the restraint of the Western nations, Ottoman would be even more rampant. This is definitely a disaster for Persia. But what made him feel helpless was that he was powerless with the current situation. Only half a month later, his worries were washed away by news from Abbas, which is exactly the news that Pamir brought. Chapter 1089 Negotiation. The mission of the Eastern Empire is in Abbas. Gambiers showed a shocked look. He has been awake all that night for this period of time. The worry is Osman's business. He did not expect that now he suddenly won this opportunity. Al-Thashi said, "The Ottomans and the Western countries are mostly related by marriage. They will definitely trust the West to trust the Eastern Empire too much. Even if Suleiman insists on his own opinions, other nobles will obstruct, and this will be our opportunity." Gambiers deeply believed that he still hasn't adapted to it. When did this world become the arena of the Eastern Empire and the European countries, and where did this place the Central Asian countries? It's just that Others collected some information from Persian merchants 2 days ago, and they were shocked by the strength of the Eastern Empire. Now Pamir's eloquent steel battleship proves that the merchant did not lie. In order not to lose in the war with the Ottoman Empire, we should strive for the support of the Eastern Empire. Arthashi, tomorrow we will set off for Abbas. I want to see the steel battleships of the Eastern Empire with my own eyes. Yes, Your Majesty, Arthasi said with a bow. The next day, Gambiers and Others officially set off. 15 days later, the mighty court team arrived at Abbas. Tang Wenji, who had lived on the Zenwai for a month, was overjoyed when he learned that the king of Persia had arrived in Abbas himself. The Persian king is intimate enough to show that Persia attaches great importance to the empire, so he is very confident in this negotiation. Zihing, get ready. Let's meet the king of Persia together, Tang Wenji said. After the king of Persia came to Abbas, they were given an order to meet him. In response, the house heng counted the gifts presented to the king of Persia, and only then got off the battleship with Tang Wenji and entered the city of Abbas under the guidance of Bohemia. At this time, Gambiers and Others were already waiting in the governor's mansion. They crossed the heavily guarded road and soon saw the king of Persia. Your Majesty the king, we are envoys from the Chinese Empire. The purpose of this trip is to establish a good relationship with Persia. After Tang Wenji turned sideways, and behind him were wooden boxes. Under his instruction, these boxes were opened one by one. Tang Wenji said, "This is a gift that our Emperor Xiaoming personally selected for His Majesty the King. I hope His Majesty will accept it. It's just a small gift." When the box was opened, the entire provincial governor's house seemed to light up, and the Persian nobles standing on both sides of the room took a deep breath, and the heart seemed to be pinched. Gambiers admitted that he had seen countless gems and gold, but he couldn't keep calm after seeing the contents of the box. He looked at Tang Wenji with a calm face, and exclaimed in his heart, "Is this a small gift?" After Al-Thashi was shocked, he quickly returned to normal. He touched Gambiers' arm to prevent Gambiers from making a fool of himself in front of the messenger of the Eastern Empire. This was his responsibility. "Please take my sincerest greetings to your emperor on behalf of me. Welcome to Persia, you will have our friendship." Gambiers smiled. His gaze swept over the dazzling gem-like gifts, then looked at other strange but extremely noble items and asked, "The Persian merchants said that the Eastern Empire is a magical country. Is there any need to eat in this country?" "Grass. But steel monsters tens of thousands of times more than camels to transport things. There are many strange but very practical goods, right?" This businessman did not lie. Tang Wenji took out a beautifully shaped glass mirror from the box and faced Gambiers. "This is a glass mirror. I can guarantee that no country in the world has a glass mirror that is as clear as ours." Gambiers saw himself clearly through the mirror held by Tang Wenji, which surprised him with a small snack. He had never seen himself so clearly. Putting down the mirror, Tang Wenji asked people to lift the pendulum clock out of the box. The numbers on the pendulum clock were all Arabic numerals. Smiled slightly, he said, "In our country, this is called a pendulum clock. Through the pendulum clock, we divide the day into 24 hours. The number on the pendulum is the current time." Gambais naturally recognized the Arabic numerals above, and he once again marveled at the capabilities of the Eastern Empire. Next, Tang Wenji gave a detailed introduction to the gifts they brought, letting Gambais understand the usage of these industrial products. After Tang Wenji's introduction, the Persian nobles on both sides are even more unsure. In their opinion, even one of these things is invaluable in Persia. The gifts from the Eastern Empire are enough to buy 10 Abbas. Gambais is envious of these luxury goods, but there is still a trace of sobriety in his mind, because he always thinks that no amount of wealth is vain without the protection of swords. After expressing his gratitude to Tang Wenji again, he said, "I believe that your visit this time is not just to present me with gifts. It is said that the West is easing relations in Ottoman, and they will soon sign a treaty in Greece. This treaty seems to be against you." Tang Wenji's heart sank. He didn't expect the West to take action so quickly, and his face remained calm. He said calmly, "Your Majesty, the king has misunderstood. To the empire, the European nations are just a bunch of clowns, not worthy of a fight. The real purpose of coming to Persia is to establish good relations with Persia and to establish business relations. At the same time, we hope that His Majesty the King will allow us to mine black oil in Persia." Black oil. Gambais frowned. This black oil in Persia is a household name, and people in some areas often find this black oil when digging wells, and this kind of black oil is used in many ways in Persia. The roads of Txil are laid with this kind of black oil. In addition, black oil is also used in construction, healing, lighting and warfare. There is a projectile weapon on the ship of the Persian Navy, and what this weapon throws is ignited black oil. "Is this all you want?" Gambais was a little surprised. He thought that the Eastern Empire would instigate them against the Ottomans and European nations. "Yes, this is the purpose of our coming here. We are willing to use the industrial products of the empire in exchange for black oil, buy land to build oil mines, and hope that His Majesty can agree." Ha ha ha. Gambais suddenly laughed. "The Eastern Empire is indeed an interesting country. This kind of black oil is everywhere in my country. I can sell it to you, but you must tell me why you need black oil." Chapter 1090 Condition for our empire's industry. Now we have a machine that needs to run with this black oil. Tang Wenji did not hide it. When he was in King Zhu, the emperor told him that buying oil in Persia and Ottoman was the most appropriate option, but it was not the only option. If diplomacy fails, they will spend more effort to extract oil in Nanyang, so this time he has a lot of chips in his hand. After a brief contact, he discovered that this Gambais is still a very shrewd person, and there is no need to deliberately conceal it. One day Gambais will know that when the lie is exposed, the relationship between the two parties will be broken. "That's it. I didn't expect black oil to play such an important role." Gambais was overjoyed. Now he has at least one thing that he can take the initiative to trade with the Eastern Empire, otherwise he really has no bargaining chips for this negotiation. "It is true, so what does your Majesty mean?" Tang Wenji asked again. Gambais did not answer. He and Alphys looked at each other and groaned. He said, "I want to see your steel battleship." "Is it okay?" "Of course." Tang Wenji raised his brows. He finally knew why Gambais wanted something. This was really a cunning guy. The negotiations were temporarily suspended, and Tang Wenji led a group of Persian nobles such as Gambais to board the steel battleship parked in the port. When he saw the steel battleship, Gambais' eyes never left the six mighty sea monsters. After seeing the firepower of these warships, Gambais sank and looked at the sea for a long time. He said, "We Persia can supply you with oil, and you can have as much as you want, but there is a prerequisite. If you have any cooperation, only buy our black oil." Tang Wenji smiled bitterly and shook his head. He said, "Even merchants are shopping around. If we only buy your black oil, how should we price it?" This problem immediately stunned Gambais. In Persia, Black oil is not a commodity at all. It is very cheap. If the lion speaks loudly at this time, the Eastern Empire will definitely not accept it. After thinking for a while, he said, "There is no money for these black oil, as long as you help us build a production line for muskets and cannons." Tang Wenji was surprised. This matter was not trivial. He didn't dare to easily agree, but he could set this condition to the lowest in advance. So he said, "Even if our emperor will agree, you will not be able to get the weapons production line you see now. At most, you will get the same production line as the current level in Europe, and the empire will not leak technology, only sell production machinery for you guys. Even so, we will be very satisfied." Gambais said, his heart is bright. No matter how black oil is incapable of protecting it, it is nothing but the wealth of others. With the capabilities of the Eastern Empire, they can definitely wage a war against Persia to seize black oil, but they obviously don't want this now. Tang Wenji nodded. "In addition, we also want to buy the port of Abbas as our trading port. How about your majesty?" "No king will sell his land, but I can rent it to you." Abbas was a little embarrassed. The issue of land is serious. Selling land will undoubtedly affect his authority. Tang Wenji was a little disappointed, but now he obviously can only retreat. "Well, I will pass on His Majesty's request to our emperor." Tang Wenji saluted Gambais. Gambais was also a little nervous, wondering if the emperor of the Eastern Empire would accept his condition. In his opinion, this is an opportunity for the Persian Empire to become stronger again. The world has changed, and Persia can no longer stand still. Otherwise, the power contest between East and West will sooner or later crush them. Negotiated their respective conditions, Tang Wenji had no reason to stay, and after leaving Gambais, he ordered the warship to return. Woo! Along with the loud whistle sound, the 6 warships slowly sailed eastward. Gambais and the Persian nobles stood in front of the port and did not leave, but kept watching the 6 warships that did not require wind completely disappear from sight. "It's really a terrible country. I hope we can have good luck instead of war this time." Gambais looked forward to it but also worried. Al-Thashi said, "Obviously, the Eastern Empire does not want to make us an enemy when it is fighting against the European powers. They came this time with goodwill." Gambius looked in a daze, then turned and left with a sigh. King Zhu. After a month of sailing, Tang Wenji went ashore in Dengzhou and returned here by steam locomotive. Too late to rest, Tang Wenji immediately reported this trip to Persia to Xiaoming. "Establish a production line of guns and artillery." Xiaoming frowned after listening to Tang Wenji's report. Tang Wenji took 3 months this time. During these 3 months, the Imperial Internal Combustion Engine Manufacturing Plant, Imperial Automobile Manufacturing Plant, Imperial Industrial Machinery Manufacturing Plant, and Imperial Heavy Industries approved by him have been established. The empire will then expand the production of internal combustion engines and internal combustion engine machinery. At this juncture, the issue of oil becomes more and more difficult. The Xiaoguan and the Persian king Gambais made it very clear that even if the emperor agrees, it will only build a production line of guns and artillery similar to the West. Tang Wenji said cautiously. After pondering for a while, Xiaoming said, "The money-free oil and weapons production line." This Gambais is really a smart man. With the weapons production line, he can fight for the supremacy of Central Asia and get more oil fields. It really doesn't hurt once. This Gambais is indeed a shrewd person, Tang Wenji echoed. Thinking about it, Xiaoming said, "In that case, we promised him. We help them build a production line for captive rifles and a production line for smoothbore guns. These 2 production lines only need steam engines, and the technical content is not high." "Really promise them?" Tang Wenji was still a little uncertain. The production lines eliminated by the empire are now piled up in warehouses. It is better to give them to Persia. The news that we will buy oil in Persia will soon spread to Europe. At that time, Europe will inevitably be bad. Persia needs to be able to resist external threats to create a stable environment. At the same time, this Gambais thinks about the production line too simple. Once a production line is established for them, they will buy our steel to make weapons and also buy ammunition. "We have a dumping ground, why not do it?" Tang Wenji heard the words and patted his head suddenly. "Yes, Then Persia is tied to our chariot. The emperor is wise. There was a smile on Xiao Ming's mouth. This was his opportunity to establish a different world version of OPEC. He would naturally not miss it! Chapter 1091 Before Darkness Type-Sifing. After 3 months of suffering, Gambius finally got a response from the Eastern Empire. This time the fleet led by Jia Heng arrived in Abyss again. Our emperor has agreed to the conditions of the king. In the next 2 years, the empire will be built by Persia to produce guns and artillery. I hope that the king can also fulfill the original promise. The house always faces Cambyse. Cope with ease. This time Tang Wenji asked him to come by himself to exercise his abilities. At the same time, he is also richer in industrial knowledge than Tang Wenji. They could come back 1 month in advance, but in order to get the location of the oil field as soon as possible, the exploration team of the minerals department also joined the voyage. The exploration team also came with drilling equipment. Gambyse screamed for God's blessing in his heart, and said, "We Persians have our say, but today we will officially sign the treaty." House Heng meant this. He took out the prepared provisions, which was exactly what Cambyse had promised. After reading the article briefly and confirming that there was no problem, Cambyse signed his name and stamped his own king seal on the article. In the provisions, Cambyse formally leased Abyss to the Chinese Empire. From now on, for 100 years from now, Abyss has the same territory as the Chinese Empire, and Abyss can exercise all state power in the Chinese Empire. At the same time, merchants from the Chinese Empire are allowed to conduct business throughout Persia. Petroleum merchants with permission from the Chinese Empire can mine oil in Persia, and Persia shall not levy any fees. Accepting the provisions, the house is always happy. This diplomatic operation was successful and complete. He said, "His Majesty the King, this time we are accompanied by the Imperial Exploration Team. Please allow them to enter Persia for oil field exploration while protecting their safety." "It's okay, of course, but it takes money to protect them," Gambyse said slyly. The house was stunned, and then said with a wry smile, "I hope His Majesty's price can be fair." Gambyse just joked with the house Heng and laughed a few times. He said, "Don't be nervous. Persia is not a rogue country, and the price of guards will be the same as in Persia." Jia Heng breathed a sigh of relief, and then he signaled to the leader of the exploration team, Kang Qianjun. This time he was in charge of the entire royal extraction. Kang Qianjun was a young man with glasses, and looked a little dull. When they came, they were summoned by the emperor to the imperial study room to study the specific location of the oil field. According to the geographical location of the Abyss port on the map, they believe that there is abundant oil in the Abyss area. And their emperor also clearly told them that Persia's oil fields are in the interior of Abyss, which is why they leased the port of Abyss. Once the oil well is established, they can directly transport a steady stream of oil back to the empire from Abyss. Thinking of this, Zhang Qianjun rushed into the city of Abyss and went to the predicted position under the protection of the Persian guards. New Jiapo, Thunder was standing on the coast and was observing a military exercise. It took 6 months as a white horse crossed a gap, getting closer and closer to the time when they attacked Kolkata. In the past 6 months, he has not been idle for a day. He has been making battle plans with the officers of the Southeast Army and at the same time turning these battle plans into exercises. Now this exercise is the final battle plan to attack Kolkata. The Riesling, all 500 guard artillery have arrived. While Thundering was watching the soldiers' drills intently, the quartermaster reported the equipment to Thunder. "Have you checked everything?" Ming asked, taking advantage of these 6 months to mobilize a lot of equipment to Xinjiapo. At the same time, in order to relieve their pressure, the general staff mobilized 200 machine guns from other military districts to greatly increase their firepower. And the ammunition, as a guarantee of firepower, is also very sufficient, which makes him very satisfied, quite eager to try. "All checked, there is no problem, and you can go to the battlefield at any time," the quartermaster replied. He didn't dare to fool around on this issue. Hearing the words, Ming burst into laughter. He looked at Yan, who was watching the show, and said, "Our Southeast Army personnel, equipment, and ammunition are all in place. How about your navy? Yan curled his lips. Our navy does not need to be prepared. Now we have the final say at sea and can set off at any time. Thundering eyes flashed with excitement. It's just the Emperor's order. Just after his words fell, a group of people approached them. What are the two generals talking about? Yan and Ming turned around and saw that it was Wang Xuan. Their expressions were a little unnatural. Wang Xuan's identity is a secret guard. This is not a secret in the Empire, and everyone is afraid of the eyes of the Emperor. Seeing the expressions of the two, Wang Xuan smiled and said, "What kind of expression is this? This time I am here to provide you with information and support." "Don't you want to know how Kolkata is now?" Thunder suddenly returned to his sorrow, and he said, "Of course I want to know. We were just a surprise, a surprise." Wang Xuan didn't open it up. He naturally knew his power in the Empire. He said, "The time has come to attack Kolkata. There is news from our secret guard in Kolkata. There was a conflict over the issue. They gathered so many troops in Kolkata, and the food in Kolkata was consumed very quickly. Now they have collected food and grass from the Indian Tibetan state, but this has caused dissatisfaction among many Tibetan states." Yan exclaimed, "Do you have an Indian in your secret guard?" Wang Xuan smiled mysteriously. "There are no Indians." Some time ago in Kolkata, a mysterious figure suddenly recruited a large number of remnants against the Empire. This attracted our attention. We took the opportunity to send a secret guard to mix in. Guess this mysterious. Who is the character? Yan and Ming shook their heads at the same time. Cao family, father and son. Wang Xuan showed a weird smile. They are the leader in this matter, and the purpose of recruiting these rebels is to disrupt the Empire. Now many moths in the Empire are caused by these people. That's it. Hee. This time I can kill them all at once. Thundering geared his hands. Wang Xuan said with a smile, "This is the purpose of my coming here." According to the secret guards we have installed, a group of people were left behind as hidden children after the collapse of the Merchant Council. These people seem to have surrendered to the Empire, but they have hidden evil intentions, so you be sure to seize the Cao family father and son to get the list of these dark children. The Emperor has been waiting patiently for this list! Chapter 1092 East Wind arrives HMPH. As long as the Cao family and his son are in India, this time they will definitely not be allowed to escape. Thunder Ming clenched his fists tightly. He still remembers the destruction caused by the Cao family and his sons in the south. I hope so. Cao Kun is very cunning. It may take a lot of hands and feet to catch him, but if our people are staring, this time I will be relatively confident. Wang Xuan said gloomily. Ming and Yan had cold behind them, and it was indeed very stressful to be with this secret guard. Wang Xuan came to Xinjiapo for the purpose of reminding Ming and Yan, and he took his entourage to leave on a battleship after entrusting it, and no one knew his itinerary. Sent away Wang Xuan, Ming immediately summoned his subordinates. The intelligence that Wang Xuan brought was very important. After being besieged for half a year, the coalition forces in Calcutta finally broke out. This was a rare opportunity for them. Once Wang Xuan sends this information to King Zhu, the emperor is likely to issue an order to attack Kolkata, so they need to prepare from now on. Like thunder, Yan also smelled the smell of gunpowder getting closer and closer. Now India is the most difficult nail in Southeast Asia. Once this nail is pulled out, the empire will truly lock the road to European colonization of Asia. Calcutta. Nicholas and Butrin walked in front of rows of corpses. These were British soldiers who died in the conflict. Since the Indian coast was blocked, they have been trapped here for half a year, and the situation of the coalition forces has been getting worse and worse during the 6 months. Now he has to admit that this Eastern Empire is really terrifying. He thought that the Eastern Empire would land in Calcutta to confront them with the victory of the naval battle, but they waited and waited for the soldiers from the Eastern Empire, and their anger due to the failure of the naval battle was completely wiped out in this strange calm. The morale of the soldiers of the coalition army is now extremely low. In his opinion, the root cause of all this is the blockade of the coast by the Eastern Empire, which made the coalition soldiers see no hope of returning home. We have killed 600 people and wounded more than 2,000 soldiers. Nicholas looked decadent. What a good boy. They did not die in the hands of the enemy, but died in the hands of their allies. If the situation continues to deteriorate, we will not be the only ones who die. The problem of food and grass is our biggest crisis. Butrin said, you must now force the Chubang to donate food and grass. Nicholas frowned. Butlin, this is impossible. Don't you think it's not messy enough here? There are always opposing forces here. If this is done, the Chubang will unite and drive us away! Just rely on them, a group of mobs. Have you forgotten how I wiped out the rebel forces in the past 2 years? Butrin sneered. We can control India not by mercy, but by guns. Look at these people who are going crazy. Soldiers, maybe tomorrow their guns will be aimed at us. Nicholas sneered. If we are not faced with the threat of the Eastern Empire, this plan may be feasible. But what if the Eastern Empire launches an offensive at this time? Do you still have the power to quell the offensive of the Chubang? I can't control so much anymore. No food or grass is also a dead end. Butrin motioned to the soldiers beside him. The soldiers raised their guns at Nicholas at the same time. Are you crazy? Nicholas yelled at the black hole. Butlin sneered. I don't want to be pointed at by their guns. I can only let them point at you. Give an order, Nicholas. We have no way out. Nicholas closed his eyes in despair. After a moment of silence, he turned and entered the governor's mansion. After a while, an order to sign Nicholas' name was sent out. After receiving the order, Butrin immediately summoned the coalition officers. With this order, they were able to levy grain and grass in the name of the governor's mansion. With a legitimate excuse, the coalition forces quickly sent a large number of soldiers out of Kolkata city. Outside the city is the territory of the Kata Chubang. In a hotel in Kolkata, the Ko family and his son witnessed all this. Together with them are the wealthy bereaved families they recruited during this time. Different from the wind and light of the past few days, everyone's looks are a bit solemn now. The Imperial Navy has blocked the coast, which is equivalent to cutting their way back to England. Father, where are they going? Cao Zhengtong asked with some confusion. Going to grab food. I didn't expect that the coalition forces have been forced to this point. It seems that this war is too bad and we must find a way. Cao Kun said. Everything else looked ugly. Some people were even pale with fright. They were very aware of the consequences if they were caught. Imperial Emperor Xiao Ming must return their heads to hang on the head of King Zhou City. To stay here is to wait for death. The coalition forces are now in disarray, and they are not the opponents of the Imperial soldiers. Once the Imperial soldiers come over, none of us can escape. What should I do? I don't want to die here. Hey, it's really bad luck. There is a decadent atmosphere in the hotel room. I know a pirate named Mahai. He has been looting merchant ships near Myanmar. As long as we can reach Myanmar, we may be able to escape through his ship, said a young man. Is this true? Cao Kun asked in surprise. Of course it is true. The two of us once wanted to say that when he was captured by officers and soldiers in Guangzhou. He was the one I sheltered, said the young man. Cao Zhengtong and Cao Kun looked at each other. This young man joined them a year ago and is also a son of a wealthy family living abroad. There is only this way now. Liu King, don't joke, or don't blame me for being polite. Cao Kun threatened speaker. I also want to live. How can I lie to you? Liu King said innocently. Cao Kun nodded slightly. It's easy to go to Myanmar. Back then, I went from Guangzhou to India through Myanmar. At that time, I set up various checkpoints along the road. Now they will definitely sell me a bit of thin noodles. It was agreed. Everyone smiled and went back to their rooms to pack their luggage. Liu King also turned and left. A cold color flashed in his eyes, and the Ko family father and son would never think that he was the eyeliner inserted by the secret guard. And the robber Mahai, he said, was also theirs. As long as the Ko family and his son got on Mahai's boat, they would have nowhere to escape. The reason why he made this decision was to see that the Ko family and his son wanted to run. Instead of running around, he set a trap to let them jump. Now the Ko family's father and son are in a hurry and believe in him. This is giving him this opportunity, but before he leaves, he has to send the message. And this requires the Empire's battery-powered radio! Chapter 1093 Bread and Bullets. King Zhu Xiaoming smiled after reading Wang Zhuan's telegram. As he planned, now the coalition forces have been blocked and a disturbance has finally occurred. In fact, the fear for soldiers is not to die on the battlefield, but to miss their loved ones in an environment far away from home. This kind of thinking will completely disintegrate the soldiers' will. This is the problem facing the rebellious army, because every soldier in the coalition does not know how long this blockade will last, maybe half a year, maybe a year, or 10 or 20 years. But no matter how many years, the only certainty is that they will not be able to break through this blockade. This is truly desperate. Give Lu Ming an order to tell him that he can do it, Xiaoming said. In the intelligence, Wang Zhuan also mentioned the problem of the Federal Army's food and grass. If the Federal Army is hungry and does not choose food, it will be beneficial to them if they go to the Tubang for food. The reason why Britain can live in peace with the Tubang is that it rarely interferes with the Tubang. If this is broken, it will usher in a chain reaction. Angry Tubangs are likely to use force to fight back against British behavior, so that it will not be convenient for Britain to sit still. Yes, the Emperor. In response, Qian Defu turned and entered the side hall, where the telegraph was. In the side hall. 7 days later, Xiaoming's order arrived in Xinjiapo, which made the spirits of Lu Ming and Yun suddenly rise. Generally, the Ko family father and son will be handed over to you, Lu Ming said. The frigate anchored at the mouth of the Ganges has already received a telegram from Kolkata. The telegram clearly described the current situation in Kolkata and dragged out their entire course of action. This is naturally no problem. As long as he reaches the sea, Cao Kun can't run away even if he puts his wings in. Yun sneered. Thunder nodded, and he looked in the direction of Kolkata and said, since they are in trouble with the Tubang, now is the best time to attack, and we will send troops to Kolkata tomorrow. The next day, with the help of the imperial warships, the soldiers of the Southeast Army were packed with warships and transported to the mouth of the Ganges in Kolkata. This was the frontal position of the coalition forces. As long as they broke through here, the coalition forces would completely fail. Numerous ships arrived at the mouth of the Ganges, which quickly attracted the attention of the coalition forces, and immediately the entire Kolkata defense line fell into chaos. Butlin ordered the people to go to the Tubang to grab food. Naturally, there was a conflict with the Tubang, although the backward Tubang soldiers were not worth mentioning to them. But now it is terrible, because once the Empire attacks, they will be enemies on both sides. It really is here. It's really strange. How did they choose the timing so right? Buterin was very confused, and he even suspected that Kolkata had their eyeliner now. Just after thinking about it, he found it impossible, because they monitored Cao Kun very strictly. During this time, these people were very disciplined and no one went near the coast. Shook his head. Butlin no longer entangled in this matter, because he is currently facing the biggest crisis in his life. Let the soldiers all enter the trench. They are really moving this time, Butlin said. As soon as his voice fell, there were bursts of sound breaking through the air, and then there was a deafening explosion on the ground. Caught off guard, many coalition soldiers were killed and wounded in the bombardment. For a while, the battlefield was full of howling ghosts and wolves. On the sea, Thunderers observing the effects of the shelling. Before landing, preparing for an artillery fire has almost become the rule of the Empire. Now the ironclad ships on the sea are aiming their muzzles at the positions on the coast, and the black muzzles are vomiting flames from time to time. But in the coalition's position, there was a mass of flames, and the soil was lifted into the air by the shockwave of the shells, and then scattered. The Navy's firepower is fierce. Chang Yasu was lying on the side of the ship with the telescope, looking envy. Lu Ming glanced at the thick caliber of the artillery on the battleship. Compared with the field gun, the caliber of the armored ship was obviously much larger, and the mighty sun need not be said. The Navy's artillery is very powerful, but we still have to rely on us to win the position. Lu Ming stared at Chang Yasu. I'm not going to prepare for the landing operation. If I can't get the beachhead today, let's see how I can pack you. Chang Yasu put away his erroneous appearance, with a solemn face. shouting for his soldiers to put the boat down. Different from previous offensives, this time they will land under the continuous fire cover of the Navy, so that they can avoid encountering intensive firepower as soon as they land. On the coast, Butlin saw the Imperial soldier coming towards the coast under the cover of artillery fire. His face turned very ugly. Under the shelling, the coalition soldiers with low morale now hide in the trenches and dare not show their heads, which creates a stable landing environment for the Imperial soldiers. Go, let everyone fight back, hurry up. Butlin caught a herald and pushed out the bunker, but before the herald could run 5 meters away, he was lifted off by a cannonball falling on his side. Butlin was also affected by the explosion of the shell, and the dirt hole in the bunker he was in was rustled by dust. Looked at the messenger with split eyes. Butlin had to find another messenger to convey the order. Just disappointed him. Most of the coalition soldiers did not go out of the cave after receiving the order and still curled up. Only a few soldiers boarded the trench, but under the continuous firepower, these soldiers quickly suffered heavy casualties. At this time, the boats of the Imperial soldiers were getting closer and closer. Soon, the first group of Imperial soldiers landed safely on the coast, followed by the second and third groups. The soldiers who landed on the shore quickly purchased beach defenses, while some soldiers began to use continuously fired weapons to shoot the trenches, which caused a rapid increase in coalition casualties in the trenches. Chang Yazu also landed on the beach. This time his regiment landed first, and after all his regiments landed, the shelling on the sea suddenly stopped. At this time, Chang Yazu also stopped the machine gun that was firing. He took out a tin horn and shouted in British language, "The friend on the other side. I am the 1st Regiment under the 1st Division of the 1st Army of the Imperial Southeast Military District. Commander, my name is Chang Yasu. Now I officially inform you that there are 2 things on the battleship behind me. The first is bullets and the second is bread. Now put down your guns and you can go to the battleship, eat bread and wait for your country to take you back to Europe. Otherwise you will have to wait for the guns. You have tasted our firepower. It's not good. Now it's too late to make a choice." Choose, yelled again in British words. And then he yelled again in words of other countries in the coalition forces, which were all temporarily taught to him by the translator. Download the free reader. Chapter 1094. Surrender. Boom boom. A dense burst of bullets hit the bulging sand in front of San Yazu, which represented the response of the coalition officer. "Really toast, not eat or drink fine wine." Chang Yazu spit out the sand in his mouth and shouted, "Kill them for me." His voice fell, and the machine gun on the sand pond spit out flames again, and the rain of bullets instantly covered the trench. At the same time, the mortar unit no longer had any concerns, and shot one shell after another at the trench not far away. The thunder on the battleship frowned, and he asked San Yazu to do the trick to persuade him to surrender. It would be the best result for him to win Calcutta without any effort. But now it seems impossible. The whole army strikes. Ming gave the order coldly. Since the coalition forces are stubborn, he is increasing his attacking chips. At his order, groups of soldiers got off the battleship, and the dense troop carriers rushed to the coast. Put down the soldiers who landed, and the battleship group will leave the port of Calcutta. After landing, these soldiers will cooperate with them to seize the port so that they can unload the field guns on the ship. And this time there is still a large number of supplies on the battleship. Occupying the dock means they have a supple base. At the same time, the coalition soldiers were being crushed by the fierce firepower of the Empire. Butlin shrank in the dirt cave and his face was pale. The shooting was his order just now. He was afraid that the Imperial propaganda would completely collapse the chaotic military spirit. It was just the result of his order in exchange, but he was not happy at all. He has experienced wars of all sizes in Europe, but he has never encountered such fierce artillery. The artillery shells used by the Empire are all powerful explosive shells, and this kind of shells will explode as long as they touch the ground, and they are also very accurate. The soldiers of the coalition are all from Europe, and they still stay in the previous array shooting, solid bullet stage. It is difficult for them to adapt to this kind of shells. If there is no trench protection, I am afraid that the soldiers of the coalition army would have been scattered long ago. He was thinking. At this moment, There was a commotion. An officer rushed into the dirt cave and shouted, "The grape man surrendered." Butlin heard this from head to toe. Although he is the commander of the coalition forces, he can only command the British redshirts. There is no way for him to directly command the armies of other countries. He can only look at their command if he disobeys. Official. Panicked, Butlin braved the danger of being hit by a cannonball and showed his head from the trench to look towards the Portuguese guard position. Sure enough, at this time, the Portuguese army officer was holding a white flag and leading the soldiers out of the trench. In this coalition, the Portuguese have the least soldiers and have the least interest in Asia, so the morale of the Portuguese soldiers is also the lowest. A trace of despair flashed in his eyes, and Butlin murmured, "The coalition is over." Because once someone surrenders, the heart of the coalition must be shaken by the whole. As he thought, as the Portuguese soldiers walked out of the trench, soldiers continued to climb out of the trench to join their team. These soldiers are French, Dutch, Spanish and British. On the sea, the coalition soldier with the white flag thrown down his weapon and raised his hands was seen by Thunder. He suddenly laughed. "Hey, from these surrendered soldiers, you can see that the coalition is just a strong support. Give them a little pressure and it will be easy to win Kolkata." Liu Chen stood by Thunder's side. This time, he cooperated with Thunder. He said, "As long as you launch an assault, they will be finished." Now that the soldiers of the coalition are like this, the mercenaries recruited by the United Kingdom must have no intention of fighting, and the coalition's looting of food and grass will inevitably make these mercenaries dissatisfied. They are all from the clan near Kolkata. I think so too. Now it's time to end this farce. The thunderous expression became firm, and then let the messenger send his instructions. On the beach, San Yazu first got the news. He said to the trumpeter, "Blow the charge." Diddy. The melodious trumpet resounded across the battlefield in an instant. I heard the trumpet. At this time, the Imperial soldiers got up from the ground and screamed and rushed to the trench position of the coalition forces. There was a shout of killing resounding on the battlefield, and Butlin's heart tightened, which meant that the Empire launched the final offensive. Is the same as the bayonet fight after the arrays fire each other. This will determine the victory or defeat on the battlefield. Brothers, fight with them. While the Imperial soldiers charged, the artillery stopped, and Butlin shouted and led the British soldiers into the trench from the dirt hole. Now his only hope is to arouse the courage of Allied soldiers to fight through the brave combat of the British Army. It's just that he underestimated the combat effectiveness of the Imperial soldiers. When he just rushed out of the dirt hole, suddenly sticks fell from the sky, and these sticks exploded after landing. The British soldiers who entered the trench were caught off guard and suffered heavy casualties. And just when they were blown up in a daze, the Imperial soldiers suddenly appeared on the edge of the trench, raised their muskets and shot at the remaining soldiers. Facing the Imperial soldiers coming in like a tide, the soldiers in the trench finally despair. The mercenaries collapsed first. The Indian soldiers dropped their muskets and fled to Calcutta behind the trench positions. They didn't want to kill these brutal British people. The mercenaries occupy most of the seemingly huge coalition forces, and the rush of so many mercenaries has a great impact on the morale of the coalition soldiers. This battle can't be fought anymore. If it is fought, it will be killed. I want to go home. I want to go home. A soldier's desperate cry suddenly sounded in the Spanish position. With this voice, more and more Spanish soldiers became agitated, not because they were not brave enough, but because they did not see the hope of victory in this war. Even if they repel the Imperial soldiers, how can they? The Imperial warships are on the sea, and their navy cannot break through the blockade. In the hysterical atmosphere, the Spanish soldiers finally couldn't bear it. When one soldier dropped his musket and raised his hands, the remaining Spanish soldiers climbed up the trench and surrendered, followed by the Dutch and the French. 50,000 European coalition forces, a total of 30,000 people in the four countries, and we have 20,000 people. After deducting casualties, now we only have more than 10,000 people. There is no hope, General. Surrender. A British official said to Butlin in a pleading tone that this time the Empire had 30,000 soldiers on the battlefield. Plus the Empire has more advanced weapons than them, They have no chance of winning. Watching the Imperial soldiers continued to seize their trenches with absolute superiority, Buterin closed his eyes in despair. For a long time, he said slowly, "Surrender. If I can return to Europe, I am willing to bear the blame." "You can't blame you for this failure, but our weapons and equipment are seriously behind the enemy." Chapter 1095 Suffer Riesling. Britain has surrendered. On the ironclad ship, Liu Chen pointed at the British soldiers who came out of the trench. All of these soldiers raised their hands above their heads, carrying a white flag. Li Ming also saw this scene, and a smile gradually bloomed on his face. Although fighting is the duty of a soldier, no one wants to see his soldiers die on the battlefield. "Thank you, the Emperor. If we hadn't been under the siege of the past 6 months, we could not have taken India with a small casualty." Thunder looked excited. Patted Liu Chen's arm again, and he continued, Go ashore, let's accept the surrender of the European coalition forces." After that, he burst out laughing. Liu Chen also had a smile in his eyes. "India is the most difficult British bridgehead in Southeast Asia. Now that this fortress is occupied, it means that all that Nanyang has been included in the empire. From then on, this Nanyang has been the back garden of the empire." Motioned for the first officer, and the warship sailed towards the port of Kolkata while whistling. In the trench position of the coalition forces, Chang Yasu watched vigilantly the British soldiers coming up from the trench. The surrender of the British made him a little unexpected. He thought that he would not be able to win the trench without a battle, but he obviously overestimated the British will to resist in the desperate situation. Faced with an impossible war, the Europeans chose to submit. Cautiously watching the surrendering British, San Yazu ordered the soldiers to separate the surrendered prisoners into custody, while the officer was kept alone. The purpose of this is to prevent the enemy's officers from uniting the soldiers and avoid unnecessary confusion. While busy, the Thunder and Liu Chen who came ashore at the pier quickly reached the forward position. At this time, Chang Yasu walked over and gave a military salute and said, "Commander, all the coalition soldiers have surrendered." Excluding the dead soldiers, the total number of surrenders is 40,000. 1,000 people. Thunder returned a military salute, and he said, "You have to behave well. I will ask the Emperor for your credit." "Where is the highest commander of the coalition forces now?" "They have been kept alone, and I will bring them here now," Chang Yasu replied, and then he ordered the soldiers beside him to lead people. After a while, all the officers of the 5 nations, including Buterin, were brought before Thunder. "Commander, his name is Butlin. He is the commander of the coalition forces, and everyone else is the highest commander of all countries." Chang Yazu pointed to the dejected Butlin and said. The thunderous brows raised their heads. There was a time when they had no choice but to face the provocation of the British, but now these British people can only humbly bow their heads in front of them. "Commander Buterin, now you should understand how stupid it is to fight against the Empire. If Kolkata was handed over earlier, there would be no such unpleasant thing between us," Thunder said slowly. His words fell, and the translator translated the words to Buterin. "Those politicians are indeed stupid, but I will not admit that this is the failure of our soldiers. If you have your weapons, it is uncertain whether you will win or lose." Butlin said that he was very unwilling to surrender this time, because he even being able to return to Europe, this defeat was also a stain that he could not erase in his life. Ming laughed loudly when he heard the words, and he said, "You don't understand a truth until now. Scientific and technological strength is the fighting ability of a country. Did you Europeans conquer America with a burning stick? You lament. It's just a reversal of roles now." Butlin was silent. For a long time, he sighed and said, "I hope you can keep your promise and let us return to Europe." "Of course, our imperial soldiers have always talked, but this will have to wait until the end of the second negotiation," Ming said. The Battle of India-Europe captured so many soldiers, and at the same time lost their interests in Southeast Asia. When the news reaches Europe, Europeans will inevitably return to the negotiating table again. It is time to redivide the global sphere of influence. Butlin suddenly felt ashamed. He naturally understood that the exchange of interests after the war was inevitable. Asked the soldiers to lead a group of officers down. Thundering looked at the distant city of Kolkata at this time. This city on Indian soil was European style. But from now on, this city will officially belong to the Empire. After Buterin announced the surrender, the British soldiers in Kolkata also chose to surrender. Patrolled the battlefield, Ming and Liu Chen entered the city of Kolkata. Now the British soldiers here have been replaced by Imperial soldiers. Because the British chose to surrender, there was no major damage here, as if there had never been a battlefield here. Especially the White Pagoda in the center of Kolkata hasn't been damaged at all. This White Pagoda is the British Governor's Palace. The White Pagoda appears white as a whole. The center is a dome building surrounded by a hexagonal white wall. There is a minaret at each corner of the wall. It is said that the British built the White Pagoda after gaining a foothold in India. The White Tower was originally used as a bastion. The British have been in the hands of the Empire for so many years now. I am afraid that their queen will be mad. Ming walked on the road paved with blue stone, in a very good mood, this is for sure. The Indian peninsula has a population of hundreds of millions, and it can be described as a huge market. The most important thing is that it is fertile and rich in food production. If it loses this place, the United Kingdom will definitely be broken, and for the Empire, it will not only have a dumping market, and at the same time there is an additional food production area, which is enough to bring the lives of the people of the Empire to a higher level. Liu Chen's eyebrows were flying. His original intention for joining the army was simple, that is, to live a good life. He still thinks so. But in order to make the Empire rich to the current level of Europe, besides producing food, they also need the colony to provide them with supplies. Only when they are rich in material, can they completely get rid of their previous poverty. As they talked, they walked to the governor's mansion. Now this place has been cleaned up by the soldiers. The governor Nicholas of Calcutta has also become their prisoner, and now it has become their temporary office. Sitting in the former governor's office room, Thundering's face is full of triumphant smiles. However, his smile quickly solidified, because he remembered the information provided by the secret guard. So he said to Sanyazu, who was following, Cao Kun fled to Burma, but there may be residual bandits in Kolkata. Soldiers must be sent to them. Catch them. It's time to clean up these thieves who have eaten inside and out. Yes, Commander. Chang Yasu responded and immediately asked the soldiers to search the entire process. As long as they were the remnants of the Merchant Council, they would arrest them for interrogation. Free Reader. Chapter 1096. Strait of Myanmar. Cao Kun looked at the pirate ship anchored on the sea with a sigh of relief. Ever since they fled to Kolkata, they have gone all the way to eat and sleep. After 13 days, they finally arrived at the small fishing village. Liu King said. Liu King, it's up to you now. As long as you can successfully return us to the UK, I will definitely let the Queen of England award you as a noble, and at the same time give you 10,000 ounces of silver as a reward. At this time, everyone was hiding in the woods on the side of the mountain trail. Condescending, they could see the small fishing village on the beach. This small fishing village is not big, with only about 30 families. The small fishing village looks peaceful and comfortable, as if it is a paradise. An insignificant taunt flashed in Liu King's eyes, but his expression looked respectful and humble. He respectfully said, "This is what I should have done." This small fishing village is where Mahai temporarily rests. They did not go to sea and we were lucky. Cao Zhengtong is still a little worried. They are facing pirates. If it were not for nowhere, they would never risk this danger with Liu King. He asked again, "Liu King, is your friend really reliable? It can't be wrong." Liu King patted his chest, and he said, "Come on, if the Imperial Army catches up, none of us can run away." After all, he walked straight to the village along the path, and the others immediately followed Liu King down the mountain. When he saw this, Cao Kun and Cao Zhengtong glanced at each other. Now they are desperate and gritted their teeth. They still followed Liu King into the fishing village. "Liu King, why are you here?" The people in the fishing village were busy, but when they saw a wave of people coming over, they stopped what they were doing. At this time, a middle-aged man came out of the house. He was very surprised to see Liu King, and shouted, "Brother Ma." Liu King also smiled happily. and arched his hand to Ma Hai. Seeing the appearance of the two getting together, Cao Kun felt a little relieved. At this time, he looked around carefully and found no abnormalities, and he felt relieved. Other people are also happy. They are worried day and night on the way. Now that they see the hope of escape, they are naturally refreshed. Liu King talked with the middle-aged man for a while, and then pointed to Cao Kun and his party. The middle-aged man knew what he said. Since Liu King's friend is my Ma Hai's friend, this one it's simple. You might as well go to the room with me to eat and drink before going on the road, but the money needed for this escape is quite a lot, at least 1,000 pls each. Cao Kun heard the words. His heart was settled. The horse sea lion opened his mouth to show his robbery nature. If he didn't want money, he would doubt it. That's more, Brother Ma. Cao Kun smiled softly. As long as Brother Ma helps us out of trouble, I can afford no amount of money. Okay, refreshing. Ma Hai yelled, pointing to the house beside him and said, Come, 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 we'll set off after drinking. Everyone had been hungry for a long time, and that was polite. Cao's father and son followed Liu King and Ma Hai into the room. Just when the door curtain of the room was opened, the faces of the two of them were suddenly green, because what was in front of them was not good wine and food, but black hole muzzles. Cow thief, you didn't expect to fall into my hands today. It is Yun sitting in the middle of the room. At the same time, many imperial soldiers rushed out from other rooms on the beach and surrounded Cao Kun and his party. Liu King. You, Cao Kun said incredulously. Glancing at Cao Kun contemptuously, Liu King said, Cao Kun, do you think the Empire will indulge you to stir up the wind and rain in the country? Don't be afraid to tell you the truth. On the first day you came to India, our secret guards about you. Cao Kun had an expression of disbelief. He said anxiously, Imperial Navy Admiral Yun personally shot me. If it is impossible without advance planning, how do you pass the message? The reason why he believes in Liu King is because Liu King has never acted weird like everyone else. But everything now subverts his perception. This is just to tell you, and you won't understand it. Liu King laughed. Yun sneered again and again. He said to the soldiers lying in ambush in the house, catch them all, was ordered. If the tiger wolf-like soldiers rushed into the crowd quickly, the remnants of the wealthy clans who followed Cao Kun would be controlled. General, there is a roster in Cao Kun's salute, which records the chess pieces buried by the Merchant Council in the Empire and the people he arranged during this time. Liu King did not forget the most important thing. Yun took the salute from Cao Kun and poured out all the contents inside. As expected, a booklet fell off, picked up the booklet and turned it over. Yun's expression changed drastically. There are many names here that he is familiar with. They are all officialdom. If this booklet is submitted, it will definitely cause a storm. Cao Kun, you have been deliberate over the past few years. It's a pity that everything ends here. Yun collected the roster. I will personally you to King Zhu, and at the same time hand this roster to the Emperor. Cao Zhengtong heard the words. His legs softened in fright. He knelt on the ground. Cao Kun also paled. He knew what he would encounter when he returned to King Zhu. It's a pity. Cao Kun closed his eyes and stopped talking. Yun snorted softly, and he said to everyone has to keep their mouths under control of this matter, and can't reveal any news about Cao Kun's capture, so as not to startle the snake. Yes, General, everyone said in unison. Lightly nodded. Yun ordered the people to light a bonfire, and their battleship was parked on the sea far away. As long as the signal was sent, the battleship would come over. Escorting Cao Kun and his group who were crying for father and mother, Yun went directly to King Zhu after the battleship arrived. This matter was too serious for him to be ambiguous. 7 days later, Yun's battleship arrived in King Zhu. On the same day's train, Cao Kun and his son were escorted to King Zhu. In order to prevent the Cao family and his son from being recognized, the two were always covered with black cloth. After arriving in King Zhu, Yun did not hand the two directly to the guard station, and now he couldn't believe any officials, because if the news of the arrest of the Cao family and his son spreads, those on the list will inevitably flee in advance. It is extremely difficult to prevent them from fleeing at present, and he cannot take this risk. So, when he arrived in King Zhu, He went straight to the imperial city and asked to meet the emperor, was only halfway there when he was suddenly blocked by a carriage. Isn't this generally? Aren't you fighting in Nanyang? Why did you reach King Zhu? Who is behind you? The curtains of the carriage opened. Jiren poked his head out and asked with a smile. He and Renhe had just finished their lectures in a Confucian school and were preparing to go back. Unexpectedly, they ran into Yan, who was escorting the prisoner, and couldn't help asking. Rian was also with Jiren. His eyes swept over the two people behind Yan, and his complexion suddenly changed! Chapter 1097 Layout Olj. I can't tell you. I have something to tell the emperor, so I won't be with you. Yan's tone was blunt and indifferent, and he made no secret of his emotions. Among the many officials like Pang Yukun who followed Xiaoming to fight the world, civilian officials can still maintain a minimum harmony with Jiren on the surface, but generals like Yan do not buy Jiren's account at all. Jiren showed an awkward look. This is why he had to speak for Liu Hong. The army of the empire was controlled by people like Yan. How about these civilians? Even if they had a loud voice in the court, then you won't bother? Jiren smiled and asked the groom to continue to his mansion. Yan glanced at the carriage that was going away, and led the Ko family and his son to continue walking towards the palace. At this time, the atmosphere on Ji's carriage has dropped to freezing point. What? Are you sure those two are the Ko family, father and son? Jiren was surprised. It can't be wrong. I saw Cao Kun in the south back then, and saw the scar on the back of his hand. The location is exactly the same as the person just now. Renhe said confidently. Jiren nodded slightly. No wonder Yan had to personally these two people. This is a great achievement. After saying this, he suddenly remembered something and asked in a solemn voice, you said you met Cao Kun. Do you have anything to do with him? Brother Ji's very mindful. Cao Kun was in Suzu City and many people met him. Renhe explained. Besides, if I had anything to do with him, I would have escaped from the empire soon and stayed there. What to do here? Jiren's expression eased. Although he was dissatisfied with Xiaoming's suppression of the nobles, he was also extremely disgusted with the Merchant Council, because the Merchant Council also wanted to seize their rights. Seeing Jiren no longer questioning, Renhe let out a sigh of relief, but intense worry flashed in his eyes. He lied to Jiren. His purpose of coming to King Zhu this time was to disrupt the empire, but he did not expect Cao Kun to be captured so quickly. As a member of the Merchants' Council, he certainly remembered that Cao Kun had a roster in his hands, and it was this roster that made him have to risk being decapitated to come to the imperial capital. At present, when the Merchants' Council was raging in the south, in order to keep up with the times, all those who joined the Merchants' Council signed their names on this roster and pressed their fingerprints. There are also on the roster that they pronounced the oath to overthrow Xiaoming's rule when they joined the parliament. If this roster falls into the hands of the empire, the fate of these people can be imagined. Seems to have caught their psychological weakness. After the defeat of the Merchant Council, Cao Kun still lingered, threatening them to send the signed page to the government office if they were disobedient. And this completely cut off their retreat, and they can only continue to fulfill their vows when they were in parliament. Thinking of this, Renhe's face became more and more ugly. Now all kinds of thoughts flashed through his mind, but in the end only one thought was clear, and that was escape. Royal Study Room. Xiaoming summoned Yan after receiving the report from the eunuch. Before Yan arrived in King Zhu, Ming had already sent Kolkata's battle report to his hands. At the same time, the Ko family's father and son were mentioned in the battle report. This time Yan kissed him. He thought in his heart that the Ko family and his son had already been captured. Sure enough, as soon as Yan entered the imperial study room, he saluted and said loudly, "The emperor, the father and son of the Ko family have been captured by the lower officials, and at the same time they have obtained a roster from Cao Kun." Come up. Xiaoming's expression became serious, and Wang Xuan had already told him about the roster. Yan heard the words and handed the roster to Xiaoming, while he waited on the side to listen to his instructions. Took the roster, and Xiaoming turned it over. Each of them caught his eyes, making him more and more chilled as he watched. This roster is 3 fingers wide, blue and yellow paper, and on each page there are 20 people recorded. There are more than 4,000 people on more than 200 pages of paper. Some of them are crossed. This is during the Civil War. People who died in the period. But even so, there are still nearly 2,000 people on it without a cross. No one knows what role these people play in the empire. Does anyone else know about this? Xiaoming asked. No, the final general will personally to come, and did not reveal any news to anyone on the road. Xiaoming nodded, then he picked up the phone and dialed, and Li San's voice soon appeared in the microphone. Come to the Yushu Fang immediately, I have something important for you to deal with. After that, Xiaoming hung up the phone. Yan was a little envious. When he was in Nanyang, he heard that the telecommunications department of the empire had invented the telephone. After he returned, he had not had time to understand it. Now the emperor personally demonstrated one, which shocked him extremely. The two waited for a while, and Li San hurried over. Xiaoming handed over the roster to him. At this time, you now find out where these people are and what they are doing, and arrest them as soon as you have accurate information. Li San just glanced at the name on the roster and knew that this was something of the Merchant Council. He glanced at Yan and said, Cao Kun was caught? Yes, I have imprisoned them in the Sky Prison. After you clear the list, it is time for me to clean up the civil strife, Xiaoming said with a serious face. Li San nodded. He knew the seriousness of this matter. During this time, there were people who were secretly instigating the contradictions of the empire. After their investigation, these people have the remnants of the Merchant Council. For this reason, they have been waiting for the opportunity to catch them all. The next official is to do it. When he was speaking, he was still flipping through the roster, and suddenly one of the names stopped his hand. He put the roster next to Xiaoming and said, The Emperor. There is also a man named Ren He in the old mansion of Ch. He was once a great scholar in the south. Xiaoming looked at Ren He's name and narrowed his eyes. These Xiao are really brave enough to hide beside the cabinet minister. Yan hesitated. He said, The Emperor, flies don't bite seamless eggs. I'm afraid this Jiren is not good. It's really not good. Since he hit the gun, don't blame me, Xiaoming said coldly. Now that the Nanyang War has finally come to an end, he can now shift his focus to the empire. Since he promulgated the policy of aristocracy and civilianization, different voices in the empire have been raging, and this is naturally driven by people in the dark. But at the beginning, he chose to indulge. The purpose is to see who can't bear it, who takes the opportunity to confuse the crowd. As the saying goes, don't look at the present, be careful to pull the list in the future. So far, Li San has mastered many people's information. Now that this roster is added, the time has come to kill 100! Chapter 1098 Incident House. Rian was anxious in his room like an ant on a hot pot, and the scene of encountering Yan and his party kept flashing in his mind, which made him sleepless. There is no doubt that when Cao Kun is arrested, this roster will inevitably fall into the hands of the court. He is already unsafe in King Zhu. Thinking anxiously, Ren He's eyes suddenly became firm. Cao Kun, Cao Zhengtong, you are dead, and the Merchant Council is destroyed. From then on, I don't need to sell my life for you anymore. Everyone asks for more blessings. Talking to himself, Ren He leaned out and looked out the window. After hesitating for a moment, he turned and walked out. Old Ren, where are you going? Before reaching the gate, Ren He suddenly met Gao Yuan, the housekeeper of Jefu. Oh, I have something left in the school, now I will take it. Ren He didn't change his face, with a smile on his face. Gao Yuan said with a smile, in that case, I will prepare a carriage for Mr. Ren. No need. Ren He said lightly, I have been living and eating in Jefu for more than a year, so this little thing doesn't have to be troublesome. After all, Ren He left the mansion straight away. Gao Yuan looked at Ren He strangely, then turned his head to see Jiren walking over with a pensive expression on his face. What did he say? Jiren asked. Back to the master, Ren Lao said that something has fallen in the school. Gao Yuan confessed honestly. Jiren's brows deepened and he pondered. He said, this Ren He is likely to be related to Cao Kun. Maybe it is the remnant of the Merchant Council. Hey, my fame was in vain, so I would actually believe in him. He will be kept in the mansion. If Cao Kun confessed to him, I am afraid that the Zhou family will never be peaceful. Paused, his eyes suddenly became sharp. Now you immediately take a few people to see and solve them in secret. There can be no mistakes. High and far away. He was taken aback. The two of them had just come back and called them brothers and sisters. But now they suddenly stopped in a flash, which made him a little confused. But this was Jiren's order. He had to follow it. It was just that he had done things like killing people and selling goods before in Chang'an, and never again after arriving in Qingzhou. This action made him a little nervous. Responded, Gao Yuan turned and left. Before he walked a few steps, Jiren's cold voice came, you can only succeed, you can't fail. If you have news, you will immediately reply to me. After saying this, Jiren immediately asked him to prepare the carriage, and he was going to enter the palace immediately after Ren He died to meet Xiaoming to expose Ren He. Ren He, who died at the same time, will not reveal the conspiracy between the two. Here, Ren He left Jeffu and went straight to Qingzhou railway station. There was a train to Jinling in the afternoon. He was going to flee to Jinling and continue southward. Although the empire is now unified in the north and south, the empire's control over the south is far less than that of the north. After all, the emperor is far away from the mountain. For him, as long as he reaches the south, he flees through merchant ships going to sea. He was thinking about it, and suddenly the light of his eyes swept over three men running towards him. All of these men looked terrifying, and they were not good at first sight. Rin had a chill in his heart. He had seen all three of them, and they were all servants of the Zhou mansion. Obviously, these three were following him. In order to verify his own ideas, he deliberately made a few bends in Qingzhou city, but no matter where he went, these three people would go with him. Stopped in front of a pavilion guarded by guards on the street, Ren He swallowed hard. He knew Jiren too well. It was precisely because he knew Jiren was unreliable that he decided to flee, but obviously Jiren would not let him go because he had too many shameful things in his hands during this time. Jiren, if you want me to die, everyone will die together. Don't think about it. Ren He's eyes flashed with anger. It's just that he calmed down quickly. It doesn't matter if he died, but his family in the south might be in disaster. Before he and Jiren die together, he must at least send them the news of their early escape. Thinking of this, he walked along the crowded place to the center of Qingzhou city, where there is the telegraph bureau set up by the telecommunications department. Through the shops, the people of the empire can send messages to relatives and friends far away. Entering the telegraph office, Ren He told the telegraph operator his hometown location, and then read, I am safe, don't hang up, do what you want. Waiting for the telegrapher to send out this line, Ren He walked out of the telegraph office. Outside, Gao Yuan had already rode a horse to the front of the three servants. These three servants in name were the killers raised by Jiren. Seeing the news of the delay in Rin, Gao Yuan was not only a little anxious. Why don't you do it yet? Executive Steward, Ren He has been walking along the guard patrol route. There are guards along the way. We have no way to start, said a killer. I can't control so much. The master is already angry, and the master will save your lives when they are killed, Gao Yuan said viciously. The three of them had cold eyes when they heard this. Since Gao Yuan said so, they can only kill them. They were just about to leave. At this time, Ren He walked out of the telegraph bureau and glanced at them. Ren He ran away. Come on. Gao Yuan was watched by Ren He, and he couldn't help being furious. The three of them didn't hesitate anymore, drew their short knives and rushed towards Ren He, who was 10 meters away. Using the strength of the milk, Ren He shouted loudly as he ran, someone wants to kill me, somebody wants to kill me, help, help. It's just that he was old and exhausted, and he couldn't run. The three housekeepers of Zhou mansion. Seeing that the three were getting closer and closer to him, the shiny dagger was about to pierce his back, and suddenly 3 crisp gunfire sounded. Rin was taken aback, turned around, and the 3 of them had fallen in a pool of blood. At this moment, there were dense and neat footsteps on the street, and at least 100 guards came from all directions to surround him. A head of the security chief said in a solemn voice, Ren He, please come with us. Upon seeing this, Renhe sat on the ground and suddenly laughed hysterically. For a long time, he slowly stood up. I want to meet the Emperor. I have a lot of news the Emperor wants here. Jiren. You miss me dead. Everyone will die together. If that's the case, it's as you wish, the chief of the guard said in a deep voice, and they had received a formal order to arrest Renhe. And according to Renhe's words, the then cabinet minister Jiren seemed to be involved. Among the crowd, Gao Yuan was already scared to death. The appearance of this group of guards in such a timely manner was definitely premeditated. Free Reader. Chapter 1099. Overcast House. Jiren looked like an old 10-year-old. Not long after Gao was far away, a group of people wearing black gowns and golden long swords embroidered on their chests broke in. The moment Jiren saw these people, he knew that he was gone, because the clothing on these people was the standard dress of the secret guard. And the golden longsword on the chest proves that it is an elite guard in the secret guard, and the ministers in the court of secret guard have been speculating about this mysterious institution. But even Pan Yukan knew very little. Public intelligence proved that the secret guards were mainly engaged in intelligence collection, external penetration, and imperial security affairs. The Imperial Secret Guard is responsible for the security affairs of the Empire, and it is specifically for those who try to undermine the security of the Empire. Before, he thought it was just gossip circulating among officials, but now it turns out that everything is true. Jiren, you have been arrested. The headed Imperial Guard said coldly, I advise you not to try to resist now, because this is an order from the Emperor himself. Hearing this, Jiren's body trembled violently, her legs softened, and her whole body slumped on the ground. At this time, the arrested Renhe was escorted all the way to the palace by guards. In the Imperial study room, Xiaoming was waiting for him. When Li San confirmed that he was in Jiren's mansion, he ordered Li San to notify the guard and the Imperial Guard to arrest the two personally. Regardless of whether Jiren knew whether Renhe had anything to do with the Merchants' Council, a cabinet minister concealed the court's infringement and left him faceless. You are Renhe? Why did Jiren kill you? Xiaoming asked coldly when facing Renhe, who was kneeling on the ground. Li San has been using the phone to control the actions of the secret guard, and he naturally knows what is happening now. Renhe knew he was bound to die, but he resented that Jiren was so vicious, so he said, Long live my emperor. Since the Merchant Council has been raging in the south, the old man has to join to protect his family. Now he is threatened by the Ko family and his son to come to King Zhu. It's not a pity to confuse the country. It's only after entering the mansion that the grassroots know that what Jiren is doing is the same as me. Let's listen to the grasses. After all, Renhe conspired with Jiren one by one. At the same time, he also exposed the details of Jiren and other dignitaries deliberately creating public opinion and buying radical students to cause trouble. But even so, this Jiren is not the culprit, Renhe said suddenly after listing Ji's number of serious crimes. The atmosphere in the Imperial study has dropped to a freezing point, and Li San's palms can't help but feel a cold sweat, because he doesn't even understand what Renhe said. And the sentence that Jiren is not the culprit is even more shocking, because it means that Jiren has a strong support behind it. Who is it? Xiaoming clenched his fists tightly. Although he understood that there was a force against him in the current empire, he did not expect that this force was so simple. If Jiren was also a pawn, then who would be the culprit? Thinking of this, Xiaoming couldn't help but feel cold behind his back. Isn't the emperor still clueless? Although Jiren is bold, he still dares not mess around without relying on him. A frenzy appeared in Renhe's eyes, and he burst into laughter. Then, he said, The emperor, don't you understand until now? You have been destined to have such a catastrophe since you smashed this country, and you can only blame the emperor for not smashing this great country, leaving too much. The aristocratic families who lived in the previous dynasty, now that the emperor does not give them a way to survive, they can only not give them a way to survive. Stop talking nonsense. Who is the culprit? Otherwise I have 10,000 ways for you to say it. Li San said sharply. It's dead if you say it. and it's dead if you don't say it. It's better not to say it. He had made up his mind long ago. Xiaoming took a deep breath and suppressed the anger in his heart. He said, I will spare you not to die, and tell me everything you know. Ren and Wen Yan were overjoyed. He consciously made the right bet and said, the emperor might as well check Luo Hong. Luo Hong, Li San exclaimed. Xiaoming stood up abruptly, and he asked Li Sandao, where is Luo Hong now? Li San's forehead was sweating, and he said, back to the emperor. Luo Hong went to Yazoo on the grounds of recuperating a few days ago and has not yet returned. Yazoo, Xiaoming murmured. Qian Defu cautioned. The emperor, Liu Oxin, is now in Yazoo, but there is still one person in Yazoo. The Waste Prince, the third prince, Li San blurted out. Qian Defu continued. The emperor, there are some things that can't be prevented. Although Liu Oxin followed the emperor to fight in the north and south, he is also a member of the Luo family after all. If Luo Hong is bewitched, he will inevitably do irrational things, and Luo Hong back then when garrisoned in the northwest, there were also a group of loyal subordinates under his hand. These people are now distributed in various military regions. If they held the three princes to rebel, the empire would be in chaos. To be on the safe side, the emperor had better prepare in advance. Xiaoming was silent. If this incident was just a small incident led by Jiren, mostly literati chasing the country, it would be easy to settle, but now that Luo Hong is involved, this is involved in the army. Take Renhe down. Speaking of this, he must deal with the most important matter immediately. Now that Jiren is taken away, this matter will surely spread in Qingzhou soon. Maybe this incident was the fuse of his life and death duel with the old forces. The emperor, are you going to break your promise? Renhe said in horror. When I settle the internal troubles, I will return your freedom. But you can't step into the empire again from now on. Xiaoming said coldly. Ren Heking breathed a sigh of relief. Let the guard take him down. The emperor, do you want Thunder to come back? Li San worried. If an accident occurs, the southeast military region will be able to respond in time. It's too late. Now Jiren has been arrested by us. If it's messed up, I'm afraid it will be messed up. These days, Xiaoming suddenly felt a little tired physically and mentally. The obstruction he faced this time was not small, but it was also the best time for him to purge the empire. The empire's army is not the army of some people. Does Luo Hong think that the empire's army is still their private soldier of the Luo family? As for Liu Oxin, I don't believe he has the courage. Xiaoming said. The emperor, if Luo Hong is in an accident, to avoid suspicion, can Liu Oxin still stay in the position of commander? This is also clear to Liu Oxin. I'm afraid he has no choice now. Qian Defu continued to persuade. If this is the case, then it is a dry. I will now ask the general staff to give an order to the major military districts so that all commanders of the military districts will come to Qingzhou to participate in the military assembly. If anyone does not come, there will be ghosts in their hearts. Xiaoming retakes the shot. Table. Download the free reader. Chapter 1100 Reactions from All Sides. Fiji House. Fiji listened in disbelief to the news brought by the housekeeper. You said Jiren was taken away by the secret guard. It's true that Jiren is a cabinet minister. No one can keep a secret from what happened to him. Now the news has spread in Qingzhou City, the butler said sightfully. Fiji heard the words, and felt a moment of frustration in his heart. He had been in officialdom for so long, and he had experienced all the big winds and waves. This news made him instantly understand that something was going to happen. Fortunately, the three unscrupulous descendants of our family have all been exiled, otherwise they will be implicated in this matter. I am afraid that I will be finished. Fiji sighed. The butler was incomprehensible, and he said, Master, what's the answer? The three Fei were at most against the Emperor's will. Now this matter is going to be deceived. Moreover, it must be the Emperor's secret layout that this matter has not been heard for so long. The purpose is to give the Empire a top priority. The next rectification. Fiji has long been concerned about it. Therefore, during this period of time, he was ill and rested at home every other time, completely severing contact with the Minister of Korea and China, and he did not care about anything. What's happening now is verifying his conjecture. Jiren is just the beginning. I am afraid that there are still many people to be dealt with. Among these people, the old Chenin officials are no longer a minority. Since he saw Xiaoming's iron-blooded wrists in the last incident, he has completely died. After all, his daughter is already the queen of the dynasty, and he has no heirs, so why continue to toss? After pondering for a while, he went on to say, from now on, you claim that my condition has worsened and that I cannot see guests, except for the emperor and the queen. The old butler realized the seriousness of this matter. He nodded his head heavily, and immediately asked the servant to close the main entrance of the mansion, leaving only a side door for people to enter and exit on weekdays. Princess House. Princess Pinyin also got the arrest of Jiren, because today is a rest day stipulated by the empire, and many people are relaxing in the city. Such a big news naturally spread quickly. Ouyang Mu, let the servants close the front door, and there will be no visitors until the end of the storm. Song Yuogong, are you also seeing King Yong? Ouyang Mu asked. It's all gone. During this time, the empire's rumors are so powerful that some restless emperor relatives may be involved. I don't want someone crying to come to me as a lobbyist. The Princess Pinyin frowned. Since coming to Kingzhou and taking over the railway department and becoming a pivotal female official in the empire, she has been very satisfied. After all, she could not participate in government affairs like a man before. And Xiaoming's move to improve the status of women in the empire also made her quite agree. In addition, under Xiaoming's rule, the empire's living standards were thriving, and she enjoyed a comfortable life here that she could not enjoy as a princess before. What can she expect for this? Is this really so serious? Ouyang Mu still couldn't believe it. The cabinet ministers have all been taken away. And are they still serious? This time I am afraid that the heads are rolling down. I know Xiaoming's temper best. When we came to Kingzhou, did you think that the assassin was really sent by the Wang family? Thinking of this long-lived event, Ouyang Mu said, I was a little skeptical at the time, but there was not enough evidence, but now I probably guessed a bit. Yes, when he was only King Qi, he dared to assassinate the fake Wang's house in this palace. How courageous do you say he? Later, he cleaned up the wealthy family of Lusu overnight. Several people dared to act. Now someone in the empire wants to restrict his rights. What is this? Is not seeking death? Princess Pinyin stretched and stood up. After more than 10 years, Fangwa has gradually slipped away from her face, but a natural luxurious temperament makes her even more charming. In that case, we have to be careful this time. Ouyang Mu couldn't help being cold. The cruel internal fighting of the empire had disappeared for a long time, and some people had forgotten the horror of blood staining the city. Lightly nodded, Princess Pinyin turned and walked towards the main hall. Now she just wants to live steadily and see what amazing technology can be released in the future of the empire. At the same time, other officials and dignitaries in Kingzhou quickly got the news. For a time, the entire Kingzhou city was filled with a strange atmosphere, and this atmosphere quickly fermented with the order of the commander of a large military region to be recalled, and the curfew that followed was even more disturbing. Rosu Liu Quan drove a group of cows back into the circle before the end of the evening. After the fall of the Golden Horde, the 5,000 to 6,000 kilometers of grassland became a land of no owner. He took the opportunity to ask Xiaoming for a large ranch and some barbarian slaves before abandoning his officials and returning to the fields, and bought a batch of black and white cows when the empire had good relations with the Dutch. After several years of operation, the cows in his ranch have been able to produce milk, which is one step closer to his ambition to let everyone in the empire drink milk. And the reason why he has this ambition is because Xiaoming explained to him the importance of milk to the physical fitness of the people of the empire. At the same time, if there is milk, one person can raise more healthy children. This is more important to the empire than to the siege. Of course, this is what Xiaoming said to him. He was thinking. Suddenly a man came from the east of the ranch, but it was Nu Ben. Just like him, he also had a ranch in Rosu, but he raised not cows but quotes from him. European war horse. Looking at the galloping Nu Ben, Liu Oquane laughed and cursed. "Did you old fellow be kicked by a wolf or something?" Nu Ben's face is very ugly, he said. "When I finish talking, you can still laugh." "What's wrong? What happened?" Liu Oquane asked puzzledly. Nu Ben shot a telegram on Liu Oquane's chest at this time. "Jiren has been arrested. Liu Ohong is now in Yazoo. The Emperor has now ordered the 6 military commanders to attend the military meeting in Kingzhou." Big thing. Liu Oquane is also a man who has experienced wind and rain. Nu Ben's brief words are enough to make him understand a lot of things, but he still can't believe the possibility. Impossible. Liu Ohong will not. Even if Liu Ohong is confused, Liu Oxin will not be stupid. Liu Oquane's face was pale. The Battle of the Grassland. He had realized that the Liu family was too powerful in the army, so he decided to retreat. The purpose was to gradually forget the Liu family by the empire. He was also very grateful to Xiaoming for the fact that Liu Ohong didn't become a superior commander, because it showed that Xiaoming never wanted to target the Liu family from beginning to end. Because if 2 of the 6 military regions of the empire were controlled by the Liu family, it would not be far from the Liu family's destruction. "I'm going back to Kingzhou now. If these 2 rebellious sons dare to do something unfavorable to the emperor, I will destroy them myself." Liu Oquane was angry and heartbroken.